Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final day of Season 10 MCSR Ranked Playoffs. I am Krayway. I am once again joined with Rose Beams. Rose, it has taken us 3 days to get to this point. We started with 16 players. We're down to 4. Holy smokes. Are you excited for today?
I am so excited. I feel like we've had 3 fantastic days of excellent Minecraft and excellent games. So I'm very much looking forward to what these finals are going to have in place for us today.
It's going to be super fun. Our first match of the day is EDCR versus Feinberg. But let's take a look at the bracket to see how we got here. Because, oh my goodness, we've had some crazy matches to get to this point. We're looking at the bottom half of the semifinals to start today. EDCR versus Feinberg. The 2 and the 3 seed. And then the other game happening just after EDCR Feinberg is going to be Infume, our 1 seed, going up against Aquacord, who's had 2 reverse sweeps to get to this point, Rose. I mean, what a path so far for him. What stands out to you on this bracket?
Yeah, I mean, definitely has got to be Aquacord with the double reverse sweep. I feel like if you're Infume now, looking at like the route that Aquacord has taken to here, you're gonna be a little bit like, I have to be careful that I don't get snowballed here. And if you're Aquacord, you've got to be feeling, I think, pretty confident and pretty good. But also, I guess on the other side of the bracket as well, EDCR Feinberg. Feinberg had to play 2 games yesterday, and both games went to a game 5, whereas EDCR had a 3-1 and then a 3-0 and looked really, really strong against Beef Salad. So I think it's going to be a really close matchup between those two. And I think, yeah, definitely we don't want to be counting out Aquacord because he's done the reverse sweep back to back. So it's going to be pretty close games, I think, today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think out of the 4 players remaining, EDCR has looked maybe even like by far the best. Like the performance yesterday against Beef Salad was absolutely ridiculous from EDCR to get to this point. And I'm super excited that we get to calm that first match today. But I kind of agree. Like the moment of the tournament has just been Aquacord reverse sweeping. And I am so excited for the Infume Aquacord matchup because this is a rematch of the LAN, Rose. I was there. I was there in the crowd. I watched this game happen, and it was an upset then as well. Aquacore was not expected to beat Infume. He was the last seed for the qualifier that we did at the LAN. So this is a run back. I know Infume is going to be taking this match very seriously, is going to be wanting to beat Aquacord, and I cannot wait for that one later on today. But as we said, starting with EDCR and Feinberg, and also, Rose, we had the announcement yesterday about the incredible MCSR World Championships that's happening, that's hosted by I guess hosted by like us. It's gonna be on our stream, but also like with the huge help of Ludwig and Ludwig's team. We are like so grateful that that's happening. And one of the things that was happening with that was the top 3 players from this season would be qualifying for that tournament. Now, we've done some discussions because obviously it's not easy for everyone to drop everything on a month's notice and go to wherever. So we have an update for all of you about a couple of things that we want to talk about really quickly. So first of all, Infume has already qualified because Infume was 2nd place in Season 9. Infume's qualified. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He's already on the website. You guys know that. We've spoken to all 3 of the remaining players, EDCR, Aquacord, and Feinberg. EDCR has decided to not go, which is completely fine. Like, we love that we get to watch EDCR in playoffs. We hope that he'll come to a LAN in the future. EDCR will not be going regardless of what happens. So because of that, we've decided that Aquacord and Feinberg have both secured their invites. They will both be going. They will both be competing, no matter what happens today, to the LAN. They will be going. So instead of there being 3 slots from this season of playoffs, because we literally can't get 3 new slots with the players remaining because Infume is already qualified and EDCR doesn't want to go, we're taking the 2 that are remaining, which is Feinberg and Aquacord, and that means we will be adding a 3rd qualifier slot to the 2nd day of the qualifier. Remember that there's going to be 2 days of qualifiers for players with that were top 100 in phase points seasons 8, 9, or 10. I think it adds up to being like about 150 players or so. And that first day, May 23rd, is not going to change at all. It's still going to be a bracket type qualifier for all the players competing. And then on the 2nd day, that is still going to be the same like LCQ format that you're all kind of used to. but instead of 2 people going from that, we're now going to take 3 people from that qualifier. So, couple changes there. And also, one other thing that we want to focus on is that there was RSVPs. You want to RSVP to go. It is free entry, and we have gotten confirmation by the big boss Ludwig himself has said on Twitter and also to us, but has been publicly stated on Twitter that as long as you RSVP and you're there, you're at the venue, you've RSVP'd, you are going. You're gonna get in. So don't worry about like, oh my gosh, is the venue gonna have enough space? You're gonna go. You're gonna be there. So I know there was like an Andronicus tweet that was basically like, I don't want to drop $1,000 on a flight and then I can't get in. You don't have to worry about that. So that's really, honestly, super huge. Grateful thanks to Ludwig and his team because we've already had over 600 RSVPs, which is crazy, which is actually crazy. In the first hour, by the way, we don't have the updated numbers yet, but in the first hour, it was 600 RSVPs. You guys like broke the website. Actually crazy that you guys did that. So we're super grateful. We can't wait to be there. I will be there. Rose, I know you've said that you're going to do everything you can to go, which would be super awesome. So that's the updates we have. I just yapped a lot. I mean, Rose, do you have any thoughts on anything that I just said? I think it's really cool. I'm excited to see Feinberg and Aquaport at the LAN.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited. I'm also really excited for the LCQs next weekend as well. I think it'd be really interesting to see who's able to kind of grab those last few places. And I think the fact that we get to have 2 days back to back to give people the chance to be able to go, I think it's going to be really exciting. And yeah, hopefully I can be there and hopefully I can kind of see everyone there. But it's going to be amazing either way.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is what's going on. There's our nice little preamble to start the day. But we do have a match. We are playing Minecraft today. It is the finals. We're going to be doing 4 incredible matches, ending with a best of 7 grand finals. But first, EDCR versus Feinberg. Can we go to the player spotlight? Is that the capabilities, the powers that we have to see what these two players have in store for us? 5 seconds for real from Oliver, which is super cool. I mean, 2 very polar different players here. I think EDCR, very new gen. Feinberg has been around since like 1981. So I'm really excited to see what the playstyle kind of looks like for these 2 runners here. But I mean, I think overwhelmingly, Rose, EDCR is probably looked at here as a huge, huge favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been for the last, I think, 3 seasons. EDCR has been the number 1 seed or the number 2 seed. We talked yesterday about EDCR's win rate. You know, it is 74% from season 10. It's currently 80% this season. You know, has so many incredibly fast times, a really fast average compared to Feinberg there as well. And I think having watched EDCR over the kind of 2 days that he's played, he's just looked so strong. You know, this is the furthest he's made in a playoffs so far, and he just seems to have like something seems to have clicked for him in terms of his performance, and he's now kind of showing the exact same sort of skill and dominance that he does on the ladder, and he's now kind of able to replicate that into playoffs, which I think is pretty remarkable to see for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see this matchup. Like you're saying, EDCR has just been an absolute demon on the ladder here. But I think, especially in a best of 5 when you're going up against someone so many times, I think the experience that Feinberg has from playing this game for so long is something that really matters. And also, obviously, Feinberg hasn't had the strongest, I would say, finishes in MCSR ranked playoffs in the past in previous seasons, but neither really has EDCR. So their exact playoff resumes in that sense may not be the strongest, but Feinberg obviously has an absurd amount of tournament experience throughout his career and time playing MCSR. And EDCR, of course, is has a real case for being the best ranked player in the world right now, just period, full stop. So it's a very interesting matchup between these 2. And I think the thing that stands out to me the most, Rose, is just the average rank time for EDCR. I think like the only person that maybe has a faster rank time is like Infume or Dugile. Like a 9-10 average, especially across that many games with that win rate, is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's so his speed that he has, his top speed and the consistent top speed that he has. You know, the fact that he is, you know, 28 seconds faster than Fine's average time is kind of definitely a thing to look out for, as well as that win percent. Another thing that kind of stands out for me is they've not played each other very much. So obviously last season they only played each other 3 times, and all 3 times EDCR won. They haven't played each
Yeah.
other yet this season either, but they had played each other quite a lot in season 9, and I think it's EDCR had won 21 games and Feinberg won 15 games against each other. So they're pretty kind of they don't play each other very often just because of time zones. Obviously, EDCR is British, Feinberg is American, but obviously EDCR does have kind of a much higher kind of win rate against Feinberg, but it's
I'm
still close
I'm
enough, I
shocked they
think.
played that much in season 9. Like, that's actually really impressive.
Yeah.
Normally, like that sample size is actually quite good. And I mean, if I like again, look at AD Stars win rate. It's 74% right now. It's like 80% this season. In season 9, which was, I guess, it ended like the start of this year. So it is, I guess, a while ago now. But that win rate for EDCR against Feinberg was 58%, which is much lower than this 75, 80% that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, we don't want to count Feinberg out here either. We've seen with these with just purely relying on these seeds from the filter and we're not pre-checking them, that has allowed for a little bit more kind of non-linear play, and a little bit more kind of opportunity for different kind of decisions to be made. I mean, we saw EDCR send a 1-eye yesterday, and we've seen kind of a little bit of a slightly kind of less formulaic, I think, playoffs approach
Mm.
from the seeds and kind of how these runners are playing. So, and obviously the fact that they're both here in the semifinals, I think we can't count either of them out. And I feel like Feinberg's got some plot armor as well. Obviously he wasn't able to play last weekend because he was so unwell. Was able to, thankfully, thanks to Loki, they were able to reschedule. He played 2 matches yesterday. Both matches went to a game 5. He is able to kind of consistently be there at the top. And, this may be the furthest he's made. It's definitely going to be a close matchup between these two today. And I think the stats aren't kind of the only thing to kind of go off here. I think if we're looking at kind of the routes they've taken to get here, Feinberg is kind of very, very scrappy, I think.
I think plot armor is the perfect word for what has happened with Feinberg. But I mean, also, like, listen, the dude felt horrible for like 2 days. Like, that was like the Elo slingshot, but like in real life. So he's on the Elo, but at some point the slingshot has to end. So I don't know. Maybe it ends here with EDCR. I know EDCR wanted to play NHB. He said that in his interview yesterday. Doesn't get the chance to do so, but maybe tries to take revenge here for his friend. I don't know if we have the seed selection ready to go, but I would love to see what these players are potentially going to be playing on here, as we should be hopping into this game relatively soon. And look at that, we do. It's a Ruined Portal pick from EDCR, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think EDCR's setting the tone immediately, saying, I'm going to pick a seed that I just think I am way faster than you on mechanically, just ranked wise. I feel like this is my, my kind of home base here for EDCR, similar to how maybe a Temple is for Feinberg. And I think this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by this pick from EDCR at all. I think, he is a fast player. He knows he's on average he's faster than Feinberg. It's, normally a pretty linear overworld in terms of if it's obsidian completable, it's just a case of, grab your wood depending on what tools you need and you can just enter very, very quickly. So I think he wants to kind of go in first game, keep that momentum, not give him a chance to kind of fight back. And we saw EDCR yesterday 3-0 against Beef Salad, very kind of commanding lead that he had. So I think it's a pretty smart choice, I think, if you're EDCR.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Before we hop into this game as well, if you're on Twitch or YouTube, we have a pinned message to submit feedback. That's why you went to the scene, Oliver. You wanted me to talk about this. I get it now. We have a pinned message to talk about feedback. Also, check out, obviously, the World Championships link at mcsr.ludwig.gg. But we would love to hear your feedback. We've obviously seen a lot. We know this playoffs has had a lot of different things. We want to get your feedback as much as possible. On the form, when you click it, we've like detailed 2 sections. There's basically like a simple feedback form, which is basically just multiple choice questions. And then there's a detailed feedback form, with a lot of similar questions, but gives you the opportunity as well to write as much as you want. So we're going to look at as much feedback as we can over the next few weeks. Obviously, we have a pretty crammed schedule with the ranked team doing playoffs into Ludwig, into uh, just so much things happening. But we are very excited to take a look at it and do everything that we can to make it really awesome going forward. So go take a look at that. We want to hear all the feedback that you guys have, whether this is your first playoffs or your 10th or whatever. Anything is appreciated. So very cool with that. But we should be hopping in this game, Rose, pretty quickly with EDCR and Feinberg. Ruin Portal is the first seed. We've seen some pretty fast Ruin Portal so far. Do you want to have a prediction before we hop into this game here? The last prediction. I know you said on your bracket you have Feinberg going pretty far. Are you sticking with it here?
Yeah. I've had Feinberg winning on my pick'ems from as soon as the pick'ems came out. So I'm gonna stick with it, but I'm gonna say 3-1 to Feinberg. I think EDCR
3-1.
is gonna definitely get one seed at least, but I think I'm sticking with my instinct and what I put. It's not led me wrong so far, so that's what I'm gonna stick with.
I think EDCR is going to walk into this rank lobby and absolutely send Feinberg back to Mars. Like, I think EDCR is going to come in here 3-0, dominant fashion, show that the 3-0 against Beef Sal was no fluke, and walk into the grand finals as the most intimidating player in a while. Very excited to see what EDCR is going to be doing. I just think, like, EDCR looks so, like, EDCR yesterday against Beef Salad was one of the most beautiful displays of Minecraft I've just ever seen in my life. And it's just a level of dominance where I feel like it's clicked for him. You know, like the first couple seasons, it was really tough. Like he didn't really have it figured out in playoffs. Obviously, always had it on the ladder. But I think, as we've seen so far, any mental hurdle or anything, I think is gone. And I think he has a really nice path to the finals here against Feinberg.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I'm still sticking with what my heart says, but no, I think EDCR looks so strong.
Listen, I respect it. I mean, obviously, Feinberg's an incredibly talented player. He's proven himself to get to this far, no matter what. He's gotten himself here, and we're gonna see. It is a ruined portal, as the seed suggests, but there's also a village here, so it's gonna be interesting to see how these runners decide to play with that so close to the portal.
Yeah, and you can see EDCR beelining for the house there to grab at least one bed and able to use the houses to get your wood as well. And Feinberg as well grabbing some hay bales. So only kind of killed, I think, 1 or 2 sheep, but just grabbing that extra food as well. I think interestingly, EDCR not choosing to grab the hay bales, but just killing the sheep instead. But it's going to be, I think, entering very, very fast here as well. Yeah.
EDCR is going to be entering significantly faster than Feinberg here. Feinberg having a little bit of trouble with the crafting, but we'll be getting another about 10 seconds or so later. EDCR getting the spike for the Bastion. Looks like some pretty simple terrain here. Just has to climb a little bit, but notice as well, we're just getting height. This Bastion's actually very close, and it looks like a housing here for these runners. EDCR really trying to wide macro, get something down. Is going to get in the safe spot to grab the chest, has armor, and should be good to start a top-down route now.
Yeah. Interestingly, Feinberg kind of running straight, like didn't kind of take the time to check the chests and actually started the top down slightly faster than EDCR. I mean, they're pretty much at the same point now.
With the gold axe, so I think that was the big difference there to go for that, which makes a lot of sense with the gold axe. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that EDCR didn't go for that, but the way he was trying to play it, I think he was much more focused on trying to spot that fortress, knowing that there wasn't a great option to do so at the bottom of this housing. But definitely will give Feinberg a slight edge for right now, and because EDCR didn't get any of the information that he was really looking for there.
Yeah, not being able to see the fortress means now, you know, they're going to have to take the time to either continue to try and look from a different angle or to just have to use the pyre to find it.
Absolutely. Both players organizing their inventory here. Feinberg checking this bottom chest. The obsidian count row is not looking great for these runners. Only 8 on the side of Feinberg, and I think EDCR has even less. Yes, 6 for EDCR. Be surprised if they get 20 here from trades. Feinberg only at 11 with a half a stack of gold to go. EDCR realizing that they're definitely going to need to figure out something else here. And maybe EDCR did spot the fortress because no real pie chart coming out here. And that might be a big payoff for him over Fine here.
Yeah, just kind of throws a really good pearl hang and kind of very confidently. So must have seen something. I think he's going to check the manhunt chest now for that last obsidian. It's not in there. Both runners, I think, on 15.
Feinberg also checking these outer chests now. I mean, there's just basically one or two outer chests. Feinberg has the 20.
Feinberg finds it.
EDCR, I think, missed this chest. Didn't see it on the bottom. Was just going to this one first.
Yeah,
but,
and that means Feinberg's out first.
EDCR missed this chest. It's the one to his left. And he's just not going to it. There it is. Now he sees it. And now he's going to get the obby. But that allows Feinberg to get a huge edge because of... I'm really surprised. It had to be EDCR just not seeing that because, at least for me, and I feel like a lot of runners think this way, like, I would imagine the fastest thing to do is checking that bottom row of chests first. Obviously, manhunt first, then that bottom row, and then you work your way up. But EDCR kind of did the opposite, and I think that's just because he didn't see this.
Yeah, and that's kind of cost them the time now. You know, Feinberg, ahead on the spawn cycles, has already cleared out. He's already blaze bedded. So actually able to kind of make back the time there because he just found the chest faster than EDCR did.
And look at this change of pace for Feinberg. A lot of times yesterday we saw he would build his portal late or blind late, but already has the portal lit. Pre-craft's done with 2 rods only. So has a lot of time here compared to how he was playing the last couple days. But
and he's dead.
Throws, gets hit by a blaze, gets absolutely launched past all the soul sand, was on 3 hearts, maybe thought he would live. It would have been weird to throw a pearl because then you land on half a heart. Maybe you land on a weird spot of the basalt. Maybe you take some suffocation damage. Maybe you fall in a hole. Awkward. Tried to just hope that he would live from the fall damage. Not going to be the case, and EDCR is blinded.
Yeah. And just immediately, unfortunately, getting, as he dies again, I think maybe he's deciding to go for a slightly different... Yeah, he's grabbing blocks first. So realizing that he's not able to get back with what he has because it was a little bit far to get back to the fortress to be able to grab his things. But just really unfortunate that the blaze was able to knock him so far off into the basalt.
That was a pretty crazy knockback from the blaze, but also, I mean, it's just something you have to be aware of at this level. Feinberg knows that, of course, and it's just going to be something now where can't let it affect you. It's game 1 of a best-of-5 set against someone like EDCR. I mean, Feinberg has a very good mental for playing in so many tournaments. I'm not really worried about that for him, but EDCR really in the driver's seat now and is going to realize, of course, that Feinberg just hasn't blinded in this time and is going to realize that something went wrong.
Yeah, he's going to see Feinberg's progress still says he's entered the fortress, so he's going to hopefully kind of be aware, able to lure the wither skeletons through his portal there as well, interestingly. But I think he's just waiting for his last rod, which has dropped now. So he's out heading to Cords, whereas Feinberg still having gathered some blocks to make the run back, but it's not looking good for Feinberg now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a close blind as well. So this is like right there. EDCR is going to get a really fast time. We haven't even really talked about the pace, but this is a very high chance of being sub 8 here, assuming EDCR is going to build the portal soon. I mean, we could see the swapping of blocks around his inventory, his hotbar. Really impressive stuff. It's going to be about a 640 stronghold here for EDCR. Feinberg trying to get blocks for some type of run back here, but not going to be really lucky on the bed explosion. Only gets like 6 blocks from that. And now EDCR is in the stronghold, a real chance to set the tone here in this first game.
Yeah, I was going to say he seemed fairly confident there and just finds it straight away. And he's going to be entering the end here.
Not that many explosives, though. I mean, 6 apparently, but I think it's like 3-bed 3 anchor, which is like kind of weird. And it's caged, but also, if you're EDCR, you also probably realize you're probably fine. So 4-bed 2 anchor is like whatever. That's like, for EDCR, that's super easy, but not going to be able to go for the 0. Gonna go for the perch. Makes a lot of sense here. Feinberg, I mean, Rose, this would be, for Feinberg to win this perch race, That would take a lot here, I think. That would be a Herculean effort from Feinberg to win this perch race.
Yeah, and I think, with Max perch being,
Oh,
and I think the perch is there for EDCR anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Just a near instant perch. Good damage there.
Yvonne reviewed well. It's good.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for him there. Yeah, it's going to be EDCR taking the first seed. Yeah, unfortunate death for Feinberg there. Pretty valiant effort to make the run back, but yeah, just other than the slight mistake with not being able to find the obsidian, but a pretty good seed overall from EDCR there. He's looking really, really strong.
Absolutely. I think so as well. Just a quick little blunder in the Bastion. I mean, it's still a 343 Fortress. Like, that's just absurd. Really well played, especially in that second half. Really just smart to not go for the 0, not push anything. Played really smart with the nav. Really strong start from EDCR. And if you're Feinberg, I mean, you were holding your own. I mean, not even holding your own, Rose. You were ahead. You found the chest. You're in the fort. An unlucky death, but I think Feinberg's going to find a way to bounce back here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, something like that, those kind of things you can't really control. So, you're not really expecting to have a kind of knockback that significantly. And, as you've said, he's very experienced. He's going to take the time to think about, okay, this is what I did wrong. And then he's very quickly just going to be able to kind of move on from that. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue for him there.
No, absolutely agree with that. Do need to stall a little bit before we're hopping into this next game. I mean, it is Feinberg's seed pick here, Rose. Do you think there's any universe that it is not Desert Temple? Is there any world that it is not Desert Temple from Feinberg?
The only thing I feel like it could be, if not Desert Temple, would be Village. But I feel like if he picks anything other than Desert Temple, I'd worry that someone else is on his computer. I'll be honest, because I feel
that
like
would be true. I mean,
it's
it's
very much like his. Yeah.
The thought process is maybe you save Desert Temple because, like, this village, like, I don't know what the games are called, but it's like chain reaction. It's like car park, parkway, way something, whatever. Like, maybe this seed was a ruined portal and there was a village. So you pick village and you get a Desert Temple on the village seed, and then you still have your Desert Temple pick.
Okay,
why am I getting question marks? That's good. That's a good way to think about it. So
I feel like this is like the tweet that you posted, because I didn't understand the tweet that you posted yesterday either.
You don't understand the tweet? So, it's like a sports meme. No. It's like I don't even know how to explain it while not sounding absolutely like out of my mind, but like EDCR is looking at Feinberg on this bracket like it's chopped liver, bro. Like, it's just like, oh my gosh, this is great. I'm going up against this guy who's been around for so long. I'm the new gen. I know everything. Like, I'm gonna come in here and just absolutely wax Feinberg is probably what EDCR is thinking.
Okay.
Non-biased commentator, by the way. Love Feinberg. But I think EDCR, as we've seen in this first game, but I don't know. Like, that first game was actually crazy. Like, I actually can't believe that EDCR didn't see that chest. I actually cannot believe that EDCR didn't see that chest, because it's something that's so there, at least for me. Like, I mean, obviously EDCR knows the monkey chest and everything, but like having that little bit of like just a misplay there to, like, I guess probably like low render and worrying about piglins, like that could have easily costed him this first game. Like, really thinking about it, if Feinberg doesn't die.
Yeah, absolutely. It cost him about 20 seconds entering the fort. So if you don't have a death from Feinberg, there's not really, much potential for him to be able to kind of make that time back up. So potentially a little crack in the armor. If you're Feinberg, you're going to be thinking, okay, well, I was ahead going into the fort, so I played that better. So, even though he entered behind, he's going to know, okay, I did actually make up the time there. So, I think it's still all to play for. I think if we take the death out of the mix, I think, it was back and forth and it was close. So hopefully we're going to kind of see a little bit more of that from this next seed, which surely is going to be a Desert Temple.
Whoa,
oh my!
Whoa!
Okay.
Into my thought process. Genius. I'm
It's
so
gonna be
smart.
desert village with a temple behind it, and
I'm
yeah, I
so
mean,
smart. I promise we did remove Feinberg from all the production channels last season. I really do promise. But and maybe we forgot a voice channel. Maybe he snuck in here and heard my reasoning and was like, wow, that's really good. Like, I should do that. We actually haven't seen, we've seen actually a pretty fair split. I actually don't know what the split is for like rank. That'd actually be, someone should do that research. Someone probably has done that research of like, when you get a village seed, the chance of like each type of village that it is, I'd actually be really curious. I feel like plains and desert are actually much closer than people think. And I don't think we've seen like an acacia village or anything yet. I mean, Nerdy and Parker predicted it yesterday. I don't know why they would predict that. It's got to be like a 5% chance. But I think desert, like desert temple here is like at least like a 40% chance, I feel like.
potentially, like I like your thought process. You know, like it could happen.
Oh,
Okay,
a
maybe
jungle
wait.
village. Oh, of
Jungle
course.
temple, maybe. So you were kind of half right.
Yeah, I do see the desert
I
village up
think
here.
it is.
I should
Yeah.
take this a little bit more seriously. I do see the desert village up here. There's gonna be a blackmith. It's right there. This
There
actually
is
looks like
actually a
quite a
temple as
small
well.
village. Is there
There
actually? Oh
is a
my gosh, there
temple.
is a
Yes,
temple.
on
Wait.
Feinberg's screen.
Wait, that's awesome. He's not going for it though, so maybe
No.
not gonna be the play. I mean, obviously, in a real sense, there's no reason to ever go to a structure that's not the intended. Even though these seeds aren't filtered anymore, I mean, there's just no reason, especially when there's two blacksmiths on the seed as well. Like, that's, I guess, going to be the interesting bit here. Feinberg going for the aura play on the
Okay.
golem. I actually love this. This used to be like in 2020. Uh-oh. This used to be in like 2020, like the craziest thing ever, like the coolest thing to go for. And now I feel like it's actually not as hard as we once thought it was. Is there a third blacksmith, Rose? Because EDCR now has, there is a third blacksmith. EDCR has 3 diamonds.
Yeah, I think, or yeah, I think possibly, or I feel like he went to the same one that Fine went to, but obviously if Fine's only got 2 diamonds, then maybe not. Oh,
There's a third blacksmith. And Fiber just made a diamond sword. Why are we not checking the last blacksmith?
I think maybe he just didn't pick the extra diamond out of the like blacksmith that he went to. That's potentially.
So that's a play.
Yeah, I mean he was smart in luring the golem, but like towards the blacksmith. But I think maybe he just didn't grab, because they both have like loads of apples. So I think maybe he just didn't grab the things out of.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I mean, okay, so let's think about this. Like, okay, so not having a diamond pickaxe is actually not that crazy, because obviously most of the time in rank, like, you're gonna get your 20 obsidian, blah blah blah. It's like fine, but and like diamond sword could end up helping Feinberg, honestly, in the blaze split or something. Like, sure, maybe, but it's definitely not the correct play. If this bastion is like treasure or something, like EDCR is saving minimum like 15 seconds just on the route with the diamond pick here. So it's definitely kind of crazy, something to watch out for sure. And EDCR is also going to be in the nether first.
Yeah, and kind of sees the spike, a little bit of kind of weird terrain to be able to get there, but I think EDCR just had a much smoother overworld than Fine did, and you know, spots the bastion now. I can't quite see. I think it's bridge.
It's a bridge, so it's actually probably the best bastion, I would say. For, I mean, I've never really thought about this, but like off the top of my head, I'd imagine that bridge is probably the best for Feinberg in this case, because you're really just losing the time on the gold blocks mine, which might be somewhat significant. It might be like 4 or 5 seconds, but I don't think it's anything that crazy. Plus, you don't really have to worry about mining a crazy amount, but EDCR just hit a pig and is going to die. It doesn't matter. He just falls into the gold. It doesn't matter. And reset the whole seed resets. Or no, he didn't reset the whole. Wait, did he? Yeah, he did. He did.
He did. Yeah.
Full reset. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Because he was stuck in a. He was stuck in a 1x1 hole basically with 2 piglins. He was digging in and just. Yeah, that's. I mean, now it doesn't really matter so much about the diamond pickaxe potentially. If he's, you know, now he's about 3.5 minutes behind. So unless there is a death or a mistake from Fine here, it does take a little bit of damage on the bridge.
He
but
is technically 3.5 minutes behind, but I actually think like on this, he's probably realistically like 2, probably like 2 minutes behind, which is still a lot. But I mean, I don't know how you get back in it. I mean, Feinberg could get hit by a Blaze for 400 blocks again. It is double single bridge here. So maybe EDCR has like some crazy route that Feinberg doesn't know about that could save him some time. But Feinberg has a lot of pigs here for double single. It's also Crimson, so that's going to help out. I mean, that is a crazy death and just a wild situation that EDCR was even in. I don't even know why any of that happened. I'm going to need a full analysis.
He was digging into the bastion, but I don't really know how that ended up happening. I did also then, while half looking at EDCR's screen, there are 3 blacksmiths, so you were right. But I think because Fine was leading the Iron Golem to the second blacksmith, he never checked the third one, so he didn't get the extra
player checked
diamond.
The third. Yeah, I don't know what
EDCR did that time, but yeah,
he did.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
he did that time. Yeah, so. But yeah, I mean, Fine's got his Pearl Hang. He's going back to check his trades. EDCR still kind of getting ready to re-enter here, but got to be very, very frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, this is just a wild set. Like, we're a game and a half in. We've seen 2 deaths. It's the final. Like, this is the semifinals. Like, I don't know what is happening, but EDCR gonna try and get back in this game here. Feinberg still needs Obby. I mean, Rose, this diamond pickaxe actually might matter a good bit here.
It definitely could. No, he gets it. Never mind. Yeah, he grabbed the one backup block that was there. And Feinberg's dead. Feinberg's dead. Just okay. Just a bad pearl throw into the tree. I was not able to block clutch.
What is happening? What is going on? That's actually that's technically 4 deaths because Feinberg died twice on the first seed.
Yeah.
What is happening?
I don't know. EDCR struggling to get into the bastion here as well, taking more damage. I mean, for Fine, it's a little bit easier potentially of a run back because he didn't need to reset. He knows kind of roughly where he died. All of his stuff is going to be there. But definitely opens the door for EDCR to kind of come back here. I mean, Feinberg is going to know that something's happened to EDCR, but he's not going to know what exactly. So,
awesome.
I mean, this is playoff semifinals right now.
I mean, this is also like, I don't know how Fine is. I mean, I guess he's going to be able to get back. I'm assuming he knows where his Pearl Hang is here, but I mean, 8 blocks, 2 hay bales. You'd have to mine wood to get like a pick or something. We're just gonna drop. We're just fully dropping down.
Yeah.
So this isn't that bad for Feinberg, but I mean, God, what do you? How far back do you think EDCR is right now? Like 90 seconds. Also, this is just a triple. Yeah. So why didn't Feinberg go to the triple? Because I guess the lava didn't want to make a different hole. Like, I have no idea what's happening in this game. I actually just genuinely don't know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not as far behind. I think EDCR looked like he's got more pigs potentially. He's at the triple. I mean, Fine does see the fortress now, I'm pretty sure, on his screen. So not too much of a time loss, but it definitely cuts the time down for EDCR to kind of come back here.
Yeah, and this is now, like, Feinberg does have the diamond sword, so he's going to make up some time here. I mean, not really, just depending on spawn cycles, but it's at least something to keep in mind that'll make EDCR's life slightly harder here. But, like, I don't think this game is over. I don't think Feinberg has, like, a clear win. Like, he's maybe ahead by a minute, 70, 80 seconds, like, at absolute most, which is a lot at this point. But, I mean, we've seen that get completely obliterated in Stronghold Nav or going Accords or Perches. Like, anything can happen at this point. And I definitely don't think Feinberg is safely winning this game yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, EDCR is kind of on 19 obby, so almost about to leave. He's got the Pearl Hang. And he's out already. So Fine is getting ready to blind, but he's only got 1 rod. So there's definitely still, I think, potential for EDCR to make up the time here, definitely. It's far from over.
He's in the fort now. Feinberg only 2 rods and really straying off for that 1. Still activating the spawner the whole time, but going to take some time away from organizing the inventory. This also looks like a different spawner for EDCR. Has the beds ready to go. Also, something to keep in mind, gold pickaxes I'd be curious about. EDCR does have this one in his hotbar. I'm not sure if he has any others. Fine does not have the ability to make any other gold pickaxes here, but we've seen that be something that can really matter on a 0 or going to chords or anything like that. And EDCR does have the ability to make 2 more in his pre-crafts here. So that's another way that EDCR can get back in this game. But Feinberg, 4 rods now, probably going to blind, is going to do so. So still in the lead, but EDCR Rose is rapidly approaching.
Yeah, definitely. He's blinding now as well, or getting ready to as the next blaze cycle comes in. But yeah, it's the gap is closing, definitely.
600 block blind for EDCR. It's 800 for Fine. So it's closer for EDCR, but not that much. It's also pretty much entirely closed in for EDCR. Oh, no. When he blaze bedded, there's so much terrain now peeking out. Feinberg still needs 2 more rods. They both have about the same amount of explosives. And EDCR catching up on rods. Feinberg maybe like 30 seconds ahead on blaze cycles, I think.
Yeah, and after kind of deaths from both runners, it's almost kind of back up to being even. I mean, Fine's now just waiting for 1 rod, or is he? No,
it's got to be an error on the. It's got to be an error on the overlay. Yeah. That Fine has 5 rods, right? Like it just has to be. There's no way he's going and needs a 2-eye.
But he's got 8 eyes, and he only grabbed 1 rod there. That's the only.
Everything else is disappearing. Everything else is disappearing. The obsidian's going away. Does he actually need a 2-eye?
I don't think he realizes. I think he thought he only needed 1 more rod, and he
hears the spawner.
It's a 3-eye, so it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. And he realizes now that he didn't have the extra rod, but it means nothing.
No, this is not real. No, this is not real.
No way. This seed is not real.
Okay. I mean, this is a toughish 0. Feinberg's gonna get to 94. Kind of a weird setup here, but I mean, gets here. I cannot believe what we're watching. I can't. We are witnesses. Like, this is crazy. Should have this 0 all said and done. I mean, this double bet should kill. And Rose.
Yeah.
This is now tied 1-1 after a beautiful 12-minute performance where we sent a 2-eye after 2 deaths on this seed.
Yeah. He didn't even mean to send the 2-eye. You can see him pause as he gets into the portal. He crafts his eyes and realizes that he didn't have the amount of rods that he thought he did. I'm in shock. I don't know what to say. Wow.
So normally when Fulham asks for an analysis, he's like, yeah, I think I got something. Like, yeah, we could do an analysis here. Fulham, analysis, please. Please, analysis from Fulham. I mean, we're definitely gonna get him set up, but that will be happening. I mean, I don't even what is there even to take away from these splits? A 3-minute enter Bastion difference. EDCR brings it back within a minute in the Finding Stronghold split, but actually within 11 seconds Finding Stronghold. I mean, it's not a real split because the rods are different, but Feinberg just sent a 2-eye without even realizing it, and wow. This guy has. You said it, Rose. Like, he has plot armor. Like, I don't know what else to say.
He does. I don't know what to say. Like, and it's also the fact that you said Desert Village with a temple, and it was as well. Like, and there was 3 blacksmiths. Fine only checked 2. EDCR dies, then Feinberg dies, and I'm gonna need a long, detailed Fulham analysis for that seed.
Fulham,
wow.
Yeah, Fulham is ready. Fulham, take it away. Holy smokes! Tell us what's going on.
Okay, I've typed R in the production chat to say that I'm ready, but I don't know mentally if I'm ever going to be ready to try and analyze that seed. It's a.
That was insane.
That's an abomination of a ranked playoffs match. Season 10, 2026. 2 seeds in, and we've seen 4 deaths amongst those 2 runners. It is an abhorrent but beautiful showing of truly what this game could offer us. Now, in Seed 1, I wanted to really talk about the difference here in the fact that, Feinberg was able to find this obby chest. It allowed him to have that 20-second advantage going into the fortress. And I really wanted to talk about that, how that can really, make or break the seed. It really didn't end up mattering, did it? Feinberg didn't get out of the fortress by the end of it, but let's talk about it nonetheless. So, as we were saying, Feinberg comes here, and one thing that I want to note is that he has not pearl hung. He has not set his render distance down to 2, which is something that EDCR did. So maybe with that reduced render distance, he was really struggling to find where that obsidian was and couldn't find exactly, find this secret Mungie chest. As Feinberg's able to notice this part right here on the basalt, this little generation here shows that there's going to be a chest just behind. And obviously he beelines straight towards it, checks it, and finds the required obsidian, getting him up to 20, allowing him to leave the bastion and enter the fortress 20 seconds before EDCR. And then all of that advantage got entirely nullified by the fact that we got knocked off the fortress by a blaze and died. And this was the first death of the seed, of which there were 2. It is, admittedly, some pretty wild knockback. He is on Soul Sand, and that does mean that you do take a little bit less knockback than normal. And you could say it's unfortunate, but he's at the apex of his jump, and given the fact that happens and that interaction with the blaze melee, he's going to get knocked back quite a lot. It's a little bit wild that he got knocked back so far, and it's a little bit wild that he didn't go for a pearl clutch on 3 HP, but obviously leaving yourself on half a heart is not something that you always want to do, and he does end up dying, taking another death after instantly beelining back to the nether to reset, but EDCR was able to take that first seed. And then seed 2 happened. So, yeah. Do we want to talk about... I don't... So let's start off in the desert village, right? Starting off in the desert village, looting the first blacksmith, being like, oh, boom, okay, 2 diamonds, got my iron pickaxe, so what am I going to do here? I know I need to kill the golem so I can grab a bucket and a flint and steel, so let's grab the golem. I can aggro the golem. Notice I don't have any blocks, so you know what? I'll aura farm and I'll kill the golem without pillaring up. It's a technique that you can do. It's a little bit risky, but I like the play. It's a little bit fun. I actually quite I enjoy it, right? It's pretty cool. We take a little bit of fall damage here. Dropping down, the golem goes on top of the blacksmith, and he was like, oh, wow, hey, look at this. It's another blacksmith. I didn't even know this was here. Maybe I don't even have to kill the golem now. Let's have a look at the chest. Goes and checks the chest. So 3rd diamond. Now, I think that there's been a lot of debate at the top level as to whether a diamond pickaxe or an axe is better. And by debate, I mean very, very one-sided. If you're making a diamond axe, I think you might be stupid. But the vast majority of people are at least going to grab that 3rd diamond and then choose to make that diamond pickaxe. Feinberg, however, doesn't. And had the option to, and had the full knowledge that he had to in his inventory. Okay, bear in mind, you're a little bit stressed. An Iron Golem is chasing you. Sure, there's a little bit of the playoffs nerves are there as well. It's early in the morning. You can make as many excuses as you want, but that is a out-and-out misplay from Feinberg that he just didn't notice. And then EDCR went to the bridge. And EDCR went to the bridge bastion and tried to dig down on the terrain and opens it up to 2 angry pigs. Unfortunately, as he's here trying to mine out another block, he actually hits that piglin. Meaning that even though he has gold in his inventory and he can drop that gold, the piglin that he hit is going to stay aggroed. So unfortunately for him, no matter what he does in this scenario, he can't get out. Equally, look in his inventory right now, no boat pre-craft, which is something that I really wanted to bring up because a boat may be able to help you out of this situation by jumping, placing the boat above on the terrain, and then getting into that boat, leaving both pigs in that 2-block deep hole. But with no boat in the inventory, there was nothing he could do. And he was resigned to the fact that he was, in fact, dead. Even after dropping the gold, there was nothing he could do. Resets the world and starts again from scratch. But Feinberg wanted to give him every single chance and opportunity to get back in this seed by throwing a little pearl hang, reducing his render distance down to 2, and when leaving, after throwing that pearl, raising his render distance once he had that 20th obsidian, which he grabbed just here after killing this piglin, raises his render distance, and lands on the side of a tree with 7.5 hearts. something that people may not have realized is that he did actually attempt to throw a pearl. And I'm going to show you that in his inventory right here. 16 pearls. Notice that he switches to that last slot and does throw one. But unfortunately, because of the terminal velocity he was falling at, wasn't able to hit the ground with the pearl before he did. A little bit unfortunate, but also little bit of maybe uncle reactions right there. You know, he's one of the oldest players in the bracket. Probably just going to have a slightly slower reaction speed. You'd never want to put this guy on an AWP if you're playing on Dust 2. So, it is 2 seeds in. It is 1-1. I don't know what to predict is going to happen next. I truly, I don't think I would have seen there being 4 deaths in the semifinals of a ranked playoffs in 2026. But we've already seen that, so who knows what's going to happen. I'm not going to try and predict it. You guys go crazy with the predictions. I'm going to send you back to Curry and Rose.
Thank you, Fulham. So, just in case you thought the 2 seeds that have happened so far weren't crazy enough, because I just don't know what's happening. We're currently in a pause because Feinberg spilled Gatorade all over his setup. So, I don't know what that means for us, but we're going to be here for a little bit. I know Rose has a story that she's really excited to tell that I'm sure is going to be really normal.
Yeah.
So Rose, why don't you just take it away until we get told that something is happening in the Minecraft space?
Okay, so obviously I told my ant story last week, and from telling the ant story actually reminded me of an even wilder thing that happened to me. So this is quite a few years ago now, is when I was living with one of my really close friends, and one evening we're just sitting in the living room, we're just chilling, and then we just hear this like scratching sound. And I look at her and I'm like, do you hear that? And they're like, I think so. And I was like, it kind of sounds like a rat. But like, bear in mind, we're on like the 2nd floor in like apartments. So I was like, there's no way there's like a rat in the kitchen. Like, there's like, how would the rat have got into the building? Like, we don't, like, there's no entry point. So they were like, okay, I'm gonna check. And I was like, okay, you do that. And I like hide behind the sofa because I was like, I don't want to see. And they open the like cupboard under the sink, and then like she screams and she's like, oh my god, it's a rat. And I'm like, there's no way it's a rat. And they're like, yeah, it's a rat. And I was like, oh my god. So this is at like 10 o'clock at night as well. So we're like, what do you do? So we like call the landlord. And the landlord's like, what have you done that you've got a rat? Like, we'll send pest control, but we can't do anything about it now. So then we like panic and kind of like we like duct tape all the cupboards up, and we're like, we just have to go to bed and we just have to like leave it for now, and we'll deal with it like tomorrow. But like we
fun.
like go to bed. Yeah. We go to bed and we come back. Then like the next day she goes to work and she's like, calls me and she's like, I need you to check if the rat is still there. And I'm like, I don't want to check if the rat is still there. So while on the phone, I go and I like open the door into the living room and
pause. Cliffhanger right there, because now we have a story for the next tech pause. It's
true
cliffhanger for the next tech pause. Is the rat still there? We'll literally never know. Oliver, take us to the seat selection screen. Because Feinberg's stupid, and literally as soon as we like, oh, we need a stall, I go to his stream. He's legit doing like practice. He's practicing, so I don't know. Anyway,
it's fine.
Now we have the story ready for when Feinberg spills something else on his keyboard. Who knows? Anyway, EDCR picks Desert Temple because I don't know. I guess that makes sense at this point. I mean, EDCR is going to be more up to date on the TNT Bastion routes. But Feinberg's not going to be upset about this at all, I don't think.
No, I mean, we know we were expecting Fein to pick Desert Temple on the previous seed. We know this is an overworld that he's really, really familiar with, really comfortable with. But obviously, as you say, EDCR pretty familiar with the kind of more up-to-date TNT Bastion routes that we've started to see be developed. Whereas, Feinberg is perhaps, less kind of used to using those kind of strats. But Desert Temple works well for are kind of like decision-based players, because you have a lot of things that you need to think about. There's a lot of things to manage. We saw yesterday in Feinberg's game against Loki, the way he managed his food and his golden apples was able to save him a lot of time, because he wasn't having to worry about hunger resetting. So depending on the amount of rotten flesh you get in a temple seed, if you get golden apples, that can play a really key role as well as if you're looking for your flint, your enter, and so on. So we're going to kind of see that now, hopefully. Lava pool very close, but I don't see a river. So
I think there was a river right behind them, so I think they're going to be okay. I was just thinking lava pool galore. Like, they have so many to choose from here. Feinberg is, I just like can't believe it. So he said in his match chat, quote, "If I lose, it's because there isn't a year of grime on this mouse pad and my mouse is too fast." So he has a new mouse pad that he's using now. And I guess that's a good W cope.
Yeah. No, it's good. Get the excuses out early just in case. I think the trees are quite far here. Okay, not too far. There is another lava pool right next to the river. So actually pretty nice overworld. They have got a golden apple as well, so depending when they choose to use that, or when they have to use that, can also be quite important here. And Feinberg messes up his TNT for the gravel as well, so that's going to cost him a little bit of time.
Yeah, EDCR getting that now. I think already blew up trees, so that's why EDCR looked a little bit behind, but didn't get that much wood from it, so probably going to have to blow up another tree here, or at least mine a couple more logs. I really like the stone sword pre-craft coming out from EDCR, something we're seeing some top level runners do. He is going to grab a couple more logs before heading on over to the lava pool, and is also going to kill a cow on the way. I mean, a little bit surprising. I mean, it is literally right on the way, but we've seen that be a bit of contention amongst top runners of like, how much food am I grabbing, if any, on Desert Temple seeds. I actually really like when runners do grab like that one cow in the way. Feinberg doesn't have that, EDCR does, and we'll see how that affects the nether here.
Yeah, a little bit shaky, I think, on the crafts as well for Fine. Potentially the mouse pad there coming into play, but he is going to be entering just a little bit behind EDCR here. I think he sees the Bastion, but I'm not 100% sure. At least he's very confident on the direction that he's going.
Yeah, very confident here. It's very open terrain as well. Feinberg looks to be going some different terrain. Still going to end up on the same spot, but it is a bridge, which is fun with TNT because you just get to blow up the chalice. So that's really cool. Yeah. Triple on the left that EDCR is going to see. Triple on the right as well, I believe. Not 100%. Couldn't see that well, but going to be blowing up the chalice, and we'll have his pick of where he wants to go here.
Yeah, and still just ahead here. Trying to, basically going for Sug, yeah. But maybe like 5 seconds ahead at this point, potentially. Maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, about that. I mean, I haven't seen the fort yet. EDCR, again, was wide macroing for it. I didn't see it from him. A lot of Piglin's going to go in the auto funnel here. Feinberg probably going to set that up as well here. Yes, he is. He's looking pretty good here himself, but EDCR still comfortably in the lead for now, and is going to go to the other side and check the obsidian.
Yeah, both runners now got their pigs set up and trading, but yeah, EDCR kind of both runners looking for the fort at the same time as well. So neither of them saw it on that nice long kind of run up to the Bastion, but really, really close here. Just a little bit behind for Feinberg here.
Yeah, just a tad. Let's see what the obby count is going to be for EDCR. 19 at the moment, but has that last gold block to trade, getting a pearl hang off here. Still has the stake as well in his inventory. It was only 1 from the cow, but still going to be helpful for pearling here or for 0 later on, etc. F5 crafting. Not sure if there was a strategy behind that besides looking really cool, but I liked it. And at the spawner here, Feinberg should be leaving soon, just waiting on that last piece of obby, gets it, and is going to raise his pearl hang now.
Yep, so again, still just very, very close, but still EDCR just in the lead here. Oh, it does have a blaze spawn on him, which does kind of interrupt him mid kind of TNTing the spawner. but not too much of an issue.
Makes sense. EDCR building out now. Feinberg blowing up the spawner. Does blow up a blaze, but is potentially able to get the rod if it dropped, but it might have been blown up by some other TNT as well. Has some strays in the distance, but it's not going to be anything worth going for at the moment. EDCR is going to keep a slim lead so far, but going to come down to how far this measurement is for both runners. Going to come down to how they play this endgame out.
Yeah, and Fine still without any rods there, so must have obviously lost the one from his TNT on the spawner, which could cost him a little bit of time here. 4 rods for EDCR, only 2 for Fine so far.
Yep. EDCR blinding now. See how far this measurement is. 4 rods only, though.
Does have
It
to
is
throw
really
2 eyes.
far, though. 2,000 blocks away. So what this is really going to come down to here is how they manage this terrain going all the way to the stronghold for these runners. I mean, that is really far.
Yeah. And there's, I think, a lot of kind of different options you can take here. We've seen terrain decisions come into play in a number of games so far this playoffs. And also, depending on how they manage food and the damage that they take, are they going to use the golden apple to be able to pearl further to get to the terrain, or are they going to save it so that they don't have to hunger reset? It's going to be interesting to see kind of what decisions they make, as I think EDCR just waiting for 1 rod. I think Fine waiting for 2.
Yeah, just gonna
But
be waiting
he's looking
here.
around. Fine is really looking to see his terrain options a lot more than EDCR has been, I think. He is going to go for this stray here. Doesn't drop anything, but he takes the advantage of that to be able to, to throw a good pearl hang there as well. EDCR is on 6 rods now, so he is leaving. Takes a stray shot from a skeleton there, so does have to eat his golden apple. But Feinberg dealing with a skeleton.
Nicely for EDCR.
Yeah.
I mean, still needs 1
Okay.
more.
A little bit of
Good
a kind
W
of shaky moment there. Yep.
Feinberg's still having to wait. I mean, we know EDCR killed 19, so Feinberg still has to kill probably 3 more to be able to leave here. And that is definitely going to matter. EDCR getting close to cords here, actually just on them. So he's going to build the portal on the Bastion, which is always fun. And we'll see where this puts them. Should be pretty standard here. Yup. Like some spike there, maybe. Not a huge fan, but is going to commit.
Mm-hmm.
Has some light. It's a library, but there's the portal room past it. Feinberg close now, but I don't think it's going to be enough. EDCR going to be able to enter the end with a commanding lead.
Yeah, Feinberg did get to cords a lot faster than EDCR. I think he had a really good pearl hang there.
It's a tough 0. Going to be universal offset here, but so many explosives for both of these runners. Going to be completely fine here. EDCR standing on the exact perfect block. It'd be pretty surprising if this dragon flew. It's not going to. It's going to be a great double bed for EDCR. And maybe we'll even finish off with a 3+2 here. Just so slightly off. It's going to finish it there. And that's going to be 2-1 EDCR. A bit of a normal seed after whatever we watched in the first 2. That is much more up to pace. And a really nice job from EDCR there to finish this one off.
Yeah. Just a lot kind of faster entering, a little bit less shaky as well. Feinberg had a little bit of a few just kind of shaky moments with the crafting. And yeah, I think, EDCR is definitely pulling out all the stops here as he takes it to match point.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at this splits here, Feinberg just never really was able to get a handle on this one. But I mean, again, W Cope, he had one warm-up seed with his new mouse pad. Maybe feels good going into this next one here. EDCR, one game away from making it to the grand finals. I mean, Rose, we haven't really talked about the prize pool. This is technically a $1,500 game of Minecraft here, because winner of this is guaranteed second, and second gets $1,500. So winner of these games gets guaranteed $1,500 with a chance to win $3,000. So a lot at stake here for these runners. And also, because the prize pool isn't getting paid out of Feinberg's pocket anymore, he actually could win money instead of like just having to pay other people less. So on the line for both of these runners here going into the seed 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And, if you're EDCR, you know that, from that seed, very kind of normal, no shenanigans. So you were going to be feeling pretty confident now. It's match point. You had, you were ahead throughout the whole seed. And he just played that really, really well, really confidently. So I think, now with Feinberg having to pick the next seed type, I think it's going to be interesting what he goes for here, because I think he's only really got the choice between Ocean or Ruin Portal, and you're probably not going to want to pick Ruin Portal against EDCR if you have the same kind of seed that you've just had.
But I actually think Feinberg will pick Ruin Portal, because I don't think Feinberg likes going Ocean. I really don't think Feinberg likes going Ocean. So I think out of two bad choices, he's going to take the least bad one, maybe. I don't know. I mean, maybe Feinberg goes like BT here. It wouldn't shock me, but I think he's probably going to pick Ruin Portal. I think Shipwreck is like completely off the table. I don't see Feinberg taking Shipwreck here. I think that EDCR is going to be much more comfortable on that. We're going to see literally right now, it is Ruin Portal. So, I mean, not a lot of other choices there for Feinberg that he wanted to go to, and is going to take his chances. I mean, there's some weird stuff that can happen on Ruin Portals. Feinberg, deceptively fast sometimes. I mean, maybe has some tricks up his sleeve here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think also, if we think back to seed 1, if we kind of ignore the previous 2 seeds, but if you think back to seed 1, Feinberg was ahead going into the fortress on seed 1. He obviously took his unfortunate death to the blaze, but he was able to make up the time. So I think, as you say, he doesn't prefer the kind of ocean seeds. So, and if you've got a Ruin Portal overworld that's just like a little bit different to the norm, if you've got to do kind of lava completion, or if you've got another structure, like we saw, we had a village in the first seed, then that could potentially open up the door. And, Feinberg's been, having a couple of fast times lately. This season he's got a 6:08 on a Ruin Portal, which I think is faster than EDCR's top time. So, he's definitely a runner who does have that pace. So I think, of the options that he had available to him, I think this is the smartest one to go for. And it's, as we've seen so far already in this series, anything can happen. So, it's definitely far from over as we head into match point for EDCR.
It is match point. The Ruin Portal's right there. It is going to be Obsidian completable. EDCR, after never making it out of the first round, has a chance to make it to the finals if he just wins one more seed. Meanwhile, Feinberg trying to keep this magical run of his alive. No iron pickaxe for either runner, but the gold pickaxe will be really nice for now. EDCR going to get to the stone first. And, I mean, this should be a pretty quick enter for these runners here. Feinberg going to grab one more cobblestone for a shovel. EDCR is not going to care about that. And the 21 nuggets, Rose, is going to make it so that they're not just relying on this, 3 iron chest that's guaranteed in the Bastion. They could find just a couple nuggets in one of them and still be able to craft an iron pickaxe and start a route.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that adds a little bit more of a kind of disruption to your Bastion route as well, depending on the Bastion that you have. If they enter and it's a bridge, you are kind of wasting more time, you having to go to the, almost opposite side to where the chalice is, to where your gold is. Whereas if it's something like a stables or a housing and you find the iron straight away, it doesn't really disrupt it too much. So depending what we see, as EDCR is going to be the first one into the nether here, whether that's going to make much of a difference.
So really close Bastion, and it looks like a housing here for EDCR. Going to break in to get this single chest first, block off the piglin, play really safe. No iron. Feinberg going to ignore it completely. Going to play a little bit more risky / aggressive here. not waste any time. That double chest is going to be enough for the iron pickaxe. So now, even though he entered slower, I don't think he's going to go back to check that chest. I think he's just going to send it here. I mean, he has 12 obsidian already and now all of a sudden, Rose, Feinberg's going to take the lead. And that's huge going into this housing bastion, which is usually very linear.
Yeah, and EDCR, going for that single chest there, if there's iron in there, it could be the right play, but in this scenario, it wasn't the correct play, and Feinberg is going to be ahead starting the route here. We didn't see the fortress as they entered, so you can see them starting to adjust their pie chart to be able to find that, but yeah, that could be the slight edge that Feinberg needs here.
Absolutely. Gonna be going for this route here. Something that's not often talked about is the ability to metagame in these games. Feinberg talked about it in his interview yesterday, how he really likes focusing on player advancements and stuff. He's going to know that EDCR got War Pigs first, but also realize that he did not get acquire hardware. So wondering if that could be, he could be thinking maybe EDCR is going to go for that first chest, and realizing that it doesn't have like acquire hardware or anything, Farmer's going to skip it there, try and keep pace. Could be something going through his head. Could just be random, but something to keep in mind with the advancements for both of these runners, because at the highest level, they are acutely aware of what the other player is doing in the game.
Yeah, and a really, really big pearl hang from EDCR actually means that he is going to be leaving first, because he took the time while he was waiting for the last of his trades to kind of push a little bit further out onto the soul sand, and had a really, really nice first pearl out, and he's going to be at the fortress first because Feinberg's wasted a little bit of time getting stuck in the lava here.
A lot of strays here for EDCR as well. Nothing on the screen for Fine. Actually does get 2 here, but not going to be the same amount of EDCR. And this is a very fast seed. I mean, we're in the fort. 340. Fine looking for spawner here and gets it first. And that could be huge because EDCR hasn't seen it yet and is in a completely different part of the fort. Rose actually in the bad part of the fort. So, yeah, I was going to say, even though EDCR got strays, it gets actually 4 more. So, I mean, maybe it's not going to matter that much that he hasn't found a spawner yet, but if these rates are really bad, Feinberg is in a better spot here, I think, but there's 3
There's
more.
more strays. There's more strays, so it doesn't matter. So, I mean, EDCR's on 3 rods now. Fine is still on 1. So if more of these strays drop, then it might not matter at all. He's on 4 now. Only needs 2 more rods. Fine needs significantly more. 5 for EDCR. Just completely different fortress. Yeah, and that's 6. So it doesn't even need to worry about the spawner at all, and he's going to be blinding.
Absolutely unreal. Feinberg 3 rods behind. I mean, EDCR, we know, killed 5 more blazes than Feinberg did, so is not going to get it off of just this cycle. Going to have to wait for 1 more entirely, which might just be the nail in the coffin for Feinberg here, depending on the stronghold map and the rest of the game. It is about a 1,500 block blind, which is not the closest, but definitely better than the last seed. And EDCR is going to be able to fully leave right now, and Feinberg's going to be stuck here still in the fort.
Yeah, and he's got a much better position to leave from as well from EDCR. He was, a lot higher up, not as enclosed as the spawner that Fine is on. So he's actually been able to take really nice kind of clear terrain to where he needs to go, whereas Fine is kind of looking for the best angle to send his pearl hang. EDCR is going to be, I think, pre-crafting here, but I think he's going to, make a gold pick as well to just make getting to these chords a little bit faster. But tries to do a boat crawl and messes it up. Does get it on the second time, but that does buy a couple of seconds for Fine here. But it looks
Feinberg
like
is out now in this
much...
terrain. We saw Feinberg make up so much time on terrain last seed, but here, especially without a gold pick, it's going to be pretty hard for him, especially with EDCR building the portal now. Feinberg still has a good bit of a way to go, trying to lower his render to see any C value, but not seeing anything that he's really happy with. Meanwhile, EDCR in the stronghold, where's the spike going to be? Has something that he likes that direction. Going to try and go down to find it. Is this the portal room for EDCR? Yes, it is.
It is.
And now is fully in the driver's seat for this game.
Yeah, and he's, Fine is now building, but, he's on very, very low health as well. But EDCR is going to be the first one into the end, and it's all going to come down to making sure he hits the 0.
front 85. I mean, Rose, you can't ask for much better of a 0 for EDCR. Gonna push it pretty high, though. Has a lot of explosives. Purposely did this, like, kind of early, but should be fine. Only went to 97 on 99, but is totally fine. Fully charges the anchor, and that's going to be it. EDCR, someone who we've all known has this potential to make it to finals, has got to be feeling great here. Finally gets across the hurdles, beats Feinberg after a crazy Cinderella run from him, and is going to be our first finalist today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, EDCR has just been playing so well this playoffs. You know, so deserved. I mean, we've known that he has been an absolute demon on the ladder. So being able to see him now kind of have such a really dominant run as well. You know, 3-1 in the first round, a 3-0 against B Salad, now 3-1 against Feinberg. And he's going to be playing either Infume or Aquacord in the finals as well. And you can see there where he just made up, you know, significant amount of time in the fortress. You know, Fine was so close behind, and then EDCR just able to play those strays so well and get the rods that he needed, and also the position that he was in just allowed him to have much better terrain to be able to get to the stronghold. He entered first and yeah, just played the seed really well.
I mean, we're not even really mentioning it. A 7:21 is crazy fast as well.
Yeah.
To close the seed out here. Really nicely done from EDCR. And I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the seed there. The strays really ended up being a big moment there for EDCR. But I mean, played for it, lowered render early on into the fortress, got what he needed, and played amazingly throughout these 4 seeds. Besides whatever was going on in seed 2, which we'll just chalk up to, you know, it happens. There's always some of those seeds every playoffs. And it was a fun watch, but EDCR did an amazing job here and is a very deserved first finalist for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And really happy for EDCR as well. You know, he's not had the kind of best like first 2 runs into playoffs, being out in the round of 16 both times. So I think it's really nice to see him heading towards the finals now, and I really look forward to the matches that we have coming up with the finals. I think, you know, he's on excellent form, ignoring seed 2. He is on excellent form. So I'm really looking forward to the finals.
Absolutely. We will be having an interview shortly with EDCR. We're getting all the tech stuff for that situated, sorted, seeing what we can do there so that I'm not camera delayed and that we get to do it actually on the correct program instead of Discord, because otherwise it's going to be a little scuff. But we'll see how it goes. We'll get EDCR in here. I'm just excited to just ask him how he's feeling. Like, it's just got to feel good, you know, to finally get over that hurdle. And, you know, no one wants to see someone who we know has the ability to be so great stumble a bit, and being able to really perform this playoffs has been just an absolute joy to watch. And for Feinberg, Rose, I mean, what a run. Like, you say what you want, but it'll definitely be remembered. It'll definitely be remembered as someone who's watched Feinberg for way too long and seen him dominate so many different formats. It was cool to see him make it all the way to the final day here, and really hold his own through a lot of different elements. So shout out to Fine, and good job today, trying his best through whatever happened with his mouse pad. I don't know what he did, but yeah, good job.
Hey, he's got a good excuse now, because he had obviously the mouse.
It's a great excuse. It really is like a great 5D chess play from him.
Yeah, and he does get to play again today. We do get to see him in the 3rd place match. So
that's true. You know, I actually totally forgot that we have 3rd place matches.
Yeah,
that is totally true.
Yeah,
Feinberg could still win some money. Could go to the 3rd place match. I mean, what a world that would be if the 3rd place match was like Infume Feinberg. That would be a crazy game.
Yeah, that would be.
Who knows? I mean, next up will be Infume Aquacord. We have gotten word that, as everyone really loves, you will be getting my delayed camera, and the quality will be syncing for the next 5 minutes or so. So don't write any comments. Let's focus on the interview with EDCR, who did an amazing job, and we're going to get that sorted. Literally, I'm assuming right now. So I'm going to do this, and we're good to go. Oh. We're going to be swapping over momentarily here for the interview. EDCR is basically ready. And by EDCR being basically ready, I mean Oliver is basically ready. And then we'll be good to go. But yeah, I'm excited. It's always fun to interview these players after this happens, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Did the rat escape the cabinet?
Um, well, I don't want to. Like, I feel like we don't have that much time for me to explain
Okay,
the
never mind
next
then.
part of it.
Never mind then.
We
It was a
have to
good
wait.
first time chat message though. No, it was a good first time
Oh,
chat
is
message.
that what someone said? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I
No,
feel like
listen,
no.
it's
We
fine.
gotta
I'm
save
sure.
it. We
I'm
gotta
sure there'll
save
be
it.
other things we can stall for. I'm sure there'll be other things we can stall
Yeah.
for. Or listen, W stream promo for yourself if you want to hear the rest of the story and we don't get to it today.
True.
Oh, I guess you have to go check out Rosebeam's Twitch. Oh no, what a disaster! Like, oh my gosh,
Right, that's
like that'd be
true.
awesome. There you go.
And these
So
kind of things
we'll see.
always happen to me. I always have these kind of situations happen to me. So
I really have only known of you for like known you for 2 weeks, and I feel like you have an animal story like every other day. Like it's actually pretty impressive that this keeps happening to you.
Yeah. Yeah. There's more as well. I had a mouse in my classroom when I was teaching as well. That was a good one. That was
That's
fun.
good.
The student was like, "Miss, there's a mouse in here," and I'm like, "No, there isn't." I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then and she was like, "Yeah, it's in the corner here. Like I can hear it." And I was like, "You're just lying to me." And then we go over and she moves the box and there is a mouse. So that was fun. Having to
That
deal with
sounds
that. I obviously,
so awesome.
yeah,
That
I
sounds
went and
so
got a more
awesome.
adult to deal with it because I was like, I can't deal with it.
So you know what? Based on what Oliver just said to us, Rose, finish the story.
Okay, so it's the next day. My friend is on the phone to me, and they say you have to go and check if the rat is still there before we can sort out like pest control or whatever. And I'm like, okay, fine. So I open the door to the living room and I make like direct eye contact with the rat. And I scream. And I slam the door to the living room and I'm like almost crying in fear because I'm like, how has it escaped? Like it's just right there in front of me. But what I did notice when I made the eye contact with the rat is that the rat is like not the rat isn't. I'm trying to think what what I'm trying to say. The rat wasn't like it wasn't all brown. It was brown and white. So then I was like, oh my god, it's someone's pet rat. So someone's pet rat has escaped and got into our flat. But like no one's allowed any pets in the building, like as a first note. But I'm like, okay, so like what do we do? So she was like, okay, don't worry, like I'm gonna bring Joe with me after work. Joe is like this like the toughest like lighting guy ever. Yeah. And so she was like, me and Joe are gonna come after work and we're gonna catch this rat and it's gonna be okay. So I spend the rest of the day hiding in the bedroom with the door shut, like sat on the bed in like pure fear. And she comes home from work and she goes into the living room. And I hear like a shout, and then I hear like the biggest laugh of my life. And it turns out that our escaped pet rat was actually a hamster. So someone's pet hamster had escaped and found its way into our flat in through like the vent for the dryer. So I spent the whole day basically crying, hiding in fear of a hamster, not a rat. Yeah. So and then we made him a little like temporary home, gave him some food, gave him some water, and then handed him over to the animal shelter. And I do believe he was later reunited with his owner.
Incredible.
Yeah.
A happy ending.
Exactly.
Phenomenal stuff. Yay. Yeah. Well, guess what? We stalled enough. Oliver's ready to bring EDCR in here, and we could talk to EDCR about the wondrous game that just happened. Whenever that transition happens, which will be soon. EDCR, congratulations. You've made it to the finals. What is going through your head, dude? You gotta be super excited.
Yeah, I'm really happy to make it this far. I started off kind of shaky in the games against Feinberg, but like I found my rhythm and I started winning. So I'm really happy about that.
Amazing. Yeah. I mean, talk to us. I mean, seeds 1 and 2 were kind of just all over the place from both perspectives. I mean, I'm assuming you probably figured that Feinberg died in seed 1, you died in seed 2, and Feinberg also died in seed 2. How do you kind of like And then you had like the Feinberg spilled stuff on his keyboard, Gatorade incident, all that. Like, how do you even go through that as a player? Like, what's going through your mind through the pauses, through the deaths? Like, how do you keep yourself composed?
Well, it was definitely really scuffed. I don't know. I kind of just tried to use that time to focus up, like prepare myself mentally for the next match, make sure I'm as ready as I can be.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. It worked out really well for you. You did exactly that, winning in the next 2 seeds. I mean, Rose, what do you got here?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, obviously, congratulations. It's actually been so nice to see you playing at like the level that we know that you can play. The one thing that I wanted to ask you about was on that last seed, you played. I've never seen so many strays in a fortress before. But I was just wondering, kind of, I think your just the thought process of when is it a good time to try and play for strays, when is it a bad time to play for strays, because sometimes obviously in your case it worked out perfectly, but in other cases it doesn't work out. So I was just wondering, kind of like, how do you go about making that decision?
Well, that was pretty much a perfect fort for strays. Like it was complete. There was no terrain around, so all the mobs had to spawn on the fort. Like it was a full lava lake. Also, the biome is taken into account. Like Sosan Valley is definitely the best biome for strays, and Crimson is definitely the worst. I think it was Never Wastes biome there, which is like pretty good. So I just decided to play for it, knowing he would probably play for it too.
Okay, no, interesting. Interestingly, though, he didn't actually play for strays, which is, I think, where he kind of lost potentially a little bit of time on that last seed. I do also want to take you all the way back to seed 1, if you can remember, obviously after the chaos that we had. But you, before Feinberg died in the fortress, he was able to make up the time for you, because you were kind of struggling a little bit with finding the last chest for the obsidian. So I was just kind of wondering, was it a case of did you not see the chest, or did you kind of check in a different direction? Because we were trying to figure out kind of where you kind of may have missed where the last kind of 5 obby was.
To be honest, I was kind of in my head about that from the game yesterday against Beef Salad, because I know I missed an obby chest there, and it kind of was in the back of my mind the entire time while I was looking for it. So I kind of just had a blind spot.
Makes
Okay,
sense.
no, interesting. Yeah, no, it does make sense. I'm done with my questions. I don't know, Corey, if you've got any more.
Yeah, I mean, I want to hear your thought as this obviously incredibly high level player. This next match coming up, you're a finalist. You've won at least $1,500, so congrats on that. You have the chance to go up against Aquacord or Infume. Any predictions? I think a lot of people probably are thinking that it's going to be Infume, just because you two have been so high on the leaderboard for I think like the last 3 seasons now, and kind of finally seeing that in the grand finals would be crazy. But I'm curious your thoughts on that matchup. Any thoughts you have on the players or their play styles, and kind of what you're expecting to come out of that and who you're going to play.
Um, well, Infume is definitely the better player on the ladder, but I feel like Aquacord has really proven himself this playoffs to be really good at managing pressure and playing well in tournaments. So I don't know. I think I would rather play Infume, but Aquacord is definitely no slouch. Like he's definitely a very scary opponent too.
No, makes a lot of sense. I mean, thank you so much. I don't want to take up any more of your time. You get to enjoy the next 2 games and then get ready for the grand finals. So enjoy it, and maybe we'll talk to you again after grand finals. But thank you so much, EDCR, and congrats again on the win.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, WEDCR seemed really happy. I found what he said pretty interesting, Rose. He said he'd rather play Infume. That's kind of crazy,
Yeah.
no?
I it's a really it's an interesting kind of one to want to play, but then maybe, I guess, number 1 seed, number 2 seed, but Aquacord's been scary. We've seen him
I would not want
reverse
to play
sweep.
Aquacord. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen him reverse sweep Dougal and Mungi. He's beaten Infume at the LAN. He's a really, really good player. I mean, everyone is a very, very good player in playoffs, but I think the way that Aquacord has played in this tournament, I would hesitate if I was EDCR. I think for
Yeah.
him, I think maybe Infume is the easier option.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, we're super excited to watch that match, but it won't be the two of us. We are going to be going on a hiatus. You'll see Rose and I in the grand finals. And when we come back from this quick break, we're going to have Nerdy and Parker take you for the second semifinal match of the day, which is Infume and Aquacord. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 10 finals. Excuse me, semifinals. Sorry, I had a little distraction there for a second. I had the stream on in the background, so I just heard myself with like a 3-second delay. That's very unprofessional. of me. I apologize to everybody, but we are back here. So excited for the semifinals. We've got up first for our games that we're commentating together, Infume versus Aquacord. How are you feeling about this game, Parker? What are your thoughts?
I mean, good. I really like both storylines here. I'm excited to see Infume in the final day. I'm very happy to see EDCR already secured in that final spot. But I think Aquacore's just kind of like, he's just getting the work done, Nerdy. He's winning. He's reverse sweeping. If we have another reverse sweep here, I'm actually going to lose it. Aquacord has been like really showing himself, proving himself to be one of these top players. And this is Infume's like real good shot at winning the whole thing. And so I think it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day to watch some Minecraft.
No, I fully agree. I mean, I feel like the Aquacord double reverse sweep is not getting enough cover. I feel like I'm not seeing enough people talk about that. That's crazy. I mean, how often do we even see reverse sweeps in general? And Aquacord did 2 in a row. So I feel like that is ridiculous. Also, doing it against 2 very good players, like where he was arguably, could have been seen as not the favorite to win the match. I don't know. I just think taking out Dugile and Big Monkey is just like, that is an impressive on its own, but reverse sweeping both of them, very impressive stuff. Of course, also a bit of a rematch, Parker, from the LAN, where we saw Aquacord take the win. Again, maybe some people were seeing him as sort of the underdog in that situation. So I feel like Aquacord in general, just a player that you really cannot underestimate and has proved time and time again that he has the ability to take a win, even if some people might doubt it. You know what I mean? So I definitely think this is going to be a great matchup. It's going to be exciting to see either of these players progress into the grand finals. And then, of course, after this, we have the 3rd place match, which we will also be commentating, me and you, Parker. So, I mean, at least even if, a player doesn't take even if a player does not take a win in this match, if I can get my words out there, we will see them shortly in just a few minutes afterwards to get the 3rd place match. So I'm excited for that. I'm also looking forward to looking at the feedback form, which we've gotten pinned in chat. So make sure you take a look at that. If you have any feedback, I'm definitely going to go through. I know that the ranked team in general is going to read through all that feedback and make sure playoffs improves time and time again from here on out. So definitely, if you could do that, I think we fixed it. So you don't need to put like a bunch of feedback. I think at first it was like a bunch of required questions or something like that. And so that's been fixed. So now you can just put in as much feedback as you'd like. We'll go through all that. It'll be great. But yeah, I think with that being said, I think we should be ready for our player spotlights. So let's get right into that.
Beautiful, beautiful. So many stats to look at here. I mean, 44-18, Nerdy. That's a little bit scary if you're an Aquacord fan. I mean, you've won 18 times, but 44 losses against Infume, that's a little bit scary. I mean, to be quite frank, Infume has some of the scariest stats all over, like 904 average time. Is that the best average? It might be the best or the second best average we'll like see. And it's a little bit scary if you're an Aquacord fan looking at all of these.
No, 100%. I mean, Infume stats are absolutely nuts for season 11 as well, maintaining that those crazy stats. And so it's definitely not like this is Infume's game. I think like a way that I've heard Infume's gameplay described a lot, and sometimes how I feel watching, and I've watched a lot of Infume, commentate over a lot of Infume games, and it does sometimes just feel like you just sort of blink your eyes, you open, and then suddenly Infume's ahead. Like where was the timestamp? I didn't see the timestamp. Where was the time? What did he do? I feel like there's some players that are like Loki, for example, that will just go for some crazy play, some crazy zero, some ridiculous boat clutch or something, and it's like wow, that was incredible, and you can see the timestamp. It makes sense. But with Infume, sometimes it genuinely is like you look away for a second, and then suddenly, boom, magically he is far ahead, and that's just Infume's game. But again, I do want to stress the fact that Aquacord did beat Infume in a tournament, right? And so they're like, despite the fact that might be 26 games behind in their record, which is a lot. Like that's very significant statistically. But I mean, at the end of the day, these 5 games, if we even have 5 games, are all that matter, right? So we'll have to see how this pans out. Definitely, I think Infume is favored to win this one, but I do not want to count Aquacord out after the back-to-back reverse sweeps. And I think we'll get into the seed picks here shortly. But yeah, off the bat, I think it's fair to say that Aquacord maybe a bit of an underdog, but certainly able to take a win here. And I do not.
That's why I like watching these things.
Him.
You know, you can never predict what happens. I don't think many of us would have predicted the amount of deaths that happened in just the last matchup, and it really just comes down to these handful of seeds, and that's what makes it so exciting. You know, it's not a matter of, oh my gosh, who has the best stats, who's better on average. It's who's better on the day in these next couple of minutes, who's going to make the mistakes, who's going to make the better plays, and I think we're going to see some really high quality gameplay.
Yeah, 100%. I am curious to see what the seed picks are. What are your predictions early on here? I know you've been. I have spoiled it for myself. I'm sorry, Parker. I have spoiled it.
Oh, okay.
Infume's pick is up first. What do you think?
So Infume's picking, right? He's the higher seed. I mean, like, I think it's just got to be Desert Temple. It's worked for him in the past. I see no reason why he wouldn't like stop that trend, so I'll just say Desert Temple.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see. I think we'll get into that screen here shortly. I have seen it, and you are right. Okay, I think admittedly this one, I as much as I love crediting you, Parker, this one I think is
it's
not super surprising. Yeah, not necessarily super surprising. We know that Infume likes to pick the Desert Temple first. I think that makes sense. Easily one of, if not his strongest overworld compared to everybody else. And I think that will go a long way in giving him just a little bit of an advantage, both in the overworld, of course, but also we've seen Infume very often be able to sort of take advantage of that low food situation and just handle it. Not necessarily like it being faster, obviously, than having food. Food is better than not having food, but all that matters is the comparison to the opponent. So you just need to handle the low food situation better than your opponent. And I think Infume a lot of times just is very good at not taking damage, very good at maximizing every little hunger notch, every single heart to his advantage in order to go as quickly as possible. So I'm very excited to watch this one. I think we will get into the game here shortly, but I think the Desert Temple pick there, Parker, it makes sense.
Yeah, I think it totally makes sense. Interesting. In my head, Aquacord also, I feel like he kind of is good at... Aquacord just feels like a bit of a scrappy player. Maybe it's the fact that he's been reverse sweeping and like just holding on like by the very edge. But I think Aquacord's also going to be dealing with these low food seeds very well. So I don't know if we're going to see as much as an advantage to Infume. As for example, in our first matchup that we saw with Infume and HDMI cables, I think Aquacord is going to be a lot better matchup, and so that's why I'm even more amped for this one.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I definitely think that I'm going to say my early prediction here. I'm going to go.
Okay.
Oh man, what I want, if I could script this, I do want an Aquacord reverse sweep.
Really?
You know
okay. What? I mean, that would be
gonna predict that.
3 reverse sweeps in a row.
I'm gonna predict
I respect it. I respect the pick. Yeah.
I know that's like so unlikely, and it's a very specific order of events. Like, not only do you have to get the scoreline right, but you have to get the exact order of the wins right for all 5 games. So, I mean, what is that? Like in my head, it's like a 1 in 32 at least. But I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it. And so I'm gonna say the Aquacord reverse sweep is what we're gonna get. It's gonna be fantastic, Parker. What about you? What do you think?
I mean, if yours comes true, you're just gonna look like an absolute genius. I think Infume is gonna win this one 3-1. That's probably a basic pick, but I mean, this is what I have in my pick'ems. You know, I have Infume and EDCR in the finals. I think it would be like poetic to have both of these semifinals that sort of like mirror each other, a 3-1. So that's what I'm going for.
Okay. No, that is fair as well. That last game between those two was very fun to watch. So I'm not going to complain if we get another 3-1. I mean, I feel like obviously game 5s are fun, but I think the main thing I like is just at least going to a game 4, right? Making it feel like a little bit close. is always good. But yeah, I mean, maybe I'm greedy here asking for a reverse sweep, but I would love to see that. That would be, I mean, from either side, it would be crazy. But especially from Aquacord, 3 reverse sweeps in a row would be a legendary moment. I mean, 2 is already legendary, I feel like, but 3 would just be crazy.
It would be crazy. It'd be the defining moment of this playoffs for sure if it happened. So I mean, only time will tell. I think there's a good shot of it. It would be crazy.
And yes, I am looking forward as well. I know, yeah, because we're gonna be commentating the match after this one. So the good thing is, even the player that loses will still get to commentate and see what they have to offer in their 3rd place match going against Feinberg. And then, of course, the winner of this will go against EDCR in the final. So I'm very, very excited to watch that as well. But here we are, Parker. We're in the temple. And let's see what this temple has to offer us. I didn't see too much in the overworld there outside of the temple, but we'll have to take a look.
I mean, there's the Shattered Savanna biome, so we have some interesting terrain, but it might make it a little bit more difficult to spot like some lava pools. We have no flint at the bottom of this temple for us here, so it's really going to be a question of who's better at searching here. And Infume looks like, even just mechanically, just a handful of seconds ahead of Aquacord exiting the temple.
Yeah, clearing out some of the stuff from his inventory on his way to these trees now. Going to be looking around for some flint maybe, perhaps. In this
spots
little...
the lava pool. I don't know if Infume did, because he's going to the right of this ravine here.
Yeah,
so instantly,
good point.
I'm liking Aquacord's positioning here better. There's a lot of mountain. Hard to tell with the bitrate, but maybe there's some gravel in some of this terrain here that's going to be easy. And this is just looking really good for
right
Aquacord.
there?
I'm not sure if there's water.
I don't think so, but look at this. Infume going an entirely different direction here, and getting flint along the way. So Aquacord has to go up here to get the gravel on this. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, just entirely different overworlds from these 2 runners. I think Aquacord is ahead, but it's very, very interesting. I don't know. I mean, I'm honestly not entirely sure between the 2. And so we now see both runners getting all their crafts off and able to, I mean, maybe a little bit of a miscraft there from Aquacord crafting some nuggets, but still is going to be a couple seconds behind, I think. Yeah, Infume, that's what I'm saying. Infume had a lava
close
pool
here, Nerdy. Infume was actually starting his lava pool slightly faster. Was not expecting that, but I mean, just having to climb all the way up to that mountain, just a lot of time loss. But I mean,
Infume messing up the portal.
Players,
oh man,
this is close, Nerdy. This is close.
Yeah, it's
nearly
funny.
The same second enter time.
Yeah, exactly. Totally different overworld plays, and they are entirely neck and neck. So very interesting to see some micro mistakes there from both runners I noticed in that overworld, but overall, both runners playing their individual path of the seed very well. And now trying to find some terrain to this bastion. Again, I think Infume might be a little bit ahead here. We'll have to see if the bastion will become visible soon. Not the best nether. Not the best Parker whatsoever.
Really
not the best
awkward.
nether whatsoever, Parker.
We've got a lot of good blocks, though. Infume, I think, is handling this terrain really well. Like, getting elevation early, finding that ravine, that, like, secret tunnel, honestly, a little bit faster than Aquacord. And now just on top of this flat terrain, we have the Chalice spotted. It's going to be a bridge bastion. The second half of this terrain is really nice, but we don't see the fort just yet. So I'll be curious to see how difficult it is getting there. But Infume, just a little bit ahead so far.
A little bit ahead, but importantly is on 3 hearts starting this route, and low food seed. It's like not the best situation compared to Aquacord here on 7.5 hearts. So, I mean, that is already a little bit of something that maybe could go in Aquacord's favor if, a Piglin hits Infume here. There are some Piglins right this way, so it could be a little bit awkward for Infume, but going to be doing the DK route. And, I mean, it's looking good overall for Infume, as you mentioned, and actually now Aquacord takes a lot of damage, so now it's looking really good for Infume.
Is he fighting a hog?
Yeah, it looks like he might be fighting a hoglet
really
or something.
Bad for Aquacord. I mean, this terrain is not going to help you either. He does get his route off, but this is just more time loss for Aquacord. I like this, like, triple extra aggroing from Infume here, but it's scary. He's on 2
I don't know
hearts
though.
here.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
this health.
It's so scary. He's scaring us.
I mean, he's not doing an auto funnel either, so you really need to make sure that you stay away from these pigs. They
Oh my God,
can!
takes another hit of damage.
Oh my gosh! It's so
Wow.
scary. He's on half a heart. There's one more pig. I don't think he's probably going to aggro that. Probably just wants to heal up now. We don't have any golden apples, Nerdy.
Yep.
So this food situation is really going to matter. It takes so long to heal up from all this rotten flesh. And not only that, we only have 8 rotten flesh left. We're almost certainly
Yep.
going to see multiple hunger resets on this seed. So even though Infume has got all of his trades and he's going to be leaving any second now, he can only pearl once. Aquacord, on the other hand, setting up maybe a Pearl Hang, maybe just leaving. No, setting up a Pearl Hang, but has so much more health. Infume still needs to heal up. The fortress is across this lava lake, and it's just looking a little bit more difficult.
And Infume is getting the Pearl off. Scaring us quite a bit, though. Great Pearl from Infume. Is only on 2.5 hearts, though. And so this could be quite a scary fortress. If, some blazes spawn on him or anything like that. We see Aquacord trailing a few seconds behind is more healthy, but Infume is, if he can maintain this lead, is looking quite good. And now at the spawner with the first rod there, going to be seeing 2 more strays at this point, and able to overlap those with some waiting at the spawner, which is always good to see. Going to be actually looking at another spawner here now. And we expect
loses 1 blaze, though, hits it a little bit far away, so it's going to be down a blaze, but it's at the second spawner. You're right. This is an interesting play. I think are they both at this open spawner?
They're both
Hard
at the
to tell.
second spawner. Yeah.
Okay. So no difference there, but they're very similar pace now, Nerdy.
For sure. Yeah, both runners using the TNT, getting their blaze situation situated, and we now see Aquacord using the gold pick to clear out the remaining blocks, and Infume actually saving that gold pick for later. Perhaps we now can see what looks to be 6 beds and 2 anchors from Infume, and lots of explosives for Aquacord as well. I think maybe 1 less bed, but that should be a-okay. 7 explosives is still great. Now both runners killing some blazes. Infume loses a rod. Yep. Not good. Not good at all.
Also loses a rod in the lava.
Wait, really?
Only a second after. Yes. So
I didn't see
honestly,
that.
doesn't matter as much. And they're blinding at the same time. I mean, this match is just so neck and neck. Infume, 1 more rod to his name. So maybe a little bit ahead here. Measuring. Same spot. We have some awkward trees. Is Aquacord going to be able to get the measurement off here? Yes, he is. Infume going for a pig. I like the play here. Getting some
really
extra
good
food.
play. Yeah.
Actually going for 2 pigs probably makes sense. We have a 1,700 block blind. I mean, you could get 3 pigs here if you really wanted to. Decides not to. Aquacord doing a similar thing. I think this makes sense, Nerdy. It's a far travel to the stronghold, and we might have bad rates. We might be here for a little bit.
Yeah, and just needs 3 more rods here for Infume, and it looks like 4 more rods, maybe? 4 more rods for Aquacord. So Infume now just going to be killing off these blazes and hopefully able to get a few more of those. Not yet, though. The blazes not being kind on this seed. Unfortunately, slowing down these runners.
Aquacord.
Yeah,
Using
very nice.
a boat to like trap a blaze that was on the edge. You don't see that in every single run.
It is always good to see.
And dealing with a skeleton here. A little bit tricky. I mean, these rates are paying off, and Infume is out now, significantly ahead of Aquacord. I think he might have to wait for an extra cycle. Yeah, he's still just 2. He's 2 rods behind, Nerdy. So Infume has played this fortress much better. And even though Aquacord has so many golden picks, I think Infume also does. Gonna be needing to utilize these pretty well, though. We have the food. Purling. I like this tunnel. C value is decent. Maybe it's going to open up. But we're probably getting close.
Is this going to be... Look, I mean, this is just totally different terrain here from Aquacord, though, I think, right? Just like purling through the lava instead of Infume just digging through the netherrack. And so, I don't know. Ooh, Infume takes a fall, but is able to pearl clutch. It's going to be interesting. I honestly don't exactly know... It looks like Infume is digging
they're
on
close. I think Aquacord's here.
Close,
I think his terrain management was so much better. Taking the bottom lava lake play. Infume is in first, though. So if it's an easy nav, it maybe doesn't even matter. Infume gets a spike to his top left. We'll see if Aquacord also goes down here, offhanding the bed, prepping for entering that portal room. And I think here it is from Aquacord.
Finds it
So he's
first.
going to be entering the end first. It's a 2i.
Aquacord now about to enter the end here. Much faster nav from Aquacord. Infume still trying to find the portal room. We'll have to see if Aquacord can close the seed out. It's very open back. Dragon, what is our 0? This looks very hittable for Aquacord. And it just all came down to the nav, Parker. We'll have to see if Aquacord can close this seed out. Should be very hittable for a player of Aquacord's caliber. But let's see how these beds go. I think if I recall, we have 7
That's
explosives.
a little bit low.
So.
This is still low. It might break
Oh
the
my
bed,
God,
but it
wow.
doesn't. And Aquacord 4 beds with only 1 double bed. I mean, that was a really impressive 0. A little bit scary there, maybe. But he builds a portal in
a little too good for the
celebration.
bed damage. Tries to light a portal here in the end, and unfortunately that's not going to work, Aquacord, but is able to enter the other portal here and take the 10-03, just barely not a sub 10. Aquacord takes game 1, and unfortunately immediately ends the reverse sweep streak, but does take a win. I think he'll prefer that. I think he'll prefer that over a loss.
I think he probably does as well. Maybe he's just getting into a stride now. Maybe the first 2 days he was just a little bit shaky, and that's why he had the reverse sweeps. But I mean, a very close match overall, and a very entertaining one to watch. Aquacord really just played that end game so well. I love the pearls more to the right, staying in that like a lava lake, and it just paid off so well for him. And then of course the nav was what just sealed the entire match.
I'm seeing some chat messages. I'm not sure. I didn't notice this, but maybe Aquacord sent a 2i. I don't know if that's real, but
did he really? Is that real?
I've heard some people saying that, and that is, if that's true, that is wild. We did not pick up on that.
He sent a 2i? I mean, okay, the question is, do you think, surely he didn't intentionally send a 2i, right?
I don't think
I
so.
guess he
Yeah,
knew
they're
he
probably
was
an accident.
behind. It must have just been another Feinberg situation. I don't know what he would have been thinking about instead of it, but wow, I didn't even notice that. That's kind of crazy, Nerdy. We're seeing a lot of people send
2i.
like 2i's, 1i's. I feel like in previous playoffs, nobody did anything like this. We're starting to see more metagaming and more risky plays, which it's certainly making things more interesting to watch for sure.
Yeah, I would imagine that was a mistake in my head, but I mean, hey, maybe Aquacord just really wanted,
mistake, right?
Yeah. But anyways, no, it was. But hey, it's exciting, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And Aquacord takes the first game here, so Infume gets to pick again. What do you think Infume's gonna pick?
I mean, I think the logical play is just Village because it's kind of similar. But you know what? I'll get a little bit frisky with my picks. I think he'll go Ruin Portal here. I think he'll go a little bit.
We're gonna see a Ruin Portal.
He's had the world record before. Yeah. This might be the end of my streak, Nerd. I think I've gotten the last like 7 picks correct, but it is a Village. I should have gone with my first guess.
I saw the Village ahead of time. I was a little sad. Your streak has ended, Parker. It was a good run. That was a good streak that you had going there. But unfortunately, it does end now. And yeah, so the Village pick there from Infume, I mean, I think, makes sense to me. Again, there's lots of opportunities for different decisions to be made. We saw on that Desert Temple, these two runners just played the seed entirely differently, like about as different as you can do. So I guess what I'm hoping is we see another situation like that. I remember the Feinberg NHB game yesterday. There was a Village that the runners just entirely played. They went entirely different directions. And that was very cool to see. So maybe we can get like a Ruin Portal on this seed as well, and then your prediction is less wrong. Maybe we can give you a half a point.
That's fair. I would gladly take a half a point, but I think it makes sense here from Infume. I mean, it's just sort of like the seed types that he's known for. Even if he loses the seed, I guess he could go back to a Desert Temple. Interestingly, so. Infume's kind of playing the seeds he likes to do, but Aquacord, he's got the momentum. I remember him talking about momentum last time we interviewed him, saying he just had some good sessions before this playoff. So, I mean, he's looking really good. We'll see if he can pull off another win.
And right off the bat, there are some differences here. We see Aquacord going for just this tree, while Infume goes for the blacksmith first. There's 2 blacksmiths here in this desert village. And we see Aquacord just grab the 2 logs to start. So interesting to see immediate differences in the two runners. I'm curious how much different they'll play the rest of the seed. We see Infume getting some dead bushes to grab a few extra sticks, and also going to grab a bed and actually craft at this crafting table. So yeah, just like totally different plays from these two runners.
I mean, we've both got shears here. I like the play from that. I'm really just in a toss-up. I don't know what play is better, going for those early logs or doing what Infume is doing here, having to really force using this crafting table. Aquahorde's going to get to the golem a little bit faster. I mean, this is awkward terrain around the golem. It might be able to reach him here, and he has to back away off his pillar. So this is going to be a little bit time loss, and it looks like Infume is going to be killing the golem first. We're probably going to have to stop at the trees. I see fire in the distance, but I haven't seen flint yet. We have some water, some river-esque terrain around us, but I don't know if either player is going to be getting easy flint. There is a river here, so we're going to be seeing an easy wood light. Aquahorde going for another bed. We've seen him do a lot of beds in this playoffs and stealing this crafting table before presumably going to his trees.
Yeah, and another thing I'd like to point out here is we see that Aquahorde gets 15 bread in total, whereas Infume only has 6 and a couple of apples. So definitely interesting to see. I mean, once again, Infume just very confident on those low food situations, not grabbing any extra hay bales, just relying on the chest loot from the village. Now we see Infume is a bit ahead here, going to be entering the nether shortly. And Aquahorde just mining the gravel that we just saw Infume get. So it's just a couple seconds behind on this overworld. I think overall Infume's plays just added up and accumulated to be a decent amount of time save, as we have a 210 enter from him into this nether. Let's see what it has to offer. We're going to be trying to get the direction here for where we need to go through this terrain. It's pretty open terrain, at least compared to some of the other seeds we've seen so far, but Bastion is not in sight yet, so maybe I spoke a little too soon.
I mean, I like the height that he's keeping here, though. I mean, the terrain is working out decently for him. We'll see if Aquahorde does the same thing. It looks like he might just be going straight into digging. I'm not sure if I like this from Aquahorde here. This might be really bad, as Infume is going to be entering the treasure here. Also probably going to be getting more visibility in like areas that the fort could be. Struggling a little bit with these piglins, but doesn't take a hit, having some really good movement. And Aquahorde's still just trying to get sprinting in his boat here. I mean, Aquahorde's out now, though, but he's just going to be so much lower. And because it is a treasure bastion, we're going to have to be going back up anyways.
True.
And so unless this terrain really pays off well, he's going to be using extra blocks. He's going to maybe have to dig through some of this netherrack. And the whole time, Infume is just starting his route. I'm not sure if we've seen a fortress yet. We've seen Glodar matter in the past. I think Aquahorde does Glodar. I don't think Infume does. But I'm pretty sure I just saw the fort on Aquahorde's screen.
Yeah, so some pretty interesting stuff there right off the bat. And it leads to a lot of time save for Infume. I mean, Infume is significantly ahead at this point, I would say. Is basically mining the last gold blocks while Aquahorde is just basically starting the route. So, yeah, I mean, all those little small things seem to be have added up. Aquahorde is, totally alive and is not too far behind as far as, could come back, not like a death or something, but definitely going to need something significant from Infume. Maybe a slow stronghold, maybe, some issues finding the fort or something like that in order to come back from this one. So we'll have to see. Infume checking the trades now, looking pretty good there. I see pretty much everything you could ask for. And now maybe just wants to get one more fire res before taking a look around for the fortress. There it is. We see the fortress behind the treasure, now going to be purling up on top of this. Let's see where the spawner is at this point. But yeah, pretty significant lead from Infume here. And Aquahorde just, sort of finishing up the route as Infume is looking for the spawner. And there we go. Finally out of the bad part of the fortress.
Finally gets to it, but maybe that's a little bit of time save Aquahorde could take. I mean, Infume did some weird wormholing, doing some pearl hanging. I think I like this play. Able to get one stray here, maybe 3 strays here. So even more significant. Aquacord now maybe can be setting a Pearl Hang the same way that Infume did. No, just leaving. But even so, it's going to be really difficult. I think the line for Aquacord here is we need Infume to take lots of damage. Aquacord has more health. He also has the ability to craft golden apples. Infume, a little bit of difficulty with this Blaze Spawner, but it's just so punishing. He's at the Blaze Spawner, going to be able to set up his Blaze bedding. The whole time, Aquacord lost in the bad part. Now in the good part, doesn't have those same strays that Infume did, so maybe getting to the spawner a little bit faster, but seems a bit confused on where to go. I don't think Infume went this way, and this hallway doesn't look good. This is just giving even more of an advantage to Infume.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Is this a spawner right here? Yes, it is. So Infume now with, yeah, as you mentioned, pretty significant lead. It seems like every split just saving time on Aquacord on this one. Maybe not Aquacord's seed. The seed pick seems to have helped out with, I mean, that I feel like the early lead in the village has just carried over, and not only that, but just the terrain nav and whatnot from Infume has been fantastic this seed, making it very hard to gain any time on him. But now is having to measure a second eye here. Unfortunately, the first one broke, so you don't need to pick up that first one. And
but he's got
we now
12
have
eyes,
1,500.
so he's just going to be out.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not pre-crafted yet, but you can do that in just a variety of spots. We're seeing the meta almost shifting to pre-crafting later in the run and really forcing early blinds and being a lot more dynamic with where you place that. But Infume probably going to be on courts here in just a second, building his portal. I messes up a little bit with the Obsidian placement, but it just has so much, and it doesn't matter. Both players making a portal at the same time, but one is just so much further ahead. Let's see what the spikes are like here.
Yeah, just a full split. And Infume does look, I mean, I was going to say that right side looks good. We'll have to see exactly where Infume wants to go here. But even if Infume messes up the nav here, and it looks like, yeah, it does hear it. So this is
I'd be surprised if it was
just
this
very fast
deep,
split from
but
Infume.
it is. Yeah, he's going to be entering end here any second now. Does his pre-crafting in the portal room. 5 beds, 2 anchor, with a bow, with a gold pick. This is a very high-quality inventory for zeros. We should be able to see Infume comfortably hit basically any zero. This was a 3 or 4 eye. It looks like
Totally
it was a
open
3
as
eye
well.
purling. It's a
And
front
let's
dragon.
see what we've got here.
Looks like T94. I mean, this
94.
is just a really nice classic zero. This is going to be a textbook setup from Infume here. Maybe even see a 2+2 with the arrow. Let's see him go for it. Just a single shot. Dragon's a little bit lower than you'd like for maybe a 2+2. So it can be a 3 rotation zero here. Really comfy, really safe. And he's going to be taking the second seed, Nerdy. It's going to be tied up 1-1.
Yeah, great stuff from Infume, preventing any reverse sweeps. We have a 1-1 game here, Parker, off the bat. I mean, hey, I can't complain. That's great. The thing I said at the beginning of this is that I didn't want to see a 3-0, right? So Infume stopping any chances of that, tying this match up, and we are going into a seed 3 very shortly here. But yeah, I mean, great stuff from Infume, able to take the second seed pretty comfortably there. You can see just basically a full split ahead of Aquacord on that one. And so, definitely a little worrisome if you're Aquacord. That was a scary seed. I mean, no like huge blunders from Aquacord, right? And it was 40 seconds behind. So, I mean,
he made up a little bit of time. If we look at Fortress Enter to End Enter, Aquacord
true, that's fair.
Makes up a handful of seconds. So maybe his end games are looking a little bit better, but Infume's early game is just so lights out, not giving Aquacord really a chance to come back.
Yeah, no, great stuff from Infume overall in that second seed. I think we need a second here. I believe we'll get a cup. And yeah, I mean, great stuff overall from Infume on that one. Predictions for the second seed here, Parker.
The third seed, like who's gonna win?
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Well, I guess also the seed
Infume's
pick,
going to continue the streak. Seed pick as well. I think Infume will take this next seed. It's Aquacord's pick, though. I feel like Aquacord, maybe it's the subliminal messaging of Aqua. I think he's going to go a shipwreck, go to an ocean.
Oh,
That's sort of my
okay.
prediction here.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah?
I like that a lot. I did spoil it for myself, so I know if you're correct or not. I know if you're correct or not.
I feel like
But
I'm
we'll
gonna
have to
start
see-
losing
we'll have
all
to see
my
how it goes.
predictions here.
Oh no, you think the luck's gonna catch up to you?
I don't know.
We will-
I just maybe I feel a little bit locked out of it now. I went against my gut with the last village thing, ended the last streak. But it's an interesting matchup so far. Interestingly, if Infume had any sort of mental block and like fear of being reverse sweep, maybe it was good that he lost the first seed. Nerdy.
Oh,
Is that crazy to say?
Okay.
You know, because
I think
the
Infume
potential's,
would have
like, out
rather
of
won,
there.
but hey, that's true. I mean, you're not wrong.
Right.
You're not wrong. All right, and we will switch it over to the seed thing to see if you are correct here, Parker. Let's see what the seed picks are.
We're going to an analysis.
I misheard.
before seed picks.
We're going to Fulham.
It's
Welcome
okay,
back to
okay.
the mid-match analysis. It is 1-1 in Infume versus Aquacord right now. And I wanted to send you guys back to seed number one. Because it is really telling, honestly. Something that I really wanted to speak on was a lot of the stuff that happened in seed number one that the commentators might well have missed. And there was a few little bits and bobs that I thought were quite important, and it really showed what I want to dictate this match, or what I think is dictating this match at the moment. And I think, well and truly, that is nerves on behalf of both runners. So I'm not going to ice them for too long, so I'm going to try and speed this analysis up a little bit. So, number one of the reasons that I think maybe Infume was nervous, or we had some moments there, you may not have even seen it during that clip. As he was crafting here, you may notice that after he's done crafting his crafting table, the 24 planks in his inventory were not placed back. Instead, dropped out of his inventory and blown up by the TNT, losing him 24 planks, making sure he had to go and grab another separate tree. It's just one of those things which is like, Infume's not 100% confident here, maybe. And obviously, I think something that maybe what I thought initially was down to nerves was the fact that Aquacord left on just 5 rods. I was thinking, oh my god, what a mistake to make. And he's not been punished. Very similar to how Feinberg left on 10 eyes in the previous match. I thought, oh my gosh, he's actually left on 10 and it's paid off again. As you can see, 2 eyes already in the portal, able to enter absolutely fine, and did end up winning seed number 1 because of this. And that was my initial thought. But it wasn't nerves. Aquacord knew that he lost that rod, as the commentators noticed. Both of them had a rod that dropped into lava, but Aquacord noticed it and thought he was behind enough to send the 2-eye intentionally. He quote-unquote had to. He felt like he had to because he was behind and because he saw that rod drop into lava. An intentional play. And I love to see that. The risk-taking there. But maybe there was a slightly bigger issue. And that slightly bigger issue was Infume hit the stronghold first. And one thing that I wanted to bring up, and previous playoff participant Steez decided to talk about very, very viscerally in this next clip here. I think I'll actually let Steez do the talking here.
Look at this. Infume hits me, he doesn't realize. He goes up the stairs and he doesn't realize.
I think that's just about as good of a possible summary as I could possibly get. After sending his second portal on 298, not 292, ever so slightly missing the reading of the Ninja Brain bot, misses by 6 blocks, hits the portal room offset, and doesn't see it on the scan. And I mean, it's kind of understandable. You've actually hit the second portal into a 5-way, exactly what the starter staircase would look like, but doesn't look down mid. You have to remember, it's always down mid, and unfortunately, Infume doesn't in this exact seed. However, those nerves kind of came back to bite Aquacord, you could say, in that second seed. Infume playing that slight bit more confident, maybe settled down into that seed. Aquacord missing a boat crawl in this terrain, sending a second boat crawl to try and force it, having to craft the boat, digging through the wall. Everything was just that little bit scuffed, making that second crafting table, placing making the boat in the crafting table and then messing it up. Doesn't actually craft the boat, has to replace the crafting table, make the boat again, gets into the boat, finally gets the sprint crawl off, doesn't get the sprint crawl off, has to replace the boat, messes it up, replaces the boat, finally gets the sprint crawl off, only for it to be 1 block. only for it to be one block deep. And that's the sort of thing that's going to mess with the mental. It's going to make those nerves just compound one on top of each other. Like, okay, I've had a micro mistake there. It's not going to be that important. I've had another micro mistake. I've had another micro mistake. I've had another micro mistake. And then at the end, when you realize that you've dug out and there was just this vast expanse of terrain, you're going to think, right, well, that's probably a macro mistake now. I think that's probably, maybe there was correct terrain to take and I didn't take it. And as you saw, that ended up making quite the difference with Aquacord entering the end around about 45 seconds after Infume, not able to take out the dragon in time. It is plays one in the second semi-final. Who is going to play EDCR in the finals? You'll have to find out by sticking around. I'm going to send you back to Nerdy and Parker.
Wow. Welcome back, everybody.
I love analysis.
Thank you so much, Fulham, for the analysis. There was some great stuff in there. So yeah, definitely some mistakes to point out from both sides here. I definitely feel like it is interesting to like compare. I do feel like Infume, definitely you could argue getting a little unlucky. The fact that it was the 3-eye there for Aquacord could have easily taken that second seed or that first seed, but still Aquacord playing well and, you know, taking a risk, and the risk pays off. So I feel like the fact that it was intentional from Aquacord is very interesting to me. I was totally not expecting that, but I guess it makes sense. Like not remembering a rod or something like, or not getting that is a mistake you would, I don't know what we almost ever see in playoffs, except for I guess Feinberg last seed. But yeah, I mean, great stuff overall from these two runners here. We have a tied game, Parker, 1-1. We're gonna get into the seed picks now. Your prediction was Shipwreck. You were so close. You were so close. You were right.
Treasure. I was right about the ocean.
Yeah, I know. It's like your instincts are there.
Big RSG player. No, I think I just threw nerdy. I think my streak's over. Yeah. Maybe I'm getting in my head here. Hopefully, Aquacord's not getting in his head here with those little mistakes that we were talking about. I really liked that analysis. There were so many things that I didn't catch there.
Yes,
and I just found it fascinating. Aquacord being aware that he was sending them to I wonder if Infume knows that he missed the porter room like he did. Do you think he went back and watched the replay? Like, is that something tilting? Do you think that could affect Infume?
I mean, I did see Infume typing very in all caps in chat, seemingly annoyed. So maybe, definitely maybe. But hopefully not. Hopefully Infume's able to, you know, settle down into this BT seed, has played a lot of Buried Treasure in his time. Aquacord as well has a great RSG PB. So both of them have had plenty of reps on the Buried Treasure, have had plenty of time to practice. So I'm looking forward to this seed and what we've got for game 3. Who's going to take the 2-1 lead? We'll have to find out here shortly. I think we should be ready to go here pretty shortly into this one, but yeah, it's going to be a great match here. 1-1.
Yeah,
tied up.
I mean, I like BT seeds, you know, very, very, very typical. Looks like we got some trees immediately. None like on the island directly, but the swim isn't too far. Both players seem to have found the spike pretty much immediately, but Infume taking this micro terrain just half a second faster. It's going to be into the chest, maybe 1 frame before Aquacord. I mean, these players are so close to each other. 6 salmon, that's a good amount of food. The most you can get is 8. So this is very close to like the highest quality that you can get. We're probably going to see a pressure plate from both players. We have the TNT. No obvious ravines yet. A mushroom island, interestingly.
Oh, interesting though.
So
look
maybe
at this.
Could be a difference in where they leave.
Aquacord crafting a wood button, saving the gold, whereas Infume going for the golden pressure plate. So immediately, again, a difference between the two runners. Like we always talk about how these seeds are so linear, the BT seeds, but these runners have found ways to differentiate themselves, even on these linear seeds so far. So very interesting to see the different play styles. We'll have to see which one pays off. Which decision do you like more?
Different directions.
Yeah,
I think
true.
I like Aquacords. You know, it's just maybe I'm just too much of a fan of the golden shovel. I guess average is like 7 gravel per flint, so I'm not sure what the math works out to there. Infume clearly already has his flint and steel though, so I think it just doesn't matter nearly as much, and it's just clearly working out so much better. Aquacord does find a ravine now, but it's maybe too little too late, as Infume is going to be maybe 10, 15 seconds ahead of Aquacord here. Look at that. I think it was only
Honest-
four gravel into the flint.
A lot of that just had to do with just going kind of the right way. And now Infume with a significant lead here, going into the nether here, into the stables right away. Does get some gold armor, which is always nice. Now going to be trying to get over to this side over here and play this triple. Probably going to see a triple to gap from Infume. So good stuff so far. Aquacord just now entering the Bastion, getting the same piece of armor as Infume. And we see Infume going to be getting this route going, mining the gold blocks, and we see Aquacord pretty much taking the same path. I mean, a little bit different, but same idea. Actually, no, now Aquacord taking a totally different path. As soon as I say that, he's going to be digging up into the chests, whereas Infume started from the chests and went down.
Yeah, a little bit different. I'm not sure which one was better, just a couple microseconds difference here. But I think Aquacord skipped that middle lantern chest because he knows he's going to route into it. The same chest that Infume did. I think both players have checked the same amount of chests. And since this is a triple to gap route with a lot of gold, we're probably not going to see much more searching for obsidian chests. So I think routing-wise, these players are going to be pretty similar. I believe Aquacord saw the fort in F5 while running to the Bastion. Infume seems to be pie charting for it now. It might be a little bit awkward, a little bit far, but Infume just sort of maintaining that lead here, doing a standard Bastion route.
Indeed. Now does get those 4 gold blocks at the very end of his stables route here. We're going to be clearing the inventory and trying to see if we can leave here shortly. Let's see. Is that 37 obby? Wowee. So yeah, I think Infume has enough obby. You can misplace a couple times there, Parker, and still be good.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, honestly, if you get spawned in a ravine or something, or you have some weird terrain, you can actually just build a portal at the top of like measuring your eye split. So there's a little bit of benefit to having a monstrous number of obsidian like 40. But Aquacord now setting his Pearl Hangout. Infume, interestingly, we saw the fort to the left, but decides to push hard right here. I'm not sure why. Maybe he knew that the good part of the fortress was in this direction.
There we go.
Aquacord just entering on the bad side here. And so I'm very curious if Infume saw the good part of the fort there, just kind of assumed that the terrain would work out. But I think the play is just so good for him. Aquacord's just getting attacked from all angles here. And the whole time, Infume is just at the spawner. That play just worked out insanely well for Infume. 2 more Wither Skeletons for Aquacord here. So even though he's getting these strays, it's probably not going to be enough here. Infume has got the TNT, so not going to need to sacrifice any of his explosives. We only have 6 here, so that's even better for him. And Aquacord is just going through World War III in these hallways, Nerdy.
Yeah, 100%. 4 rods for Aquacord at least, whereas Infume's only on 1. But yeah, I mean, it's just so awkward here for him trying to find exactly where the the good part of the fortress is. And despite the fact that he is up on rods, it might be tricky if these blazes do not behave. And yeah, he's just not getting any more spawns here in this part of the fortress. So probably going to need to find that spawner or at least some more strays. Now finally is into the good part of the fortress, but still needs to find the spawner. While we see Infume here now on 10 eyes is going to be measuring.
I mean, Aquacord also can craft 10 eyes, but it's just so punishing he didn't get that 1 extra stray. You know, it might be such a different seed if the rates were just 1 better. He's now getting to the spawner, but like, do you debate like wasting time clearing out the spawner here, or do you just hope for good rates? He's got his final rod, so he's on 6 rods, 7 rods now. And so I think he's in a slightly different spot. Infume has a very close stronghold, though, Nerdy. He's having to portal break here.
He's messed it up twice.
And so it's not a huge time loss, but if he doesn't get it here, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it, Nerdy. He still has lava. He still has a lava bucket.
Oh, no.
And so he's messed it up 3 times now. That's not gotta feel good. He's going to have to dig down to the stronghold. He's going to have more mobs in his stronghold. Watch Aquacord here now, going for a portal break of his own, and he gets it, Nerdy. And so he has all of his rods pre-crafted. He might actually be in the stronghold first because Infume messed up his portal breaking so much.
Why 70, Parker? We have to dig down so far because it's such a high Y level there.
Yeah, it's like mountains.
And Aquacord digging down in the netherrack so much faster to dig down, is able to just instantly get into Starter Staircase, saves so much time. Basically all the time that Infume made up on this seed with all of those crazy plays we saw in the Fortress now has all been lost, and it's all comes down to the Stronghold and the rest of this
and they're going
endgame.
different directions, Nerdy. I think Aquacord had a pure spike down bottom right here. I kind of like this, and he's going to be in the end here. Infume went top right.
Hasn't crafted though.
Top
Hasn't
left. Now
pre-crafted.
goes top. Infume has found it now, though, Nerdy. His second spike. We're going to be entering very close to each other, and this might come down to 0. Infume doesn't have to pre-craft. Is in maybe too slow, though. I mean, Aquacord has more explosives, but it's a tall tower.
100,
Aquacord did not have the best pearl. Watch the 0 setup. Is he going to get to it in time? Messes up. Barely gets it off. But he might not have the 2+2 opportunity that Infume does. No,
Infume can't.
I think Aquacord.
And I think Aquacord should win.
Wow.
Oh man, that was a scuffed seed. We saw some real back and forth there, but Aquacord able to claw back all the time. It came down to the portal break. That's all the seed came down to. Infume messing it up, not able to get it, and Aquacord saves all that time and then able to also nav the Stronghold faster once again. So that must be a frustrating seed for Infume. Both runners do hit the 0, but a little bit too little too late for Infume. And now we have a 2-1 lead for Aquacord. I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is so interesting. We saw so much time save from Infume throughout this seed. But
I thought he was just so ultimately ahead. I thought he was going to win it for sure. But his end games just aren't as good as Aquacord's.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he was able to enter the Stronghold 6 seconds before. So I think I thought it was closer than that, to be honest. I didn't realize Infume had that much of a lead. But yeah, Aquacord saving 11 seconds on the nav. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Infume already pre-crafted and Aquacord didn't. So that's not taking that into account. So yeah, just a great nav from Aquacord once again, determining this seed. And now it is match point for Infume. Aquacord, the chance to make it to the finals on this seed or the next one. Just has to win one of the next two in order to get there.
Yeah, and he's looking good today, especially his end games. I think he's made up time on Infume in 2, maybe 3 of the seeds in just the end game. And so I'm curious if that trend is gonna continue. You know, Infume kind of just going for maybe a fake spike, maybe it was a zombie spawner. It didn't look super promising. It was hard to tell. He eventually found the right spike, but it was just too little, too late. And I wonder if that's going to affect Infume's mental. You know, he had the micro mistakes with the portal breaking and then going for the wrong spike. Like, he was so far ahead, Nerdy. I thought he had it in the bag, but Aquacord saying, no, I'm still in it. And it's a close matchup. I'm excited to keep watching.
All right, Parker, here's your chance. What's the seed pick? Shoot. What are we going for? Infume. All right, come on. You got this. I think you can do this one.
I think he just goes back to Desert Temple. Like, is that just crazy to say? Because he lost the first seed, right? Did he lose the first seed?
Yep.
So I'm getting too in my head with all of this. I'll say Desert Temple confidently. Infume's going back to the Desert Temple. He's saying, you know, even though I lost there, this is my seed type. I'm gonna win this one, Aquacord.
All right, well, I think we can get right into the seed picks here and see if your prediction is true. Unfortunately, you kind of lost the streak there, but we'll see if maybe you can get back on a streak once again, Parker. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. I'll say that.
Have you not seen it yet?
I've already seen it. I know if you're correct or not.
Oh, he's just playing it up for the camera. Oh no.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, I still am rooting for you. I mean, I feel like I can root for you, and you know what I mean. Like, it's like just because I know the outcome doesn't mean I'm not. Yeah. Anyways,
I appreciate it, Nerdy. It's great commentating.
We just need like 1 second here. There we go. And you are correct. Good job, Parker.
Yes.
Back on track. Let's see if you can get another seed selection streak going here. All right, I don't want to see any more mistakes from you.
I mean,
Parker,
Infume's gonna have to win this one to see it. Okay. I gotta be more confident in it. The village one, I just for whatever reason decided to go against the gut and be a wild card because I was like, Aquacord Ocean maybe likes it, and then I almost got the. It's okay. I won't talk about it too much. We're here to talk about these runners here, and I think Infume's got a real good shot at pulling it back here. Not only it's like he has his home court advantage here again. And I think, even though you've lost here, you've got to be confident with this seed pick. You've got to say, no, even though I've lost, this is my seed. And I think I'm here for the Infume momentum. He played really well in that last seed, just having 1 or 2 mistakes. If he doesn't make a mistake on this seed, I think he's got it.
Honestly, I think he played really well in the Desert Temple seed as well. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the Desert Temple seed kind of came down to the 2 I send from Aquacord. I mean, imagine, that's a 25% chance, if I recall, of that working. So 75% of the time, Infume just wins that seed. But
I'm curious, both had a rod burn. So I would be very interested to see running back. This is crazy. We spawned on top. Look at this Desert Temple enter, Nerdy. We spawned on top of it. Both players finding the peak of this temple, but it's going to be awkward. Like, you have to build up fully. You just never see this. No other exposed part of the Desert Temple. And Aquacord instantly just has a little bit of a lead here. I didn't see a ton of water nearby, so maybe it's going to be awkward with that here. But what a Desert Temple to start off this seed.
Yes, absolutely wild. I feel like that's so cool. That's really cool generation. I feel like I don't know. I love when they're a little bit hidden like that. The sand was covering it up.
Right.
But we do see Aquacord playing this tree, actually totally different directions. We see Aquacord here on top of the mountain, whereas Infume is just down here on the sort of regular Y level. We now see Infume does find a lava pool right away.
This is just so much better for Infume.
Yeah. I was
Like,
gonna
he's
say,
already at
I
the
feel
lava
like
pool. He has the water right next to it. Did he go around a different part of the mountain, or is it the same spot, but he just didn't go to the top of the mountain?
It's just the same spot. He just played the lower side.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it just came down to choosing the tree closer to the lava pool, and Infume now going to be getting the wood light off here, but messes up the portal a little bit, scaring us a bit, but is okay. Once I think messed up on the last Desert Temple overworld portal as well, like almost messed up, I should
There's
say.
There's gravel there, Nerdy. There's gravel. Infume can start grinding gravel with the wood light here. I don't think Aquacord is in the same spot on this lava pool. So unless he gets a wood light, he does. Infume still doesn't get it. And so even though Infume had the wood light earlier and got Flint, he's in slower because Aquacord just got a better wood light. And we're in a stables bastion here. I think it was double, triple. It looks like it's double, triple. I'm not sure if it's triple. Probably just double. And so Infume not checking any chests, deciding to insta-send this. Both players going to be playing a double, triple. So even if it doesn't work out, they'll still be on the same pace here. We're not going to see a difference in routing. But Aquacord is just a handful of seconds quicker into this route just because he got to the Bastion earlier. Infume's messed up a little bit, though. Maybe we're seeing some shaky gameplay from Infume here. Misplaced a block with dirt, having to break that.
Ooh. Well, the piglin almost got over to Infume. Has to break a block here to let these pigs in, yeah. But luckily doesn't take any damage there. Both runners handling this seed very well so far. And yeah, as you mentioned, I feel like it really felt like these runners, every single time there's been a 50-50 decision, it feels like a lot of times they just take the opposite of each other.
Right.
But here, both runners are going for the double, triple. So at least that will be standardized. It's not like one runner is going to get lucky over the other runner with a route or whatever. We're going to see the exact same thing there, and it's just going to come down to the pace at which they can route this Bastion. Now, Aquacord, I'm checking out their trades
only
and
9
whatnot.
Obsidian.
Yeah.
From Infume
9
screen,
obsidian.
and all of the gold was traded.
16.
Aquacord is 26 though.
26. What?
So Infume got like 12 obsidian in that one chest. So I think Infume's going to be out here before Aquacord. I'm not sure how he made up time. He entered the Bastion. Aquacord's playing a gap, Nerdy. He only has 13 pearls.
Happening?
Infume has 18 pearls. So there just must have been a trade missing from somewhere. And this is huge. This is huge for Infume fans. He's going to be in the fortress so much faster. Aquacord having to take off his armor here, playing really awkwardly, has a ton of pigs. So it's going to be a fast gap route. But Infume is just in the fortress.
Oh man, I'm really curious about that. That's fascinating
my
stuff.
gosh,
But
look at
Infume
that!
handling these
Look at
Wither
this
Skeletons
dodging!
really well.
Look at that
What a
dodging!
play! I mean, I
that
feel-
was A-tier gameplay.
that was elite. Wow, great play from Infume handling all of those Wither Skeletons and not taking one hit of damage.
Not a single lick.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. I mean, like he could have afforded to, but it would have made the seed more awkward, right? You only have this 15 flesh, so just really impressive stuff from Infume handling those Wither Skeletons just completely perfectly. Now does have more Wither Skeletons, still trying to find the spawner, unable to do so. We see Aquacord now is finally leaving, does have those pearls as well. But notably, Aquacord here on 4 hearts does find the spawner, though. Right away, just finds a different part. Oh, wait, no, was that not the spawner?
Really?
Oh, maybe I'm mistaken.
Oh my gosh. Look at him back in World War III again, having to deal with all of these mobs. It's so scary being on 2 hearts here. And is this a different part of the fortress? I'm not sure, Nerdy.
I thought I saw the spawner, but I was mistaken there. Yeah, it looks like he is in this part. I think we saw Infume go down this hallway. I think this was around the hallway that Infume had to deal with all the Wither Skeletons. Good stuff. A much simpler approach there to those Wither Skeletons there for Aquacord, but it does totally work. It doesn't scare us as much, so that's nice. And now going to be trying to find the same spawner that Infume is playing right now. Gonna have to check up here. We know that's not it. So I think it should be able to find the spawner here pretty soon. I don't remember exactly which way. I think I was watching Aquacord when Infume found it, but now we see Infume is blinding.
The same thing. Yeah, this is very interesting. I mean, Infume just so far ahead. Aquacord now finding the same spawner that Infume did. I think they literally took the exact same pathing through this fortress. Infume having to go for another portal break. And he gets it off this time.
Wow.
So this has got to feel
Great
good
stuff.
for the confidence. This is really good for the pace here. He's got the gold picks. He's going to be able to blitz through all of this terrain here. He's pre-crafted. He just needs one more rod here. And he's got so many blazes, Nerdy. This is looking really good. Aquacord is going to be entering the stronghold so much slower. So Infume now leaving. Let's see where he's digging down. It's got to be close. It was 100 blocks in the overworld.
It's right there.
And he's on
digging down immediately, and just gonna pearl onto this fort leg to just get the right Y level, and now it's building the portal here. 638 gonna be entering the stronghold here, sub 650. So now Infume, let's see what this stronghold has to offer. Likes that sort of top, like sort of middle left direction. Going to be sending it down this way. Takes a little bit of damage from the zombie, but it is a-okay if the portal room is here soon. And there it is. Going to just get down here.
Not using a pearl there.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that too.
Pearls, I guess. He's on a lot lower of a pearl count than Aquacord. You know, eyeing how many pearls he has there while dying to the silverfish. So he's got 5. He could have used one to hunger reset, but maybe it would have been a little bit weird if it wasn't a 1-eye. So he's going to be entering the end tier. It's open. This should be a clean 0 cycle from Infume here. It's a tall tower, but it's front. You have more time than usual. It's going to be T100, but for somebody of Infume's caliber, this should be no problem.
Same as last time, Infume, the chance to take the seed. This seed reminds me a lot of the last one, I will say. Both with the portal break and with the 0 there. Infume able to take this seed, though, unlike the last one. And that means, Parker, we're going to a game 5. Hey, I mean, that I cannot complain about that. We might not have gotten the reverse sweep, but a game 5 is a game 5. So, I mean,
a game 5 is a game 5.
Yeah.
And it could be the same result as a reverse sweep, though, Nerdy. Like, you could have gotten the scoring right. You know, Aquacord
that is true.
Win
that is true. No, 100% that is true. And I mean, Aquacord has been playing very well today. It is interesting. I feel like the seeds that Infume has won, he's really dominated on, honestly. And then the other seeds, it seems like, I mean, the first seed, we saw the 2-eye there from Aquacord, which you could argue maybe is a little bit lucky for him. Maybe Infume could have taken that seed. But on that on the second win for Aquacord, we saw him a bit behind, but able to claw back the time in the stronghold. So great stuff there from Aquacord. But here, I mean, yeah, really came down to that Bastion, unfortunately. Did enter 3 seconds before Infume, but just did not get the Pearl trade. So I honestly don't exactly know where that Pearl trade was lost. I wasn't paying a close enough eye there on Aquacord, but still, regardless, Infume will take advantage of that. and take seed number 4 here, making it tied up, match point 2-2. Who's going to take the win? What's your thoughts?
I mean, my prediction is still Infume, so I'm going to stick with Infume here. But I guess it's Aquacord's seed pick, right? So, oh man, Aquacord just feels like a wild card to me. I don't know how to predict this. He can't go back to BT, right? Because he won the BT seed. Can he go Ruin Portal? I'll say Ruin Portal from Aquacord here.
Okay, Ruin Portal from Aquacord. I like the pick. I'm not gonna spoil myself. I'm gonna predict myself here. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
Did he win on the? Let's see. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
I guess
I'm gonna go
Village,
Shipwreck.
but I don't think you'd want to.
I'm gonna go Shipwreck.
Okay,
I'm gonna go
respectable.
Shipwreck.
I was between Shipwreck and Ruin Portal. I mean, Shipwreck is
I'm just
ocean.
gonna-
You know, we got the aqua, the ocean. We'll see if it's correct here.
Yes.
And it is nerdy.
Sorry to
You're
take it away
lights
from you.
out
I
with
started
the
to take the.
predicting. It's okay.
Yeah. I went off the ocean vibes, as you said, the Aquacord. You know what I mean? So that's what I was going for there. But yeah, Aquacord is now in the driver's seat, picking this seed. We'll have to see if this ends up mattering. Of course, the Shipwrecks can, of course, have a low food or not the best iron situation, but you know, they can also be very good. They can give you can get lots of carrots and, 15 iron. It's really up to the seed. The seed gets to decide how good it wants to be. Unlike some of the other seeds, which
Exactly.
I feel like BTs are so consistent,
Yeah. And I mean, Aquacord's got a lot of experience in RSG. He's one of the more, maybe the most RSG heavy player in this whole bracket that we've seen. So I think it kind of makes sense here. I'd like to see some carrots in our Shipwreck. I kind of want to see some good food to really crank the pace. I think a really fast match between these players is sort of where we thrive. But we'll have to see. I mean, I guess the match is starting any second now.
Sweet. Well, here we go. All tied up. It all comes down to this seed here, the Shipwreck. Where is it? Both runners do eye it there
buried,
on the side.
Though, Nerdy.
Yeah.
I mean, this
it's
is
a little bit buried.
The food
We'll
chest.
have to see how the runners deal
completely
with this.
Buried.
I almost wonder if they might abandon it. I mean, that's a possibility. If
I
it's
think
really,
you
really bad.
abandon it and then get back to it once you have tools. Because if there's any sort of stone covering the chest, it's just so punishing. And I think the way that the ocean is laid out as well, there's not like a ton of. You're going back in the same direction as the Shipwreck. So I think it should be fine. We'll probably see both players, unless they forget, go for that food chest once they have their tools.
Yeah, and both runners doing pretty much the same thing here as far as the crafts are concerned. So you do love to see that. I mean, I guess I say I love to see. I always love to see when they actually make different decisions. But this one, not too many options. You get 9 iron or 10. Was it 10 iron? Yeah, not too many options there. You're gonna probably want to go. I guess I'm saying that, but we have seen the Iron Axe come out before from runners. In either case, Infume now going to be digging through this Shipwreck to get that chest, and there we go. Beautiful, totally worth it to get those 8 carrots and a few bread as well. Now Aquacord going to actually struggling a little bit comparatively. Look at this.
Mean, he's losing maybe 10 seconds here. The food chest is a lot further back maybe than he's expecting. And so Infume just handling that situation so much better. And being ahead mechanically to the food chest is really just kind of gapping Aquacord here, taking a commanding lead, entering this ravine that I think should be real. I mean, no reason it wouldn't. Aquacord going the same way, but is just going to be so much further behind here. Has he grinded?
Has to grind some gravel
yet,
here,
maybe.
But I mean, Aquacord has to do the same thing. So yeah, but now we see Infume going to be entering just over 2 minutes here. Going to be looking around, not the fastest overworld, but definitely not the slowest. As we now check this ruined portal, getting a little bit of obby and some gold armor, very nice, as well as some distraction gold to add on to that. And now going to be looking for the chalice, or the Bastion sees this chalice, and Infume going to go right for it. Very, very nice nether so far. We have not seen the fortress, but I just love that terrain to the Bastion. Now mining the chalice here at like 230 See Aquacore trailing behind at this point, but as we've seen Aquacore come back in all sorts of ways, taking advantage of little mistakes from Infume. Will he make any? We'll have to find out as we now get what looks to be, what should be a DK route here. I mean, we did see that left side was good. Wait, did I see that? I thought the left side was good.
It might have been. If it was, this is a difference.
I must have missed that.
I mean, the routes are pretty good here.
Oh,
now,
that was it.
Both are singles. So Aquacord
Yeah.
also playing the same route here as Infume, playing Sug, going off to the right here. So there's not going to be any difference, no time really to make up in terms of routing to take. I think like both should get a similar amount of pigs. There's no like weird terrain here that's going to draw the pigs away from it. Aquacord doing a more interesting aggro hole here, doing an auto funnel, not something you see often in this route in particular. So it gives him a little bit more time to inventory manage. Maybe he knew that he had to craft up some bread. Infume finally getting his spike here, and it's off in the opposite, like towards the other rampart. So now is the question of like, when do you pearl to the other side? We don't have 20 obsidian yet. Is that chest on the other side going to have it? We want to save some gold for golden carrots. So there's still quite a few decisions to be made here. We also have a variety of food. So it's like, how do you manage that in your inventory? When do you eat the stews? And Infume finally out now, having his obsidian, 9 explosives, but only
we
1
see the
fire res.
The fort here, Infume looking around, does not see it yet, just kind of gets that direction from the pie, but it's like a very awkward terrain covering the fort wherever it is hiding. It looks like it's over here, sort of back towards spawn, so that could be an opportunity for Awkward to make up a little bit of time if Awkward goes more the correct direction. Infume still hasn't crafted the Garrets. Yeah, I was just going to say, does get them off now. Beautiful and able to heal up quicker. Still just not able to find this fortress, though. Is that it to the left? Yeah, I think that's it to the left, but look at this.
The left here. Yeah, I mean, Infume.
Look at Aquacord.
Maybe it's just... Yeah, Aquacor's made up so much time here.
I know.
So maybe just sending the quadrants better, and he's at the spawner first.
And on the spawner.
Aquacord made up so much time.
Yeah, just the terrain now from Aquacord just beelining right for the spawner. And all of that time save that we saw from Infume in the overworld has been lost at this point. And it's pretty much just completely neck and neck here, trying to handle these skeletons being very awkward, but should be able to handle these guys surely there, as Infume now is able to quickly heal up with those Garrets. But yeah, just had to spend a lot of time finding that spawner. And now, honestly, it's hard to say exactly who's ahead. It's very close. And we have the crafts coming out here from Infume. Should have, I believe, 5 beds and 2 anchors. And starting to kill some blazes, getting those a few rods, 4 rods in a row. So now Infume can blind at any point here. And Aquacord similarly on 4 rods, going to be building that portal and getting the blind off a few seconds here before Infume, perhaps. And
I mean, Aquacord's looking just a little bit more solid on most of these end games in this matchup here. I mean, he's pre-crafted. He had his inventory sorted a little bit quicker here. So he doesn't have Ninja Brain Ball on his side, so pay attention to Infume. It's another close stronghold, Nerdy. It's 229 blocks away. That's far enough and at a good angle that we don't have to portal break. So not having to gonna be worrying about that. But Aquacord is just a little bit ahead here, and on such a close stronghold blind, I don't know, like, we're probably just going to see Aquacord enter the stronghold a little bit ahead here. He needs 1 more rod. Infume playing for the stray.
Has the stray here?
Does he get it?
No, it doesn't drop. We'll have to see. And both runners wait. It'd be funny if Infume sent the 2i here. But he's not going to go for that. We see the spawn there for Aquacord. And 3 spawns and no blaze. There we go. There's the rod there. So I think Infume should have to kill 2 of these blazes because he got that extra stray. So this stray should drop, I believe. Yes, it does. And now both runners going right for the stronghold cords and digging down now for Infume, digging down for Aquacord. Aquacord placing, how deep are we going to go here? The Y level could matter. And it looks like, let's see. I think they're building at pretty similar spots here. Infume just
43
a
for
few
Infume,
seconds behind.
43 for Aquacord.
We're gonna have
I mean,
to
this
keep an
is
eye
really
as well on
close,
those
Nerdy.
timers. I mean,
It's
this
gonna come
is
down-
ridiculously close.
Where are the spikes? Aquacord not getting anything. Infume not getting anything. Insta sending mid, deciding not to go for it. Aquacord still scanning desperately, only getting chest spikes. Infume committing more to some decisions. This is going to be good, but if Aquacord gets a spike, I mean, he's spending a lot of time here searching. Has got nothing though, and it's just going to be a stronghold race. Infume hears something, digging through. Does he hear? Where is it? It's not here. He gets a good spike in this direction, though.
Is that it? There?
No,
that's not it.
It's not it. It's not it.
Infume can't find it despite hearing it. Presumably, Aquacord now. Is that it for Aquacord? No, that's also the same thing that Infume thought it was. But Infume has found the portal room.
6 explosives.
Now, Infume.
If this is like a buried back one, maybe it's weird, but it's open, Nerdy.
Infume, in order to take this series, can he hit this 0? Back Dragon, 1994. Gonna be going for the 99 setup here. Infume looking good here so far. This should be clean. Let's see if he can close out this seed and move on to the grand finals. Ooh, that's not a great bed, but gonna go for the double here and take the win. Great stuff from Infume. Able to win this series. Came down to the stronghold once again. Lots of seeds coming down to the stronghold in this series. And Infume, very excited.
I mean, he's excited.
Very excited to be back in finals.
Out. He loves it. Oh, he's so excited to be going to finals.
So excited. So excited to be back.
Like, after you make that mistake going to the fortress and you know you're behind, like, Aquacord was just ahead ever so slightly, like, on that, like, measuring split. But Infume made it back and he won it in the stronghold. I mean, that's got to feel good. That would have been a very stressful match to play through.
Yeah, just saves 29 seconds in the stronghold, unfortunately for Aquacord. I mean, we did see Aquacord do something very similar in one of the earlier matches there. So, you know, it happens to both. It happens to everyone. The stronghold is a very high variance split, but great stuff from, honestly, both of these runners. I feel like they both played very, very well throughout all these seeds. There were some mistakes that we saw, but like nothing huge. Both runners, you know, really making every match close. And Infume going to be moving on to grand finals. Very exciting stuff. Luckily, if you are rooting for Aquacord is going to be playing up next. So that is he's going to be playing against Feinberg for 3rd place, which is going to be a very exciting match to watch, of course.
And we're going to be commentating.
Looking forward to that one. Yes, we are. So it you know, still some abilities to win some money to take a podium placement. It's not the end of Aquacord's run here. But Infume moving on to grand finals. Very good stuff. We see him once again in finals. EDCR versus Infume. That is going to be a great grand finals. Wow. I'm super excited for that, Parker.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm hoping for some absolute cinema. This has been on my pick'ems. This was my pick for the 2 finalists, and seeing it come through, I'm very excited for it. I'm very excited.
Yes, and we are going to be sending it over to an interview with Infume here, but we just need a second or two to get into that. But looking forward to that. It's going to be good. I feel like, yeah, I do enjoy interviewing Infume. He's a fun person to talk to. So
yeah, he's a good person to interview.
He sounded very excited, or I shouldn't say sounded.
He looked excited.
Very excited based on those mouth shakes. And so, yeah, I mean, clearly excited to be back in grand finals. We'll have to see if he can take the win this time. But yeah, I think Infume ready here shortly. I don't know, Parker. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on I don't know. What are your thoughts on this match overall? Do you have any final thoughts?
It was a good one to watch. I think we just had a lot of back and forth and a lot of different decisions, which makes it very interesting, especially if you want to VOD review it and like get in the heads of these players and really learn. It wasn't a mechanics race. There was the mechanics involved and like a couple hiccups here and there, but overwhelmingly, I think it was just like, you know, it was a best of 5. It was just a lot of diversity in this match, and I think that's why I really liked watching it.
For sure. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I do think it was a good match. Are we good to go? I think we're good to go.
Good
To
to
the
go.
interview here now. So just got the green light. Let's get right into that quickly. And there we are in Fume. Welcome to the booth. Congratulations on the win. We saw the excited mouth shakes. How are you feeling moving on to grand finals today?
I'm feeling good. I mean, I think going into this, I feel like I was like playing pretty dominantly. I was like I had a significant lead in like every seed leading up to this match, and even still, like I lose this first seed, I lose the third seed. I'm still just trying to. Oh my gosh, I've already gotten on a tangent in like 2 seconds.
Go for it. No,
No,
you're
we
here
want
to
the
be
tangents.
interviewed.
Yeah, that's what
We
you're here
love
for,
it.
man.
But okay, yeah, no, because I'm just going to these matches with confidence. Then I lose seed one after a little bit of a silliness on my part. I was off course by 5 blocks, and then I had a spike, but because I was in the chunk of the spawner and I didn't check all the way around. I didn't know where it was, but like, I knew it wasn't in starter, so it was weird. But then I lose seed three after being in stronghold like, first again. Although I should have been ahead of more, I just messed up my portal break. I was just like going into seed four in the last two seeds. I mean, I know. I remember. I think I said this a lot last season when I was playing against Loki when I was down 0-2. Like, I just like have to win by like any means necessary or something. Like I have to go for plays, do things that I don't think he's going to do that could make up time. And especially, I felt good in my abilities because, I mean, like I said, I think I was in stronghold first on the first three seeds. So I knew I was playing well. I knew I felt like I was kind of controlling like kind of the narrative in the seeds. So I felt good going into it. And then, the second seed four tying up was really nice. And then I think I got a little ahead of myself on that last seed because I saw I was in Bastion ahead by a decent margin. It was double single. I really like my route on double single, doing that right side safe Sue, like low hole, mogul hole, if you want to say. So I felt good. And then I think I got a little complacent because I thought like, oh, I'm gonna win, and then I just started throwing really bad pearls to the fort, and I was like, oh god, he's at the spawner first, and I was honestly surprised. I was like 99.999% certain he was sending the one eye, and I was just I think I kind of relaxed a little bit, maybe helped my nerves, but then I saw he entered stronghold right before me.
Yeah, like it was so close.
It couldn't have been him sending a one eye because I could not have made up that much time. So it was just a panic, and then I got the pure spike, and then I went the wrong way in the pure spike, and then I entered first, and my hands were a mess, and I hit the zero, and the biggest sigh of relief I've ever. Sorry for the long
Hey, yeah,
tangent.
but you pulled it off, man.
No,
Like
that's
you
great.
closed it out. You did it by any means necessary. It was a cinema ending. One question that I had for you, in one of those interesting decisions we were talking about, is I think on the fourth seed, when you're entering the fortress, if you can remember, you pearled onto like one of the netherwart rooms, like on the bad side of the fortress, and then you went hard right into some open terrain. Did you see like the good part of the fortress there? Because Awkward just stayed in that bad section and like had to wormhole, like go through, like back nav the fort and fought a whole bunch of wither skeletons. But you like took that terrain. I'm curious, like what thought process was there?
I think that was seed three.
Okay.
Because I think that was the time where I messed up both the portal breaks. I mean, I just could tell when you're looking, because I thought that was, maybe I have to go look back at the replay, but in my mind, I was pretty certain that was like kind of the lava room where the fort was going to start, and I didn't see any bad parts to the left. Obviously, there was no bad part from the way I was coming from, like kind of like from the back or to the right, and I saw an opening. I knew it was like going to be a little risky, but I knew it was going to be open, and in my mind, there had to be fortress that way. And then like I think I went over there, pearled down, I saw a forward leg, and I felt really nice. I knew that was something I was going to make time up on, assuming there wasn't a spawner that I missed that was like easier for him to access.
Yeah, gotcha. Makes sense.
That makes sense. All right, Infume. So you're back in the grand finals. This time you're going to be going against EDCR. What are your thoughts on your opponent? What are your thoughts on being back in grand finals? Are you nervous? Are you excited? How are you feeling? And what are your thoughts on going against specifically EDCR?
I mean, of course I'm very nervous. I mean, I don't know if it shows that much in my gameplay, but I'm always just a very nervous player, I think. Especially in the playoffs. It's like my stomach is just always a wreck before matches. It is like really bad. So it's like obviously I'm nervous, but I'm really excited to be playing EDCR. Um it reminds me a little bit of season 7. Because at the
Yeah.
end of season 7, me and Loki were kind of battling for that rank 1 2500 elo at the end of the season. And I think I remember people kind of hyping that up a little bit, like, oh, this could be a really good grand finals match because since we were the 1 and 2 seeds. And then, sadly that didn't happen. I wasn't able to make it. Loki made it to grand finals. So I think now if it's I don't know. I'm really excited. I'm really glad I'm playing EDCR. I'm looking forward to this match. I'm really glad that we both made it. We've both been through some stuff. I think him a little more than me in playoffs. So I'm really happy to see him here, and I'm very happy to play him.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Infume. And yeah, I'm super excited to see you in grand finals as well. I think you're gonna do great. Best of luck. Thank you so much for the interview, Infume. It has been good. And we're just gonna
congrats on the win. I'm really excited to watch the EDCR NP match. That's probably the one I'm looking forward to most out of like the entire bracket.
It's gonna be great.
Pumped.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Infume.
Thank you.
And we are just gonna quickly go. Let's see. I had a message here. I just need to check that real quick.
Yeah, I think we're
and
back. We've switched over
let's
a
see,
little bit of
that-
technical difficulties, but we should be back on our regular comms here. And we're gonna keep commentating, Nerdy. We have the next match coming up.
Yeah, super excited. We're going to go to a quick intermission, but first we want to go to the bracket quickly. Let's just have a look at our finalized bracket. We don't know the winner necessarily yet, but we do know what the final bracket will look like. You know what I mean? So let's take a look at that quickly before we go into intermission. And yeah, so as we can see, the 1 and the 2 seed going against each other in grand finals, and as well the 3 seed in the 3rd place match. So I mean, in theory, we could have 1, 2, 3. That could be a possibility that we see. I don't know if we've ever seen that.
Yeah, it's
before.
cool. You kind of rhyming, Nerdy. Rhyming any time.
Am I?
Is 1, 2, 3.
I'm not even realizing
Yeah.
I'm rhyming. Maybe it just comes naturally to me.
No, C3.
yeah.
No, it's cool. I totally agree though. Like it is interesting, like seeing the seed 1, 2, and 3. But interesting, awkward seed number 13. If you remember, Nerdy, he's coming from LCQ. Awkward's kind of having like a demon run. I don't know like what the highest rated player we've ever seen from like an LCQ is, but he's certainly having a good run here.
That is 100%
hacks,
true.
right?
Yes, I think that might be right. But we'll have to see. I mean, going against Feinberg also having had a very good run, did unfortunately lose to EDCR in the last match, but did do a very good job overall, getting to the 3rd place match. And so both of them, I mean, maybe upset about losing the semifinals, but still have had great runs, and it's going to make for a fantastic 3rd place match, which we will get to shortly. And following that, we will get into our grand finals between Infume and EDCR. I'm so pumped for these 2 games. And yeah, so I think we're going to go to a quick intermission here, but it has been a fantastic series of semifinal games today. And I hope I'm sure that will continue, Parker. I think these next 2 games are going to be great as well. Parker and I will be in the booth for the next game, and then after that, it will be Curry and Rose. So super excited for that. But yeah, stay tuned. We will be into our short. We'll have a short intermission followed by our 3rd place match. Welcome back, everybody, to our Season 10 playoffs. It has been a great series of matches today here. We have 2 more to go. Our third place match here up first, Feinberg versus Aquacord. Parker, what are your thoughts on this match? How are you feeling going into our second to last game?
I mean, I think it's probably what most people were expecting coming into this day. You know, it's kind of if things work out perfectly, we have the 1 and 2 seed in grand finals. Personally, this still has a shot at being my favorite playoffs ever out of all the 10 we've watched, just in terms of the gameplay and how close it's been. I think to really seal the deal of being like my favorite one, it comes down to how does third place go? How does the finals go? And so I think there's still a lot to look forward to. Feinberg and Aquacord are looking really good today. And I think we're just going to see some good gameplay. You know, it's just sort of the nature of being further into the tournament. You just have the people who are playing well, and I see no reason why this can't be absolute cinema.
2 runners that sent 2 eyes is how I'm looking at this one, Parker. And unfortunately, are here in the third place match. But they are doing great. I mean, they both had really great playoffs runs, I feel like. And so, yeah. So now we will get into the player spotlight. Let's compare these 2 and see what their stats have to show us. Immediately looking, and we see Aquacord with a bit of a better average time. Apparently the wins versus opponent there is not correct. So let me just quickly pull up there. Parker, why don't you point something out? It's 14 to 13, is that right?
Okay, so 14 to 13. So very even. You know, I was sort of looking at it already, and I was like, man, these stats look so similar except the wins versus opponent. Now we can see the actual ones. 14 to 13, average time, only a difference of a little bit. Best time, a difference of 1 second. Elo similar, amount of games similar. Like these opponents just feel very well matched. And I'm just excited to see some gameplay here. I think Aquacords had a really good run here. Feinberg also, like I think both of these players have had 2 matches each that have been a best of 5, right? Feinberg had the 3-2, the 3-2. I think we're seeing the 2 players who've just played a lot over these last 2 weekends.
And I will say, I mean, I'm just noticing Aquacord getting 4th place in the Season 8 playoffs. So this time has the chance to get on the podium. And so that's definitely going to be exciting to see. Also, with those 3 RSG sub 730s, I mean, that's ridiculous stuff from Aquacord. And of course, Feinberg has had a lot of tournament experience, has won a lot of things, but has never gotten this far into playoffs. So definitely his best run by far. So Feinberg also hoping to get a podium placement. Going to be an exciting one, Parker. You know, both these runners might be a little upset that they didn't make it to playoffs, but I think at the same time they've had a great showing, and I'm really excited to see what exactly they will show us in this third place match. Parker, all right, you know what time it is. It's seed pick time. We don't have too many of these left for me and you.
Time. No,
we gotta know what's Feinberg picking here. What's Feinberg picking?
I've just picked Desert Temple so many times, but it just keeps working out. I think it just makes sense. I think Feinberg's got to go with the Desert Temple here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think I'm probably right in this situation. I think there's still a lot to fight for in this match. I think both players are going to be warmed up, playing well, and really hungry for that win. You know, like you were saying, Aquacord, he's gotten 4th before. I don't think he's gotten 3rd before. You know, never a podium finish. And even though it's bronze, it's not gold or silver. A podium is still a podium, and very impressive.
Exactly.
Kind of building up the resume. I think Aquacord really wants that.
100%. And we will send it over to the seed pick to see if you got that prediction right. And yes, you did. I mean, okay, again, this one I feel like is kind of a gimme. This one's kind of free.
Yeah.
There have been Feinberg and Infume both love their desert temples, so you can't be surprised to see that. But you still have some chances to get a few more right that might be a little more tricky to predict. So definitely makes sense. Feinberg, very confident on the desert temples, has so much AA experience, and just generally likes the seeds with lots of decisions to be made. Desert temples offering lots of opportunities to do so. Though, hey, for what it's worth, I mean, we saw in the last match, Infume are arguably the very best Desert Temple player, picking that Desert Temple, and Aquacord took a seed from him. So definitely
True.
not impossible to see Aquacord take this win. And once again, I mean, their stats 14-13, very, very close in their matches against each other. So I think this is setting up to be a great third place match.
Yeah, I like the point. The Aquacord, he really has been doing well on these Desert Temples. You know, the one in the Shattered Acacia and the one with the weird buried one. So maybe more strange Desert Temple seeds, but clearly handling them well here. And so I'll be curious to see if Feinberg can sort of match that. I assume he will be. You know, it's his pick. It's his home court, you know, so to speak. Be curious about the food situation. Lots of questions here coming up soon with the Desert Temple seed.
And okay, so Parker, we've been wrong. I feel like we've been wrong so much, but I have to ask still, you know, okay, what's the prediction for the series? Maybe this is our last chance to maybe get something right. Let's hear your final, since this is our last time commentating a match this playoffs. What do you think? Can we get one right? And also, what is your prediction?
This is not what I had as the third place match. I had Feinberg in the third place match as my original pick'ems. So okay. I guess I kind of want to see Aquacord get a podium though. I think I'll say Aquacord wins this in a best of 5. It's going to be close, but that's my prediction.
I think we're going to go back and forth. I'm not exactly sure which order. I don't want to predict that, all right? But some back and forth, you know, 1-1, and then 1-2, and then 2-2, and then 3-2. Feinberg going to take his first podium placement. Yeah, so I'm gonna disagree there.
Sides of the coin here. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. But either way, Aquacord is seemingly a little bit ahead on the stream delay there, maybe a second or two. So keep that in mind as we watch this. That will, of course, not affect their splits for themselves or anything like that, but it will affect our watching experience a little bit.
Off the bat, Aquacord already taking a heart and a half less damage than Feinberg, just utilizing that sand. You know, if you tick perfect it, you can take far less damage on your way down to the temple, both seeing the gravel at the bottom here. So not even going to be having to use the river that we saw at the top. But Aquacord maybe a block or two ahead. I mean, this is close so far. Where are the lava pools is the main question here. We have trees. So are there any lava pools in the direction of the trees?
I'm looking around. I mean, I'm honestly not.
Right here for Feinberg, this looks great. Aquacord just going so far into this desert, maybe just didn't even see that river. And if he doesn't get a lava pool here soon, the routing from Feinberg is just looking so much better here. So maybe the seed pick from Feinberg is paying off. It's his home court here. I mean, the lava pool is just right on top of this hill. So he's going to be entering, I think, significantly faster than Aquacord.
I think maybe some stream lag for Feinberg. I don't think that was like FPS lag, because I'm checking the times, and at this point, Feinberg is like 5 seconds delayed, I think. Ooh, but messes up the portal there. That's going to lose some time.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, the water's so close. Aquacord finally finding his pool. So actually, maybe they're going to be entering fairly similar just because Fein messes up just a little bit. But it's not the end of the world. Feinberg probably still going to be in first. I mean, this is a little bit awkward, having to replace it. Ooh. And that's enough that Aquacord actually, is going to be in here first. Kind of surprising to see. Little mechanical mistakes.
I don't know. Honestly, I think it's really close because again, Feinberg is like 5 seconds delayed here.
Was it 5? So, it is.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He had a little stream freeze or something there. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but yeah, they are like completely neck and neck. I think at this point, I think he had a pretty significant lead and lost it though. And now we see this treasure bastion. Both runners running right for it. And was that the fortress to the right as well? I think I might have seen the fortress off to the right. And so both runners now going to be able to route this. I mean, this is just very linear. Looks like a very clean nether here, assuming this treasure is nice. The annoying thing, of course, about treasure is that you sometimes have to glowdar, or you have to find a way to figure out where the fortress is. But here we can just see it right there, totally open, and that's what you love to see on a treasure seed.
Yeah, I mean, scared from Aquacord here, having to chuck a ton of gold, a little bit panicky. So suddenly Feinberg's going to be in the lead, not in terms of time only, but also the health management, the food. It maybe isn't super punishing. We do have a golden apple, and I think the fort is only 1 pearl throw away, but this is just a little bit shaky gameplay from Aquacord here, taking 3, 4, maybe even 5 hits from Piglins here.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage, and of course on the DT seeds is a little bit unfortunate. You want to save that hunger as much as you possibly can. We don't have a lot of food here. We only have 16 rotten flesh, I believe, with no gapples. So gonna be now using the TNT here from Aquacord. We'll have to see if Feinberg does something similar. Doesn't look like he is going to do that at all. So maybe saves a little bit of time there. But does still
and look
have
at this boat
a
play
gapple.
from Aquacord too. He pre-placed the boat. I was wondering if he was placing that just for desync, but I think it's actually part of the route, using that boat to gain a couple blocks of height there. This little macro kind of speaks to the fact that Aquacord may be a little bit more up to date on all of the new learnings, and Mcsr Feinberg playing a bit more traditionally, but is just ahead. Sometimes it's just the macro that really matters. The micro doesn't matter nearly as much, and I think we might be seeing that in this matchup.
18 obby here for Aquacord, and we do see at least 14 pearls here. Has some more gold to trade, but is not trading it. And there we go. Now gonna check the trades here. Decent explosives, not the most ever, but it's not too bad. We have 30 obby, so we're good on that front. We got plenty of pearls. Maybe just wanted to wait for one more trade here as we see Feinberg sending it off.
And look at this. So Feinberg curled into the lava. Aquacord deciding to boat down to the side. I think this makes a lot more sense for Aquacord because he's already used his golden apple. Feinberg still has that, so maybe a bit more direct with the line. But I think overall, it's a better play from Aquacord here. No, Feinberg's at the spawner, nerdy. Aquacord is going to be a little bit slower there. And I think it was just the damage that he took early on in the seed kind of coming back to bite him here now. Feinberg's got his TNT set up. Aquacord now just getting to the spawner.
I just want to remind everyone that Feinberg's stream is also 5 seconds delayed. And obviously we'll try and fix that whenever we can. But for the time being, just keep in mind that if you see Feinberg ahead, add 5 seconds to whatever that lead is, and he is even more ahead, right? So Feinberg having a good start to this seed so far. We'll have to see if he can close this out. Though I will say, I feel like Aquacord's ends games in general are very good, and we've seen today have been on point. So definitely wouldn't be surprised if we see Aquacord claw back some of this time. Feinberg on his second rod here, and now going to be blinding out shortly. Going to get some crafts off first while we see Aquacord here. Having blown up the spawner, going to be killing some of these blazes and getting some of those rods that we saw from Feinberg just a moment ago.
I mean, not a ton of explosives here from Feinberg. It says 8 on the graphic, but I think he only has 3 bed, 1 anchor, nerdy.
Ooh, true.
He might not even be able to go for 0 here. And so maybe he's going to hope for a sheep on the blind. I think Aquacord, I don't know. Actually, I don't know about his explosive count, but we might even see no. Yeah, so Aquacord deciding to craft 4 beds instead of a bow. That's interesting. So
Aquacord takes a lot of damage here. Can he get the fire res off on half a heart? Wow. Super clutch play from Aquacord. Barely able to survive that. That was so scary, but he was able to barely get that off in time. But that's still not good. Probably maybe even see a hunger reset here in the overworld at this point. And Feinberg here, meanwhile, not going for the hunger reset, just pearling 2 coordinates. Gonna be, he can't get another pearl off, has to eat.
I think the main thing here, nerdy, is Aquacord. He's gonna be going for 0 here with 4 bed, 1 anchor. Not the most comfortable 0. Very hard to hit like a universal side setup with that. Feinberg ahead, but I think he only has the resources for a perch. And so it's going to be very interesting. I mean, perches have been working out for him in this playoff, so curious to see if that works for him. Aquacord has done a hunger reset, stumbling a little bit with his bow, maybe a little bit shaky gameplay. But the question is, what does the stronghold look like? Does Feinberg has a spike that he likes, only on 3 hearts here? There's a creeper, there's a zombie. He's got nothing so far, and the whole time, this is giving Aquacord time to catch up. And remember, he's got 0, Feinberg does not.
Yeah,
Feinberg's
absolutely.
Still kind of pushing this back section.
There it is. Yeah, it does find it. Does force that spike that he liked off the start of that stronghold, and it's working out great for him as he does find the portal room here. We see Aquacord significantly behind, but as you mentioned there, with the ability to potentially hit a 0. Let's see what the 0 is. It's very open, so that again is giving Aquacord a little bit better of a chance here. It's back. Is Feinberg gonna go for it? Looks like he might actually.
He only has.
I thought we only had 4 explosives. Are we really gonna send this?
Explosives. We're sending it. Maybe he's going for the 2+2. Wants to redeem himself. Does not want to rely on purchase here. There's a low dragon, but he gets it, and that's not good damage, Nerd. That's not good damage. This is definitely not going to kill it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not going to even come close to killing it.
This doesn't break crystal, so he has the crystal, but this is a monstrous amount of damage. It's not going to work out for him here. Interestingly, though, Feinberg does have arrows.
Does do a lot of damage.
The bow. So if
no, he dies. Oh man, I would have loved to see that.
Aquacord though. Aquacord is almost certainly going for a 0 here. This is going to be a hard 0. He does not have a bow, does not have a crossbow. He's going to be needing to do aggressive damage, very aggressive damage here. And he's messed up the pearl. This might be a saving grace for him here because he's not going to be going for 0 potentially. He's not going for 0 anymore. This is too tall of a tower to hit. And so the messed up pearl, I think, actually wins Aquacord the match here. If he went for 0, he might have messed it up. And that's the line Feinberg needed. But I think it's just an Aquacord victory here.
It should be. I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, unless he messes up the perch. That's the only situation that can happen here to save Feinberg. If he messes up the 1 cycle or maybe misses a perch or something like that. But that shouldn't happen from a player of Aquacord's caliber. Just unfortunate, really. A little bit surprised that Feinberg went for that 0.
Honestly,
but,
I feel like it's kind of a redemption story for Feinberg. I think he didn't want to be the perch guy. I think, honestly, I respect it. I respect going for the 0. Like, it is a 0 that you can hit. With a bow, you can hit 4 explosives. It's just really hard, and he just kind of messed up the first double bed. Maybe... I'm not sure, like, the theory on, like, double arrowing versus single arrowing to, like, get the dragon slightly lower. I do respect the play, but I think it's just going to be a pretty conservative victory here from Aquacord. I mean, he's got health. He's got 5 explosives. Really just waiting for a perch here.
For sure. Feinberg is trying to make his way back. I will say, I would have loved to see Feinberg try to, like, not die there and just try and handle that dragon. I felt like he... honestly was kind of close to being able to take it out. Obviously now at this point, it's going to be very, very hard for him with no explosives. But luckily is able to get some bread here. Now, one thing also, he has 16 blocks, but I don't remember exactly how bad.
Wait,
that should be enough. Yeah, I don't know. I just remember it being kind of bad.
If it's enough, Nerdy. Yeah, because it was kind of far. I mean, he could have gotten wood here from the the weird, like, 4-way. He gets 2 more blocks here. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I think, because Aquacord just needs the perch. But look at this, Nerdy. He doesn't have enough blocks. And so he's just going to have to like, die here. I mean, I guess you can mine the bridge. You can pick up blocks here. So actually, it's not the end of the world. You have to get a little bit lucky, but I think the way that the items drop, like, he should be fine. He has 16 chances. The dragon's shooting him right now, though. So if it shoots him, I mean, he's only got 1 block. 2 blocks. Nerdy, this is looking kind of bad. I mean, it's all just kind of...
There's the perch for Aquacord.
You got a perch from Aquacord.
And Feinberg just digging some dirt while we see Aquacord should be able to hit this. Honestly, not the
best.
This
is not good damage, Nerdy. This is not...
Yeah, he's okay. He's okay. He has 5 explosives, should be okay. But yeah, it was looking not great there at first for a second. A little scared there, but Aquacord is going to take the first seed here. And yeah, as you said, like, the messed up pearl from Aquacord kind of ends up helping him in a way, just secures him the victory. Obviously had no way of knowing that Feinberg didn't hit the 0 or died or anything like that. And so just able to, well, he knew that Feinberg didn't hit the 0, but he had no way of knowing that Feinberg was not alive in the end. And so Aquacord able to now just wait for the perch. And there we have it, an 11-42. So not our fastest seed by any means, but a win is a win. Aquacord takes a 1-0 lead in this 3rd place match. Feinberg going to need to win some games here if he wants to have a chance at the podium.
Yes, sir. I mean, it was a fun match to watch. I would have really loved to see if Aquacord would have hit that 0. I think he's really good at those low explosives ones. I know in the past we've seen, I think in a past playoffs, he didn't he only had 4 explosives, and he's like, I'll just go for the 2+2. And this was before people really started going for 2+2s a lot. So I think
Yeah.
Aquacord is like maybe one of the best, if not the best player to go for those 4 explosives. But yeah, that Pearl at the end really was interesting, and he kind of just secured the victory. So, it's looking good for Aquacord, up 1. Like to see
Not
it.
the most exciting victory, but that's okay. We'll save the more exciting matches for later. This one's just Feinberg did redeem himself, going for the 0 at least. Maybe didn't hit it, but he did send it, and you got to, as you said, you got to respect that. You got to respect that. And now we will go into our next seed pick once again from Feinberg. What are your predictions? What is Feinberg going to play?
I feel like I'm just predicting the same thing over and over, but it's got to just be a village. I think.
Okay.
Village and Temples just seem to be tied so closely to each other. Maybe I'm wrong. I honestly kind of want to be wrong here, but it just feels like a basic pick. I think it'll just be Feinberg picking a village seed for this second matchup.
Well, let's send it over there, and you did get it right. So 2 for 2 on the on the third place match. Not bad, Parker. Not bad at all. And our picks were, our picks are totally safe as well for our overall predictions. So I'm feeling we're good in that way. But yes, we do have a village. Makes sense. Again, Feinberg maybe wanting a little more food on this seed, perhaps. Wanting to once again play a seed with lots of decisions. Honestly, in that overworld, we saw Feinberg save a lot of time, even though he did end up messing up the portal. He still entered the Nether first, or very close to first. And so I think just wanting to sort of continue those kinds of seeds as much as possible. The village gives you lots of opportunities to make different decisions from your opponent. And I think that's exactly what Feinberg wants to see. So we'll have to see if he can transfer that into a win. But I think that seed pick totally makes sense from Feinberg.
Yeah, his early routing seems to be a little bit better. In general, the matchups against Aquacord, people seem to be taking an early lead on him, but he's kind of playing really well in the latter half. So if Aquacord can match that same speed, maybe making the correct decisions on what lava pools to go. I know on the last seed, he really forced the desert, and Feinberg found a lava pool that was next to a river. So if he can find that same metaphorical river lava pool from last seed, I think it'll look even more promising for Aquacord moving here into this village seed. But I guess it could be a variety of village seeds, Nerdy. Are we ever going to get a snowy village?
Oh, true. Yeah, I usually have us predict the village type. Okay, I'm going to say this is the Acacia Village, Parker. This is the Acacia Village. Okay. Yeah, that's my prediction. What about you?
I think last time you said Acacia, I went with you. I'll go opposite. I'll go Plains. I'll go Plains.
Okay. That's a little safe, but you never know. Maybe we'll get something. Maybe we'll get something exciting like an Acacia or a Snowy. I would love to see something like that. That would be cool. But yeah, maybe I'm biased here. But yeah, I am looking forward to this match. It's gonna be good. Love to see it. There we go. Looks like the stream delay is a little bit off there. So like 3 seconds now. So it's been fixed a bit, but
now. Or no, I can see. Sorry.
No, I think it's the exact same. But just again, something to keep in mind while we're watching these. A lot of these matches have been super close, so that could end up mattering from our viewing perspective. And we now have.
I think they're fixed now, though.
Oh, are they fixed? Yeah, there we go.
A little
Beautiful.
bit of delay on Aquacord's screen, but now they're neck and neck. This is exactly what we want as viewers, and it is a Desert Temple seed. Feinberg going for some early sticks, Aquacord going for some early beds, abandoning the sticks, maybe not as punishing because we have trees right next to it. We have enough iron to where we need to kill the golem. So now our focus is going to be drawn to where's our water, where's our flint. Aquacord has 7 apples, Feinberg has 7 apples, so maybe you don't even push for hay bales as hard as you might. It just sort of depends on where this lava pool is, I think. We see 2 different wood types. Aquacord going oak, Feinberg going dark oak. I think dark oak is interesting. Maybe slightly better.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of like the dark oak play. I think that makes sense from Fine, able to then craft the shovel. But just, having just a 1 wood type, I feel like is always nice in your inventory. And just being able to very cleanly mine 1 tree and getting all the wood you could ever dream of. Feinberg is going to be looking for the lava pool now after having gotten that bread and 2 beds here from Fine. We'll have to see if the obviously last seed, the explosive count, he would have really loved to have 2 more beds. So could definitely end up mattering if this is a low explosive situation. Once again, gonna get some flint on the way to presumably the lava pool. I don't know about you. I didn't see the lava pool, but maybe it was over
I
here.
didn't either, but both players are pushing this plains biome. You know, it's a little bit nice because we can get flint from the river, but I guess they probably saw this off of spawn, maybe something that we didn't see. But Feinberg is going to be maintaining that lead, kind of asserting his dominance as the better overworld player. We'll see what the Nether's like, though, as Aquahorde really isn't that far behind.
Yeah, Aquahorde much closer
Bastion
than...
immediately.
Yeah, good routing from both runners. And we do see Feinberg now right on top of this housing bastion. So beautiful stuff to see. This could be a quick seed. And now I'm going to start the route. I don't think we saw the fortress there. So we're going to have to keep an eye on exactly where that is. But this seed has the potential, Parker, to be very, very quick if this housing ends up being nice and smooth from here. Which usually housing is. I feel like housing is so nice. It's so clean and it's so consistent.
Yeah, and we already have our 5 obsidian chests, so an even better argument for that fact. We don't have, I guess we have a decent amount of food, so that's probably not going to be mattering a ton here. Both players taking slightly different ways of routing the top chests, but it doesn't look like it's mattering a ton here. We're seeing some pie charts getting set up here. Not sure exactly where this fort is going to be. It could be a little bit awkward. This is a pretty buried housing bastion. We have some terrain open up to the left here, so probably going to see Feinberg exit left to check the quadrants. Awkward's still checking his trades now, though.
And Feinberg getting the breadcraft off here. Has the opportunity to maybe make a gap if you want on this seed. I don't know exactly. We'll have to see exactly how the trades go, but looks like maybe neither runner are going to be going for that. I don't know. Did they see the fort? I thought that we didn't. Yeah, it looks like Aquacord using the pie chart. Feinberg has not done so yet, I believe. You're going to be doing that now. And we should find that it's sort of in the direction of the front bit of the housing here. Oh, no, I think it's the other way, actually. Looks like it's the direction he just checked there. And
yeah, it looks like it's negative X. So
Okay,
Aquacord... maybe is already pyrade, so he's out, isn't wasting the same time that Feinberg did looking for the fortress. Both sort of purling onto this upper warped section. It looks like it's opening up rather well here. Feinberg sees the fortress, Aquacord not too far behind, and this is another lava ocean fortress, so there's the ability to play for strays here. You know, really consolidate the strays onto the fortress when there's so much lava around, something we talked about at EDCR in an interview. But Aquahorde is at a spawner. It's weird because there's lava all over. So maybe you force a different spawner. Aquahorde's got 3 strays here. Feinberg now at a spawner that doesn't have lava. So he's going to be able to play for this while Aquahorde is still searching for that same spawner.
Yeah, it looks like Feinberg here able to get the double blaze bed off as well using those 2 beds that we got from the village. And meanwhile, Aquahorde has just now arrived at the spawner. Gonna also be going for a double blaze bed with the 2 beds that he got from the village. So you love to see those come in handy. But there we go. Aquahorde actually taking a little bit of damage here on 3 hearts now. Should be okay, but scared me there for a second. We saw Aquahorde last time in the last fortress get down to half a heart. So it is... I'm a little scared watching Aquahorde, but I think he is doing just fine.
We now see...
Yeah, I know. He's on 6 routes, just all these strays. I mean, yeah, I guess just able to play all the strays and catching up, saving a lot of time on Fine, as we see Fine just waiting on the blazes to spawn in here. And there's the blind from Aquahorde. Now checking the eye measurement here. Looks like we'll have to see how close it is. But yeah, I mean, great stuff from Aquahorde, able to play around those strays extremely well. And now we see Feinberg here as getting those 12 eyes just a bit behind, as Aquahorde now, having measured, has not pre-crafted, I don't think. And so, I mean, maybe that could end up mattering, but pretty significant lead at this point for Aquahorde, as Feinberg's getting the measurement off while we see Aquacord getting the pre-crafts off and getting to the coordinates as soon as he can.
Yeah, he's got a lot of beds, a lot of explosives. I mean, both players do. And he's going back into a fortress in another spotter. I think this is a different fortress, and he's really utilizing this hallway to travel where he needs to. Has the gold picks. Not sure if Feinberg is going to be able to craft the same amount of gold picks here, but looks like had a little bit of a weird and slow measuring split. So Awkward gaining even more time here. I mean, the strays are looking really good today, Nerdy. We're seeing the stray plays be very beneficial.
Aquacord here is building to the coordinates. We are getting close, it seems. Feinberg
These are different strongholds.
trying to claw back anytime he can. And now building the portal at around 720 here to enter the stronghold. There we have it. So going to be, looks like maybe down mid, perhaps. We'll have to see. Is this
here?
Yeah. Trying to get ready for the hunger reset.
This. I mean, he got a good spike this direction.
There it is. Yes, it is.
Wormholes into it.
Wow.
So the fact that there's a different stronghold, not good for the Feinberg situation. Aquacord got a clean spike here. And even though Feinberg's building his portal, Aquacord should be taking the win here. Let's pay attention to the 0. Actually, how many pearls does he have?
So many
does he have
bets.
another stack? Okay, so he should be fine. 058. Buried.
This could be tough.
Doesn't have a gold pick. It's back. This actually could be tough. I don't think Feinberg has a gold pick either. Awkward only going to be able to push to Y90 here, presumably. Pushing.
Feinberg here
Universal
trying
side
to force
setup. I mean, he has a ton of explosives, so he should be able to hit this, but if it flies, it doesn't fly.
Wow,
This is great
stuff from
damage
Aquacord.
here.
You'd
Beautiful
love to see
zero
it.
cycle.
Aquacord.
Rotation.
Awkward taking the second seed. Great stuff. Feinberg does find the portal room, but it is too little too late. And I think it just came down to those strays, Parker. I mean, great stuff from Aquacord playing around those strays and able to take this second seed over Feinberg, taking a 2-0 lead going into this third place match. It is match point, Parker.
Yes, it is. Feinberg doesn't have a single one, so his tournament life, I mean, up against the wall, a situation that he's been in before, but he really needs to win one of these to make himself be the third place. So, I mean, this is good for my prediction, Nerdy. I had Awkward winning. We'll see if he can close out here on this next seed.
That is true. I mean, yeah. I mean, looking at this, we can see Feinberg entered the fortress 6 seconds faster. It did find the spawner faster as well, but just Awkward playing around those strays ultimately won him the match. So very, very good stuff to see there. Looks like maybe lost some time on the way to the stronghold as well for Feinberg. But regardless, that was an exciting match, and I've realized something here, Parker. So Aquacord could obviously win at any point now, and any of the next, if we have at most 3 seeds. But if Feinberg wants to win, he would need to reverse sweep Aquacord.
Reverse sweep the reverse sweeper. That would
be pretty poetic, I will say.
That would be poetic. This would be the season of reverse sweeps. I think somebody said there was 4 total, like ever, and there's been 2 this season. So like, I'm here for it. If Feinberg wants to make that happen, you got to lock in here. Fine, I guess maybe play some strays and take the win. I guess he was ahead on one of the first seed, but just like messed up the 0. There's definitely a shot for Feinberg to reverse sweep, but it's going to be really tough.
It's 100%. It's going to be tricky. I would be here for that, or I'd be here to see Aquacord take that third place spot and as well just sort of get that podium after, getting 4th place in season 8 maybe was, I mean, obviously a very impressive accomplishment to get 4th place. But obviously, I'm sure Aquacord would have loved to take a spot on the podium. So going to be fighting for that. While Feinberg also trying to get his first ever podium. It is one of his best ever playoffs performances. Well, no, not one of. It is his best playoffs performance so far. So definitely has the opportunity to prove himself as well. Either way, I think this is going to be a great match. I would love to see either outcome. And we are going to send this over before we get into the match. We're going to send it over quickly to Fulham to see what we have from him and see anything that we might have missed. Take it away, Fulham.
Beautiful. That transition was good, Nerdy. That was really clean.
Apologies for the millennial stare with the very final mid-match analysis of the season. I may or may not have missed the go command from Big Boss Oliver himself. Welcome back. It is your mid-match analysis for the third place playoffs. It's Feinberg versus Aquacord, and Aquacord is 2 seeds to the good right now. What a 2 seeds it has been. We are ever so slightly behind schedule, so I am going to hurry up as fast as I possibly can. And given the fact that these players have played absolutely lights out in these 2 seeds, it was very difficult to find things to analyze. However, one of those things was the Fire Res misplay, or I do say misplay, the Fire Res almost misplay from Aquacord in first seed, going down from 6 hearts, getting shot by 2 fireballs and taking 3 ticks of fire damage, but just surviving on half a heart. Going to instantly blind here, and I think after this moment was when the nerves may have kicked in, because just after this, we had a messed up hunger reset in the ocean. All of the items started floating up to the surface. Things were wrong in the inventory. We had to do some inventory management before throwing pearls towards the second portal, and this allowed Feinberg to enter the end first. Now, something that we have seen here, I want to really notice, as Feinberg enters here, throws a pearl to the left. Notice, because of the terrain, he makes a heads-up play and directs his pearl ever so slightly left. Now, a lot of players, when they're entering the end, instant brain off. They've been in the practice maps hundreds and hundreds of hours, done thousands and thousands of zero cycles, instantly throw that pearl towards the first pillar, the one that you're normally going to pearl to when it is a front dragon. But Feinberg notices that the terrain looks pretty shocking and pearls to the left instead. And by pearling to the left, it allows him to get a better pearl towards the back dragon and get a very good setup on the dragon. It was a little bit unfortunate, and I think that mayhaps he was reading some tweets and saw, well, if you're going to get lucky with Perch, just hit the 0 and then they can't get lucky. And unfortunately, he went for that this time. Little bit of a late explosive on that first 2 beds there, or the first double bed. Messing up ever so slightly, increasing the dragon's height, going for a lot of knockback, and unfortunately not able to kill the dragon. Pillars up, and unfortunately with that bow shot, is going to take the melee damage from the dragon there. It's actually unfortunate. I really like his attempt there. It really left everything on the table and showed why he's in the top 4. I mean, it's the furthest he's ever been in playoffs, and I think that it's been a very good run for him. But after Seed 1, Aquacord was able to take it. And one of the things I wanted to notice, as you can see, as soon as he enters the end here, almost like a brain-off moment, instantly throws that pearl towards the right-hand pillar. And because of that, he doesn't land on good terrain and instead falls into this little crevice here and tries to pearl back up, but with very little time, taking a little bit of extra fall damage, there's no chance he's going to hit a good setup on that back T94. So instead decides to go for the 1-cycle play, and it worked out. Maybe you could say that's good fortune. Maybe you can say that it's Feinberg's fault for missing the 0 cycle. I think that we had some arguments like that yesterday, but I'm going to leave that up to your decision to be made. In the second seed, though, I think it was all about the fact that Aquacord played the Strays. And the Strays made all the difference. After Aquacord went for this, not only after the double blaze bed here, having a lot of explosives to do so, not only before that did he get a lot of strays, but afterwards, seeing the 3 or 4 strays in this direction, able to farm them up, get his 6th rod, and even push for a 7th because of, being able to leave one after the measurement. I think that's a great play, and Aquacord doing amazingly and using this advantage to get into the end first and complete the seed very, very well, and making it 2-0. That is going to be your last mid-match analysis of the season. I'm so sorry. We're running a little bit behind schedule, and that means, unfortunately, I am going to dip. I've been Fulham with your mid-match analysis segment. I really, really appreciate you all for being here. I'm going to send you back to Nerdy and Parker. And don't forget, we got the finals coming up soon. That best of 7 is going to be absolute cinema. So don't go anywhere. I will see you all next season. But for now, enjoy the last few games. We will see you all very soon. Take it away.
We are back. We are back for potentially our final seed here, Parker, for me and you. Obviously, again, I want to reiterate there's going to be a very exciting match after this that I'm sure everyone's aware of with that best of 7 between Infume and EDCR. But this could be our last match if Awkward takes a win. Or, as I was mentioning, Feinberg has the chance to reverse sweep the reverse sweeper, as Awkward has taken 2 wins.
It's a good storyline.
It would be a really good storyline.
Sounds good on paper.
Yeah, and that would be very exciting, but at the same time, Aquacore taking a win would also be very exciting. So I'm excited for whatever we've got ahead of us. So Parker, very quickly, I know we're a little bit behind here, so I don't want to take too much time, but quickly, what do you think we're gonna see from our seed picks from Feinberg?
So it's Feinberg's pick again. Can he go back to Desert Temple? I believe he can go back to
Village.
Temple. I'm gonna say Temple. Like,
might
as well. Like, he's known for it. I think that's what he's gonna do. I mean, this is my last prediction potentially of the whole thing. So I'll go with it. I've guessed Desert Temple so many times, but no, I'm wrong. Tragedy.
No.
Buried treasure.
The streak ends, Parker. I'm so sorry.
Against Aquacord, Nerdy. This is maybe the least likely one that I would have seen, but I also wouldn't have expected Feinberg to go for a 4 explosive 0. So maybe he's just, putting it all on the line, playing really risky. Maybe this is what Feinberg needs, but Aquacord, has got so much practice on those Ocean Seeds, being a heavy RSG player. I think it's a very interesting pick here from Feinberg.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by that as well. Of course, Awkward has spent so much time in RSG. Not to say that Feinberg's not good at these seeds. I just feel like the Desert Temple gives more opportunities for decisions and little advantages that we saw on the first seed. Like Feinberg messed up his portal on the first seed, which made it the overworld pretty close. But his decision making and the way that he played the seed, to me, pretty clearly gave him an advantage. So I'm a little bit surprised by this, but at the same time, it's not I feel like BTs are very even often. It's one of the, I feel like when it comes to seeds that are the closest, it might be just BTs because they are so simple. And yeah, so we will see here a little bit of delay there. We're going to delay Awkward's screen there. And thus, hopefully we are close between the 2 runners here. And looking around now for that BT, both of them finding it very smoothly. Let's see what it has to offer. It's got
my diamonds.
5 diamonds. Wow. Very good stuff from this BT. I was gonna say from these runners, but that's really the BT that's doing the carrying.
Yeah, a little bit. But it's interesting. We're going to be able to see a diamond sword and a diamond pickaxe. The diamond sword is going to be nice for potentially stray plays. We've seen strays really work out today, especially for Aquacord. Both starting their crafts here. It is a warm ocean mostly around, and there's a lot of options to pick in terms of where you want to go for a magma pool. So I'll be curious to see if both these runners go the same way, both stopping at this early flint. Feinberg has the gold axe. Aquacord has the iron axe. So very interesting.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you make of that? Which play do you like more?
I think, typically the iron axe is better, right? You don't have to pre-craft one in the Bastion for killing blazes. Iron axes are just better because the gold axes don't have enough durability. But we have the diamond sword. So I think the gold axe is actually the more correct play because you only need to use the golden axe to break a crafting table. Everything else in the run, you should just be using the diamond sword.
I think that's a great analysis there, Parker. And we see Feinberg finding the ravine a little bit sooner here, so able to enter just a couple seconds ahead of Aquacord here as we check out this nether. Wow, right on to the bridge Bastion here. We see Feinberg has to staircase up to the chalice, but overall a very, very good looking seed to start. We're trying to right click on that side of the little pillar there of the bridge. Struggling a little bit. We see Aquacord taking a little bit more aggressive for the movement, but it does work out. And placing the door as well, nice little, using every block that he can to save as much time as he can. And we see this bridge looks like we've got lots of options for how we want to play it. The right side looks good. I'm not sure if the left side's good, but probably just going to see them play the right triple here, as now we're going to get the aggros off. And these runners are just going to start their route with Aquacord just trailing a little bit behind, but not too far behind whatsoever.
Yeah, not making any mistakes here, so it should be a close match with this Bastion. We're probably going to be getting the same amount of pigs here. Maybe a little bit of shakiness in Aquacord's gameplay, but both getting their auto funnel set up here. We have the diamond picks. We're not going to have to wait as much for obsidian, so maybe you don't even go to check the other side. We get obsidian in this side, so almost certainly going to be getting our 20 obsidian set nice and easy from both of these runners. And the terrain is maybe a little bit strange. I think it opened up. Yeah, it opens up to the side here. We haven't seen the fortress yet, so that's going to be the big question of where to go. We'll see if Aquacord can make up any time. Feinberg did enter first, so he should be leaving first. I think we got a decent amount of picks from both.
Yeah, don't even necessarily need 20 obby if the obby, I think that's what the main thing they're pace locked by right now, but they can, of course, leave on lower obby if they need to with that diamond pick. Now we're going to see what seems to be a pearl hang here from Feinberg. Yes, indeed. And probably going to check the other side, perhaps. Maybe not. Maybe. I can't tell. Feinberg's movement's confusing me here. But yeah, it looks like he's not going to check the other side. At least not yet. And just going to see if these trades will clutch up. We've got not too many pearls as well. Only 11 pearls there. Let's see the obby count. 22.
Aquacord's
Beautiful.
Out first, though. Oh,
wow,
no,
yeah.
They're so close. Aquacord's sending
I think it's
a
super
pearl
close.
hang off to the left more. And so actually, even though they're entering the same time, Aquacord maybe plays the Bastion a second or two faster than Feinberg. So they're both running down the same hallway now. Feinberg decides to go off the path. I think I like this play from him. He's going to be in more Soul Sand Valley, but no, it's not working out here. Aquacord is at a spawner, has two strays.
Feinberg, though.
Feinberg's also at a spawner, but it's enclosed.
So totally different spawners. And I think we have plenty of explosives, if I'm not mistaken here. It looks like 12 explosives total. So double blaze bed. The fact that it's enclosed shouldn't necessarily matter. But oh man, there's a wither skeleton. Scared me a little bit there for a second, but it is all good. Feinberg has cleared out the way. Meanwhile, Aquacord playing this open spawner. It's a little bit sometimes awkward. You have to bridge out here. I mean, these runners are totally used to doing this, but Feinberg does not have to deal with the fact that there's no blocks below him. And so I guess you could see that as a little bit of an edge for Feinberg, but in either case, both runners very, very close. I mean, theoretically, they are far enough away that we could see a different stronghold, but it's definitely something that is not guaranteed. Most of the time, we see the same one, so we'll have to see, keep an eye on that, but let's see with Feinberg getting the blind off here.
Yeah, really just cranking through these blazes. Aquacord only on one rod, though, according to the tracker. So I guess the rates are just not very good. We should have the same spawns, right? Spawns are standardized even if you're at different spawners. Feinberg at a swamp biome. Interesting, but the blind looks pretty good. Is that 190 blocks? It is. Feinberg going to be portal breaking. Let's see if he pulls this off. Does get it.
Beautiful stuff.
So his stronghold looking a lot better than Aquacord's. We don't have Ninja Brain Bot on Aquacord's screen, but presumably it's got to be farther than 190 blocks like Feinberg's.
For sure. I mean, yeah, these rates just not necessarily the best. Slowing down these runners. They want to be going so much faster. They have nothing to do, just kind of waiting around here, trying to figure out what they can even do. We see Aquacord does get another spawn here. There's the spawn for Feinberg.
Aquacord honestly could go for more wood here. He has a lot of wood in the inventory. I'd be surprised if he doesn't realize. I mean, there's warped logs right next to him, and like he has enough explosives. He's probably comfortable with 7, but if you mess up, then it could be bad. I mean, the rates are starting to drop now. Has 4, only needs 2 more. Feinberg also getting some good spawns. But still just waiting, Nerdy. It's just a waiting game. This is a slow.
Still on 10 eyes. We got a pearl hang there from Aquacord, so I guess a nice little time save. But is that only 8 eyes for Aquacord? He's a blaze behind.
Yeah, I guess he is. I don't recall any strays that happened. There's 3 spawns here, 4 spawns here. 1 drops, 2 drops, so Aquacord is going to be out. Feinberg presumably out at the same split.
There we
and
go.
It's just a question of how far away is Aquacord? Like, where is this? It looks
Aquacord
like he's
must have
already
like
building it.
had a rod drop or something. But yeah,
Okay, so he
Aquacord
loses
here.
his boat. That's interesting. That could
Ooh,
matter.
okay.
But he also has this really close blind here, and he's going to be in the stronghold first. I thought Feinberg may be ahead with his blind, but Aquacord having a similarly good one. Aquacord getting a good spike, going through this hidden to the top right, checking this really weird wraparound, and it pays off. Here's the portal room. He doesn't even need to hunger reset, and so if he hits the 0, he's going to be securing his spot at 3rd place. Feinberg finds it as well, but the 0 is open. Aquacord has
Plenty of beds here. Oh, this should be so hittable for Aquacord. Yeah, a great easy 0 for Aquacord to be able to hit and potentially close out this match. Let's see if he can do it. Feinberg also, of course, is going to go for the 0. Both of the runners should hit it, but Aquacord just so far ahead.
Up a bow.
Not the best, honestly. Bad situation. Did
two
Aquacord
bows.
mess it up? Wait, hold on. I don't know.
I mean,
Feinberg.
I think he still kills, but this is low, nerdy.
I don't know,
Wait,
though.
if Feinberg 2 blocks,
I don't know who's
I think
gonna
he might
win.
win here. Hold on.
I actually don't know. I actually don't know who won.
Who won? Aquacord messed it up by 2 or 3 rotations. Doesn't have the boat. Has to go down. Feinberg's in the portal, waiting. This might matter. I don't know who won.
I don't know either. Who won? Did Aquacord win 3rd place, or are we going to a game 4? Aquacord wins it!
By like 3
Wow!
ticks. By like
Barely
3.
takes the win.
My gosh.
Oh my goodness.
My gosh. We need somebody to tell us how close that was. The dragons died almost the exact same time. Like literally, and Aquacord didn't have the boat too. He just missed, I think 2 of his arrows went through the dragon. So it completely threw off his 0. Thankfully he was able to kill it, but wow, nerdy. Just
that
like,
was ridiculous.
that was so close.
I mean, wow. I was calling the game off. I was like, okay, he entered 10 seconds faster, and it's like a super easy 0.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong? Of course, commentator's curse comes in, but Aquacord is able to take the win despite the scuffed 0, and that gives him his first ever podium placement with a 3-0 against Feinberg. A very impressive performance, taking Infume as well to a game 5. So it was like he did not go out easily in that performance as well. So really impressive stuff from Aquacord throughout this entire tournament. 2 reverse sweeps, almost gets the win against Infume, and then 3-0s Feinberg. So I feel like that is just a super, super impressive performance overall from Aquacord, and we'll give him that podium placement that I know he's been after, right? So I'm excited to get into an interview with him. We will get into that shortly here. But I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that series there? The 3-0 for Aquacord.
I mean, I think it was overall they're taking the whole tournament into thought. I think it's good for both players. This is Feinberg's best performance. This is Aquacord's best performance. They're both walking away having won some incredible matches. I think both are playing at the World Championship or Cup, the Ludwig event that's happening soon. And so we got to watch some awesome gameplay, and we finished with just maybe the closest match we've ever seen, like statistically the closest match we've ever seen. Feinberg's portal open. We saw it on his screen. It was literal ticks. Maybe only 3, 2, maybe even 1 tick difference. So close.
I would love to see an analysis of how close that was. Apparently, according to I see, it was 0.5 seconds of difference between them, apparently. So literally less than a second, half a second difference between the 2 runners. And yeah, unfortunately for Feinberg, that is his performance. I think he still had a great performance as well. I mean, obviously maybe not happy with this specific series, but his overall tournament experience, he's done a very good job of making it all the way to this final day. But yeah, so we'll get into the interview here with Aquacord in just a moment. But yeah, I mean, this is unfortunately, Parker, that was our final game of commentary. True. And so but at the same time, then we get to watch. I've actually never watched a finals, I've only ever commentated, which I guess that is watching, but you know what I mean? So it's
different. It's different hang out and call.
Yeah. But I'm very excited to watch Curry and Rose commentate that. So we will get into that. And we also have a quick video that I'm excited about that I'll talk about in just a second after our interview. think we're just waiting a second. Less than a minute, apparently.
Okay,
so
cool. Just
give us
setting
a
up
moment
some
here.
things, but you're totally right, Nerdy. It's been a pleasure, and this is our first like time commentating actual playoffs together, and so it's
True,
just,
true.
It's really fun. You know, it's been a blast. I love everybody here. The community is still growing. The players are getting better. We're seeing storylines develop. We're seeing unique stuff. I don't know. It's just been a really good playoffs overall. I've really enjoyed it.
It's been a good playoff so far, and there's arguably the best match to come, the number 1 seed against the number 2 seed.
Yes.
And we're going to send it over to our interview with Aquacord now. Aquacord, welcome to the booth.
Hello.
Congrats
Thank
on
you.
the podium placement, the 3-0 against Feinberg. How are you feeling after, I know you've been playing this game for a long time. You get your podium placement, the 3rd place win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Yeah, it's my first podium in any tourney I've played, and I've had a lot of tourneys, so I think it feels really good to like finally get a podium. Obviously, I wish I could have made finals, like it was so close, but I'm very happy with 3rd.
Well, yeah, you had
And
a
how are you
legendary run. I mean, reverse sweeping, you're kind of making a name for yourself. It's been awesome to see. One question that I sort of had, because I think you're one of the best players for going for low explosive zeros, like 4. I think you were one of the first people to really go for like 4 explosive zeros. And there were some options to do that. I think it was either the 2nd or 3rd seed. Feinberg used an explosive and only had 4 going for a 0. You kept one, so you had 5 going for it. I'm just curious, what are the variables that go into like when you have low explosives and like what kind of zeros you hit? What sort of is going through your mind?
I mean, yeah, I think it was the 1st seed. We had 4 bed, 1 anchor, but it was like only enough for like 4 beds and no bow, and we didn't have a crossbow.
Mhm.
So I guess Fine opted to do a bow and 3 bed, 1 anchor, which like I'm pretty comfortable with that, but I don't know. I'd rather just have the 5 explosive no bow. I feel like that's more comfortable for me usually. It's also like better, like if it like flies after the 1st explosive, you can still like 1 cycle.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And I'm just curious, are you aware of how close that last game was? Like, do you?
I wasn't.
How are you
until
feeling?
I just checked. I knew like I knew there was like a chance that like I lost because I messed up the zero so bad. I mean, I think the arrows went to the dragon, but I definitely still like trolled it a bit, and then I didn't have my boat or like a pearl to get down. So like that was scary. I wasn't sure like how like soon after we entered that. I didn't realize it was like 0 seconds. That was insane.
Yeah, no, it was ridiculous. I feel like that we had no idea who won. We had absolutely no idea. And so 0.5 seconds according to Redline. I guess I just want to know, like, what are your plans from here? I know you obviously get this big achievement of getting 3rd place. Are you going to keep grinding the ladder? Do you have other plans? Are you going to go for that 1st place and maybe next time? Like, what exactly are your goals and your plans moving forward with MCSR?
Well, okay, so what I was saying before, like yesterday, I was saying if I like get 1st here today, like I'm definitely just gonna start grinding RC for world record. But like obviously I didn't get 1st, so and the lands come up now, so I might still keep doing like a decent amount of ranked. I might do like a bit more RC though, because I do still want to get RC record, but I'll definitely keep grinding ranked for the LAN and for next playoffs.
Well, that's cool to hear.
Awesome.
I mean, you're certainly one of the most promising runners for world record. It would be awesome to see. But I really like seeing you finally take a podium finish here, and I think you're a phenomenal player, and it's been a real treat to watch your gameplay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Aquacord, congratulations on the win. On getting 3rd place is something not a lot of people can say they've ever done. I mean, that is seriously impressive. Great stuff. It is building your speedrunning repertoire. So good stuff, and congratulations. Thank you so much for the interview. And
thank you.
Yes, we will see you next time, hopefully, as well.
Hopefully. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye. And with that, unfortunately, Parker Frost, it is over. I'm a little sad to, I love commentating and all that stuff, but I'm super excited for this last game, Parker. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be fantastic. I mean, I feel like this is as good of a script as you could ask for. It's not scripted though. I swear, guys. I promise it's not scripted. The double reverse sweep. We're not scripted now. I swear. I promise. That's not scripted. The 0.5 seconds difference. That's not scripted. I swear. 100%. But no, I'm super excited for this last game. We've got a best of 7 against EDCR and Infume, our number 1 and number 2 seed. But first, Parker, we have a very special video edited by none other than Kira's Frogs, who I've worked with a lot. Fantastic. Big shout out to Kira. And this video is a retrospective on a bunch of different runners talking about their experience. We're on season 10. We've been doing this for like 3 years at this point. And you're going to hear from all these different runners about what they've been doing, how they've been feeling over the course of these past 3 years. And so I think this will be a very meaningful way to sort of end off our intermission videos for season 10 playoffs. So I'm very excited to see that. I have not seen it yet, Parker. So hopefully we'll get some heartwarming stuff from all these runners. We'll see. But regardless, let's get right into that. Thank you so much for having us on as well. That is our final thoughts. Do you have any quick thoughts before we go? I should have given you that chance, Parker. Any last thoughts on this playoffs?
Just sort of echoing it all. Yeah, it's an honor to be like part of this little team, to be a little piece in this massive puzzle that is ranked playoffs. I have a lot of fun commentating here. The community is super awesome. I'm also excited to watch this video. And then after, I mean, this is my pick'ems nerdy. EDCR versus Infume. This is what I've been hoping has happened. This is what I've been looking forward to. I'm hoping it's going to be absolute cinema. And if it is, this will go down as my favorite playoffs of all time. I really couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I cannot wait for this last final game. But yeah, so let's get right into that retrospective video. Thank you all for having us, and stay tuned for that, and also, of course, the best of 7 between Infume and EDCR.
What do I believe has changed the most about my gameplay from season 1 to season 10? Like, not that much. I guess I've learned like mostly all the new stuff. Like, no one was really zeroing crazy amount of ends back in season 1, and there's been a lot of like tech development, but I didn't like change my keybinds at all or like anything about my setup or anything like that, so not that much.
I think the biggest change about my gameplay since season 1 is my mechanics. It's pretty easy to see that they've gotten a lot better. Another thing is I remember struggling a lot with Bastion routing in season 1. I remember saying it was one of my biggest weaknesses, but now it's kind of the opposite. Now I think Bastion routing is one of, if not my biggest strength.
I feel like back in season 0 we were such babies and we just didn't know what we were doing, honestly. Back then, the gameplay was so much about consistency and like who makes less mistakes. And now it feels like everybody knows what they're doing now, and everybody like sort of understands like the principles of like the decisions that you make. It matters so much as being able to execute mechanically really well, execute the routes and strategies, and that if you're not locked in enough, then you're gonna miss on it and gonna lose the seed.
Early on, we didn't really understand exactly what ranked meant. It was kind of just figuring it out, like what is different from RSG, because that's all we played before. In season 1, I was more consistent, but like kind of slower. I kept a similar mindset, trying to learn all the newest stuff and the best things, but my gameplay has improved a lot, and yeah, just mostly just pushing my top speed and every little micro thing that I could think of.
The biggest change about my gameplay throughout these 10 seasons is probably just that I make less mistakes in general. I mean, obviously everything has changed, but I feel like that's the biggest one I can think of.
How do you prepare differently from season 1 to season 10? I don't really prepare much differently at all. I mean, okay, pre-tourney ritual I kind of have, and I've always had, which is basically just like, I try to wake up extra early, I go on a run, and I just try to warm up and like get my hands really warm as quick as possible. In terms of like other preparation, I have taken ranked like a lot more seriously. So for instance, like preparing by like doing like 100 private rooms against Duval is like really useful, because it kind of allows me to like really break down my gameplay and understand each individual part.
I used to do a lot more isolated practice in Season 1, like I would spend a lot of time in the Portal practice map and the Bastion practice map, but over time I've realized that there's so much more to the game than that, and there are so many like weird situations that you can find yourself in, so that's why I've shifted a lot more towards spending most of my time doing private rooms or just queuing ranked to practice for playoffs.
I spend a little bit more time in practice maps now than I did back then, I think, but it's still so minuscule compared to the time I spent just playing.
I feel like the way I prepare for playoffs hasn't changed at all since Season 1. It's like all the same to me, so I can't really give a good answer to that question.
I feel like I do prepare differently. So much of my preparation was like researching and like learning new routes, testing new stuff, and now it feels just like just being in your zone and practicing actively to maintain the consistency and speed at the same time.
It's really cool to see how much the community has grown since Season 1. I'm really happy there are so many new players and viewers watching.
You know, I've been a part of this community this entire time, and in Season 1, it already felt like just such like an amazing community, and the growth and the success of Ranked has really been a great thing to be a part of.
Mcsr has always been a special place. I'm really glad that I got to meet so many great people and friends. It's really awesome seeing that there's just more people now.
I mean, the Ludwig boom is obvious. It's crazy that we had a LAN last month and are hopefully going to have more in the future, like next year, whatever. Just the amount of people that are playing, like ELO inflation, it's been crazy. So it's cool that I've still been able to be a top player for this long, even with the like massive 100x in players. Like from Season 1 to Season 10 has got to be a crazy number, crazy boost, which is really, really cool.
I've had faith in Ranked since the beginning. I think it's more fun to watch and way more fun to play than RSG. I'm glad to see that it's grown so much and that it's getting the attention it deserves. It's hard to say if I'll make Season 20 playoffs since things can change so quickly, but as someone who is the only player to play in every single playoff so far, and I've comfortably auto-qualified since like Season 3, I think it's fair to say I have a pretty good chance at keeping that up until Season 20.
I want to say I will. I don't know, because like obviously you can't know, but like I think I'll always be like at least somewhat up there, considering, you know, where I'm at right now. And, you know, Season 20 is maybe closer than I really think.
I mean, if playoffs is still 3 times a year, that's only in 3 more years. I hope so. It's my job. Not my job to make playoffs, but like I hope so. But I mean, watching is always really fun, and being able to watch all the best Minecraft, I wouldn't want to play if I wasn't one of the best, so hopefully, I mean, I think I'll still make playoffs, but who knows, in 3 years, we'll see.
I think I will make playoffs in Season 20 if I just put enough time, honestly. I feel like it all depends on my motivation, honestly. I mean, so far, every time that I could play enough, I auto-qualled every season, but I don't know, maybe that's gonna change in the future.
I feel like I can definitely make it to Season 20 of playoffs. I'll just have to play consistently, which I'll probably do anyway, but yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final match of the MCSR Rank Season 10 playoffs. It's the grand finals. It's the top 2 seeds. It's the match that everyone wants to watch, Rose. Infume versus EDCR. And how lucky are we get to commentate this absolute cinema match that's about to happen.
Yeah, I am so excited. I watched the semifinals and the third place matches, and we've just had some incredible Minecraft these last kind of 4 days we've had of playoffs. So I am so excited to see our number 1 and our number 2 seed kind of battle it out to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that these two have been so dominant on the ladder for basically like a year now, and after some playoffs, we have them finally matched up in the grand finals. It's super exciting. Both played some pretty incredible people to be here. Oliver, I didn't tell you to do this beforehand, but can we show the bracket really quickly just for people beforehand, just to wrap this up, show everyone what we had to actually get to this point? Because I think both of their paths to actually get here are really, really impressive and deserve to be showcased one more time before we actually go through and play this final match. Infume to get here, beat HDMI cables in the quarterfinals, took down Silver after Silver took down Hacks, which I'm sure Silver was, I'm sure Infume was thrilled about, and then defeated Aquacord in a phenomenal 5-match set that was honestly one of my favorite matches from this entire playoffs. And EDCR Rose took down Ulsahin, our only new playoffs competitor this season, then 3-0'd Beef Salad in a fantastic display of EDCR's skill, and then after 2 crazy seasons that we commentated, really locked in on the last 2 against Feinberg to win 3-1. And now we're heroes with a phenomenal grand finals.
Yeah, and I think there is something quite wonderful about the fact that we've got the top 2 seeds, the top 2 players. For the last couple of seasons, it has been these two at the top of the leaderboard. They've been going back and forth with ELO World Records, and that we get to see them now in a best of 7 is going to be really, really good.
Absolutely. We could take a look at their stats side by side here. I mean, they have to be just absolutely crazy stuff here. A 904 ranked average versus a 910 ranked average. Both players with over 70% win rates. Infume 2800 elo. I mean, peak elo for EDCR this season 2772. Like, Rose, there's just so many things here that are just insane on both sides.
I know, and to see these 2 sets of stats side by side, it's intimidating. I mean, the 71%, 74% for win rate, the amount of kind of games they both played as well, and looking at their like average times, just 2 incredible players. I really don't know how to kind of, I don't know how to call it. I don't know I feel like they're both playing really, really well as well. I mean, we've seen, and we said before when we were looking at the bracket, EDCR has had such a dominant run to get to these finals. Has only lost 2 seeds in the matches that he's played. So
yeah,
I think, that's, if you are Infume now, you're going to be a little bit worried because EDCR is looking as formidable as he does when he is on the ladder. But, that's not to say that Infume, isn't going to be able to keep up with EDCR. Infume is the number 1 seed from last season. You can see he's got a faster average time than EDCR. They are so close together, and they are both, I think, playing so well.
Yeah, and I think the most interesting thing about this stat screen to me is Infume saying that he's the 3-time rank 1 person, because the person that was number 2, I feel like I don't even have to look it up, every single time was probably EDCR, right behind Infume. So the fact that, I mean, we've had so many upsets this season in different playoff matches and really everything, and the fact that it all still led to EDCR versus Infume is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy indeed. And I'm just excited to get into this match here, honestly. Like, there's been so much to get here. We've waited patiently, and we have a phenomenal grand final set in this best of 7 also, because this is the only match that's an actual best of 7. So we get even more Minecraft, which is super exciting.
Yeah. I think everyone has been kind of waiting to see this matchup. I think they did play each other in your free for all event in like the very
They
first
did
round,
in
I believe.
the first round.
Yes.
In the first round, yes.
I can't remember who won.
Infume.
But Infume. Okay, so we've not really seen them for a little while in like a long kind of series. So I'm very, very excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, it's just like you said, they don't really play each other on the leaderboard. Their matches, I mean, really historically, I would imagine is not a lot at all, just because of time zones between these two runners. And honestly, compared to some other people, especially EDCR, doesn't really play that much on the ladder. As much more practice, private rooms, that kind of vibe. I mean, it still has a couple hundred games, but I mean, compared to some other people we've seen, Beef, etc., it's not nearly as much. So to see them actually get into a best of 7 together in the grand finals with another $1,500 on the line is really exciting. And it's going to be a great match. We'll have the seed selection up shortly to take a look at that and see what Infume's seed pick is, because Infume is still the 1 seed. I mean, as we take a look at it here, the best of 7 seed selection, Desert Temple for Infume, makes a lot of sense. It's something that he's always been comfortable with. It's something that really made his kind of mark in the community to start with, was how good he was at Desert Temples. Rose, any thoughts on this seed pick, and any thoughts for a prediction in this matchup?
I think yeah, as you said, the seed pick it's something that we would expect from Infume. We know he's really, really strong on this seed type. In terms of prediction, it's a little bit it's a really hard one to call. I think, and I'm thinking back to what I said in my interview when I got asked who I thought was going to win playoffs, and I did say Infume then. And I did say I think it'd been a little bit overdue for him to win a playoff. So I think I'm going to go Infume, but I think I'm going to say 4-2 to
say
Infume.
4-2 Infume. I think I'm going to take... I mean, Infume, like non-biased commentator, Infume is definitely someone that I know personally better. I know that he's been obviously working incredibly, incredibly hard for this. I think not even to just be the contrarian. I mean, I mentioned it in the match when we were commentating the Feinberg EDCR game. I just think EDCR is on a heater right now. I really do. I mean, Infume, no fault of his own, looked a little bit shaky in the Aquacord game. I think that's a lot more just that Aquacord really went on a generational run this playoffs, ended up getting 3rd place. I think EDCR, I'm going to do the reverse of you. I think EDCR is going to take this 4-2.
Okay, no, interesting, and I think I fully I agree with all of your points there as well, because EDCR has just been playing just so incredibly, and has barely showed any kind of, I guess, moment of weakness. Almost, I feel like he has been this kind of insurpassable, kind of formidable opponent. Whereas I feel like from Infume, we've seen little moments of kind of where he's not been as strong. But I think I'm still sticking with my prediction. But I think
it's valid.
Way, it's going to be so close.
He's the 1 seed for a reason. I mean, a 904 average, just absolutely dominant, and anything can happen. I mean, the thing that I'm most excited about, we lost the Feinberg Loki game. I was actually so excited to watch that again. But what I'm excited about in this grand finals is we just get a new winner. We get a new winner. Like, that's what's exciting. We already kind of knew that after Infume took out Silver, but the fact that we're actually here and the fact that it gets to be one of these two incredibly both deserving players, and also just a little peek behind the curtain. First thing that happened when the finals chat was made for this game is Infume and EDCR just really congratulating each other, like incredible sportsmanship between the two of them, saying no matter what happens, this is going to be a beautiful match. So I know these two players have a lot of respect for each other. I'm really excited to see that get played out here. And I mean, we're gonna be in this game very shortly here and start this crazy best of 7 matchup of Infume and EDCR. I'm just so happy. And I'm also, I mean, Nerdy was talking about it right beforehand that he's never really watched a grand finals. He's always been commentating it. Well, Rose, we're on the opposite side. I've never commentated a grand finals. You've never commentated a grand finals. Now it's our turn, and I'm very excited to commentate this with these two players.
Yeah, I am so excited. I think all of the games that we've had the chance to commentate for have been pure cinema. So I'm excited to kind of hopefully get the exact same again here as we hop into our very first seed of this best of 7 final.
Here we go. What a spawn to start us off with on
Wow.
this Desert Temple seed. We are in space. Now, here's the play that I would actually make. EDCR is going to find this water. I actually really like that.
Wow.
If you realize this, I wonder if you could jump off, die, and then use the death, like respawn invulnerability to get down. I wonder if that could have been a cool play. But both players making their way down here. EDCR with a lot more health, which could matter depending on the food situation in this temple. But Infume is going to have the lead here. Diamond pickaxe as well, which is really nice. And 4 golden apples, Rose. So that is not going to be nearly a concern, I don't think.
Yeah, I was looking at the rotten flesh and seeing they only had 13, and then they picked up the golden apples, so it's not really too much to worry about. But yeah, I liked what you said. My first thought would be to just jump off, die, and then use the spawn immunity as well. But yeah, going for slightly different routes down. But EDCR interestingly going kind of across the water, because he's found the trees and the lava pool and the water all nicely together in one spot, whereas for Infume he's now having to kind of take a little bit more time, messes up his kind of block parkour there, which is just going to lose him a lot of little micro time here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what EDCR went for is really nice. He's going to get set up here for the Woodlight a little bit earlier than Infume, but Infume notably is going to get the gravel here, and if it's not a fast Woodlight from EDCR, this could be a huge punish for him. Infume's going to get the portal ready now, using the TNT, messes up the water placement, but not a big deal, and EDCR still doesn't have a light yet, is going to be able to overlap with getting some more wood, but while that's happening, Infume has the portal built and is going to be entering the Nether.
Yeah, and interestingly, Infume chose to backtrack to get the gravel. So while he was taking time and being a little bit slower, getting to the lava pool, he actually spotted the gravel and made the decision to go back to find it. And now EDCR is still waiting to get that woodlight, but Infume doesn't immediately see the bastion. So it's kind of assessing the terrain. And is having to dig through the wall here as EDCR finally enters the Nether, but it's not going to be a kind of easy journey towards the bastion.
No, not at all. And is immediately taking different terrain, trying to go up this side here, and then you're going to see if this terrain loops around left while Infume committed to digging. I mean, I love the head hitters from EDCR as well, but having to go a long way off course, basically, I mean, almost facing nearly 180 degrees backwards from the bastion. Going to try and find a way that this opens up, but Infume committing to the dig so much earlier. If this terrain doesn't open up from EDCR, which it does, I was going to say Infume would have a huge lead, but I think this is actually going to maybe even be even. I think this is going to be so nice for EDCR that with Infume still digging, this terrain, especially on the high ground here, is going to be really nice. And he also has a great sightline for a fortress potentially as well.
Yeah, I actually really like EDCR making the decision there to go around, because if the bastion's on the screen for both of the runners now, but I think it's helped EDCR make up a lot of time. Whereas, Infume had to spend a lot of time digging through the walls. EDCR is going a lot higher up. He might check this room portal as well. He's going to on the way, or at least grab the gold block.
And that's going to be huge.
Carrots.
12 golden carrots. Unbelievable variance play. I mean, Infume has to manage his food unknowingly so incredibly well here. Otherwise, it's basically game over on the spot with how aggressively 12 golden carrots is going to allow EDCR to play here. And the thing that's really nice is both runners are getting set up for this double triple. I think EDCR saw the fortress as well. We'll have to keep an eye out on it. It is a little bit hard to tell with the bit rate and stuff with the runners, but I'm almost positive EDCR saw the fortress on the way over here, and Infume has no idea.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure that EDCR saw it, like in the corner of his screen, because he was so high up. But yeah, being able to grab 12 golden carrots, he can take, almost as much damage as he wants to. He's completely set for the whole seed. He probably will still have golden carrots left over at the end of the match. So,
easily.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that this really matters for is the aggression of the pearls. If these runners get so many pearls here, ECR is going to not have to think twice and basically can throw a pearl for literally any movement that he wants, which is going to be huge for this entire run. And yes, they have 4 golden apples, but I mean, you'd be surprised with how much you pearl, how quickly that can go away. if you're not careful or takes too much unnecessary damage. And that just concern, that mental strain, anything that EDCR has to think about with that is fully nullified and can just focus on other parts of the run.
Yeah, both runners getting a good Pearl hangout, both in the same direction. So Infume either did see the fort or EDCR is out, but Infume either did see the fort or had Pyrade for it while he was doing the route. But EDCR is going to be, even though he entered later because of his woodlight, because of his terrain
Look
decisions.
at this. Look at exactly what I'm talking about. EDCR literally just pearling through the whole fortress because he just can. Because he literally just has unmatched food, just doesn't matter. Can just throw these as much as he wants. Doesn't have too many pearls to do so. And runs into about 47 magma cubes in this hallway. So has to be a little bit more careful. But is going to be able to get up here and just try and find a way into the good part of this fortress. But Infume, while we're talking, isn't the good part of the fort, but only withers as his strays this time right now.
Yeah, and EDCR does find a couple of strays, and he sees the spawner as well. Infume, I think, still doesn't see the spawner, but yeah, looking for strays, but just had a lot of withers. EDCR
Rose,
able
look
to
at this.
use...
Look at the bottom. Infume, 13 pearls. That's it. That's nothing. So missed at least one pearl trade, maybe two from the fortress or from the bastion. Way less explosives as well. I mean, 6 is fine because you can also just use the TNT to blow up the spawner, so it's just completely whatever. But not sure where Infume lost the pearls to. And this is looking like, I mean, Infume's done a good job to keep up pace so far, but these resources, the golden carrots, the golden apples, the pearls, all that's going to start to add up, especially in this endgame here, as EDCR is starting to pull ahead with the measurement.
Yeah, and, you know, amazingly, EDCR was just sort of chugging the golden apples like no tomorrow, but still has 10 golden carrots. And we know now EDCR's got more pearls, is just going to have so much more freedom as he's traveling to terrain now. Infume's going to have to be a lot more careful. He's only got 2 golden apples left, it looks like. So, and yeah, more explosives for EDCR as well. So whether that was missed trades or extra blocks. I mean, EDCR got 1 extra gold block, but I don't think that was enough
That's
to make
actually true.
a difference.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, potentially he got an
point.
extra pearl trade or extra explosives, but yeah, from just the variance play to go for that ruin portal has just given EDCR such a lead here.
And that variance is just because of taking that high ground. Infume, I don't even think saw the ruin portal because of just going lower, committing to the dig. Amazing terrain decision from EDCR that pays off in more ways than he originally thought. And I mean, is going to be out here again. Can pearl so aggressively. This is his 4th golden apple he's eating and still has 9 golden carrots. Infume still has 2 golden apples, which is great and all. But again, like this aggression that EDCR can play with, I mean, this is when he's at his best.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Infume is now out as well, but you know, it's pretty far to get to these coordinates here. So EDCR has just been able to do it so much faster.
It is a second ring stronghold for Infume. His chords are negative 6550. EDCR negative 160 100. When was the last time we saw a second ring stronghold in play? It's got to be multiple seasons. That is crazy. And he's gonna build first.
That's incredible. How? It's obviously
so good.
different
He's so good.
strongholds,
I mean,
but
Ravine for
depends
EDCR.
now.
We're not even in starter for EDCR. And Infume hears it. Infume hears it.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be able to dig on it.
Oh, a little shaky there, but yeah, still has the golden apples, so you know, doesn't need to hunger reset. Wow, very far.
But he can't zero. I
island.
forgot he can't zero, Rose. Unless he's gonna try and go for the buildup. This is possible because of how low dragons stay in rank. They stay 1 rotation lower than RSG. Infume can get to at least 86, probably 90 here, but is gonna have to go for some crazy offset on 90 on this 88 tower and has to bail. Decides not worth it. This is the game for EDCR. With pearls, this is a free 0. So that's the difference. But EDCR really struggling on this spike. Didn't spawn in starter, in a ravine. It could be down here. There is light, but I don't think this is it. I think it's just from the lava. And it's hard to tell EDCR's spike. I mean, he likes whatever's down here, but it's not anything that we're used to. And the longer it takes him in the stronghold, Rose, this could be the perch for Infume. I mean, it could be any second.
Yeah, that's it's just a case of waiting and see for Infume. But EDCR's digging up.
Did EDCR hear it?
So
Did hear
maybe
it.
yes, he did.
But if Infume gets a perch within the next 30 seconds, Infume will still win. Like, if this dragon goes in right now, it could still be Infume's game. The dragon's going in, and it is going to snap. But Infume's so far away, and there's breath in the way. It's going to be so close. Should be able to hit an anchor, and is going to be okay, and has the explosives. So, Infume with a crazy 3+1. Ridiculous damage. After all that, misses the Ruin Portal. Less pearls. Still somehow gets the win with no 0 and a second ring stronghold for the first seed in Grand Finals. Wow.
Incredible. I mean, for the majority of that seed, it just looked like EDCR just had it in the bag, but Infume actually made it to his stronghold first, had a much nicer stronghold by going to the second ring, and he didn't have pearls, he didn't have food, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter for him, and you can see, Enter the End 1 minute faster just made all of that time up because of the stronghold.
I really think that stronghold nav was a huge difference for sure. But I think an underrated element of that game to me was when we were watching EDCR, like he was doing these cool pearls in the bad part of the fortress, but we look over, Infume just somehow got to the good part and missed something that EDCR like didn't see. And I think that can sometimes happen when I believe what happened, and we won't have any full on mid-match analysis, so if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but I think what happened is EDCR saw the fortress, so had just seen that part, pearls to it after the bastion, whatever. But Infume didn't see it, pie charts for it, and because he's pie charting for the spawner, the direction of the pie chart maybe takes a different direction than what was natural to EDCR. That being able to get there earlier to the good part really ends up paying off for Infume and ends up taking him to an entirely different stronghold where the terrain to get there was probably a bit better based on what happened for the rest of the seed, and also an easier nav. So absolutely crazy that all of that RNG decision-making thought process can happen in just one seed. But I mean, that's why in this grand finals, it's not just a best of 5, it's a best of 7. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible first seed, and just real demonstration, I think, as well, for how, again, we've said this before, when you can have very, very different approaches to a seed. If we think all the way back to the beginning, Infume got gravel, whereas EDCR was waiting for a woodlight. And then we obviously had the differences in the terrain decisions, and then it was so close in terms of making the time back up. They were building their portal pretty much at the same time. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be EDCR's seed pick now as well. So it's gonna be interesting. Is EDCR gonna go Ruin Portal? Is he gonna go for an Ocean Seed? I'm curious to see what his thought process is gonna be now.
Well, I mean, let's take a look. We got word. We got the call. It's Ruin Portal. I like it. It makes sense. I mean, both these players are obviously pretty fast. They're pretty good. So I want to see the fast seed. We saved the 1 seed check seed, the looting 3 seed for right now. EDCR knows that, so that's why he picked Ruin Portal. It's finally time.
Yeah, absolutely. No pre-check seeds, except surely this one is going to have looting 3. We're going to have even more than 12 golden carrots in this chest as well. Surely it's going to be a absolutely rapid seed. But no, I'm really excited that we get to see this early, that we get to see these 2 incredibly fast and talented players on one of the fastest seed types that we have.
And look at this. Talk about speed. We're in the next game. We're ready to go. What's the Ruin Portal going to look like? Both runners immediately beelining. Chicken's on the way for Infume. Going to be curious to see what the food is going to look like for these runners. No iron pickaxe, but a rare gold block in the chest, which is kind of fun. Going to allow these runners to make gold tools. They already have a gold pick, but the gold axe and shovel will be nice for sure. And then just, I think, only 4 or so nuggets needed. Yeah, 4 nuggets for a pickaxe. Not too bad at all. So not going to rely fully on the guaranteed 3 iron chest in the bastion. And both runners going to go for the chickens here.
Yeah, and also interestingly, both lighting the chickens on fire. You don't need to do any extra damage, because once you light the chicken on fire, it just dies. So you're saving time there. You just have to go back and kind of pick up the chicken afterwards.
Absolutely.
Both
Another
entering
weird terrain
basically the same
here.
time. Yeah.
again, Infume seems to be like making a decision a little bit quicker than EDCR here.
Yeah, EDCR
Committing
just
to
kind
this
of
direction early.
hesitating. Yeah, hesitating, going back and forth a little bit. And Infume does see the Bastion is going to be treasure, but does see it first now, whereas EDCR was kind of hesitating, going back and forth, still not kind of 100%, I think, confident, still constantly kind of checking their F3 to look for the spike, but is going to see the Bastion now. But Infume is going to be there first, grabbing plenty of blocks with that golden pickaxe as well.
Yeah, and it's a treasure bastion. I feel like we haven't seen a treasure bastion in a hot second. This bridging by EDCR, by the way, was just absolutely crazy. And immediately Glowdaring. Immediately. Like, way quicker on it than Infume. Haven't seen Infume do it at all yet. Something to keep in mind, of course, at this high level with the treasure bastion coming out. But Infume getting the gold, or the iron pickaxe, excuse me. EDCR getting it now. Gonna have to go all the way back down to start the route. Infume still ahead here. The gold pickaxe as well is super nice for treasure. But this Glowdar for EDCR that he started could be really nice. Because Infume, as I believe, doesn't even do Glowdar.
Yeah, and neither runner obviously saw the fortress, so potentially Infume's going to either have to go and break the spawner or is going to have to spend a little bit more time looking around as he's doing so now to try and find where the fortress is, or making the decision to kind of send the quadrants in kind of his best guess of direction. One thing I'm unsure if Infume actually picked up the cooked chicken of the ones that he killed. I'm waiting for him to go back. Oh, he did. Okay, so he has 3 and EDCR has 2. So not like a big difference, but just keeping an eye, obviously a low food seed with it being a ruin portal, so it's just worth keeping an eye on the food situation here. It's going to have a big impact in terms of how aggressive they can be as they leave the bastion here, as EDCR takes a little bit of damage from a crossbow piglin as well.
Yeah, I mean, no reason to go bottom besides breaking a spawner. The obby chests in this bastion are absolutely crazy. Keep an eye on the gold barters here as well. Infume ahead by a lot so far still. ECR organizing inventory. Infume maybe getting ready to leave here. A really nice organized inventory. Has the pre-crafts ready to go. Heading out this direction. I'm not sure if he saw the fort or if we're just sending direction. No, definitely didn't see it. We're just wide macro in here looking for anything. Trying to send the quadrants here. While EDCR has probably a much better idea because of doing Glowdar, lowering and increasing the render to reload the spawner at the fortress, give it more particles, something. Aquacord explained it so good yesterday, and I already forget entirely how he did it. But Infume really struggling to find it, and is maybe rolling all the way back to the treasure going a completely different direction.
Yeah, I think having to send the complete opposite direction that he chose, but EDCR still not 100% sure on direction, is still having to take the time to do an extra scan here, is kind of raising and lowering the render distance quite a bit. It seems like potentially the fortress is buried, or it's not super obvious where it is.
And Rose, the thing to watch out for here too, neither runner has a lot of pearls to work with. So actually getting to this fortress at this point is going to be much more time consuming than it would be otherwise because of how little pearls they have. And also on EDCR's screen, because of the low rate of the render, I mean, has passed maybe 15 hoglins on his screen. Like, just absolute chaos on the side of EDCR. Infume really committing to this direction now. Still not seeing anything. Now, finally on the wide macro gets it, but is down to 14 pearls.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to throw another one, otherwise he's not gonna have enough blocks to be able to get there. EDCR, interestingly, I think stopping to kill some of the many hoglins on his screen, because he's on very low health. You know, Infume's on 2.5 hearts. He can't throw another pearl. He doesn't have any food left. So EDCR, I guess, taking advantage of the fact that he knows that Infume is not in the fortress, even though he's about to, but taking advantage now to grab that food. He gets 8 pork chops as well from those 2 hoglins.
Oh my gosh. Still trying to Glowdar here, maybe, but has the pearl. I think the way that EDCR is going now is the right direction. I think it's more to the left for EDCR. But Infume falls again on the speed bridge, down to 1 heart in the lava. Can't really do anything and is on slightly lower render. So, I mean, it's a Soul Sand Valley Fortress. Weird things can happen. Gonna smartly try and go for a hunger reset here, but it's so awkward because of the lava everywhere. So finally decides to just build up, deal with it. EDCR committing these pearls here, still not seeing the spawner. Now he's down to 14 pearls. And this is just an absolute travesty for EDCR here. Just so unfortunate. Can't find it, even though through like even with the gloater, you just can't find it. Infume finally now getting to the fortress.
Yeah, and I think it's now there on EDCR's screen. Yeah. I for a second
fortresses though, right?
Yeah, it is. I think Infumes is in a Soul Sand Valley, and EDCR is still in the Crimson. Unless like this is the bad part, so unless the good part is gonna turn out into the same part as Infumes, but I think they might be. Wait, I just saw a flash of the coordinates, and wait for Infume to press F3 again. Hopefully, Infume does now see the spawner and plenty of strays as well.
At the spawner, the
EDCR
strays are
still...
huge. I mean, it could be the same spawner. Here's a crimson tree in the way for EDCR. So definitely could be. I mean, that's not what he wants to see there. Infume gonna get the blaze bed off now. Yeah, I mean, this is just tough day for EDCR. I mean, maybe it's still not though.
I don't think no, it's
I don't
definitely
think it is.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's fully in a crimson now, and yeah, Infume in a Soul Sand Valley. So potentially different strongholds again as well. But both again still only 13 pearls for Infume, 14 for EDCR. Depending on how many eyes there are in the portal as well, is going to affect if they're going to be able to hit a 0. If it's a back 0, or if it's caged, like buried, they're not going to be able to reach the 0 in the first place anyway.
And notably, both runners are down to 4 explosives now, both committing to a double blaze bed, assuming that they're really not going to be able to go for the 0 here. I mean, like, oh, wait, never mind. I don't know what, like, EDCR actually can make so many explosives. I guess the wood count is what was stopping him on the overlay. Yeah, now can make 10. So never mind anything that I was saying. I didn't realize that wood was the bottleneck for EDCR. But Infume measuring first, has 4 rods already. But EDCR is not as far behind as you would think on 4 rods himself now, Rose. And the blind for Infume is 2,000 blocks with 13 pearls. That's not going to be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, it's going to take him a very, very long time to get there. He's got to travel through Soul Sand Valley, just a stray blaze there on the way.
300 for EDCR.
Okay, well, so, may have taken him a lot longer to get to the fortress, but now... Infume may be leaving, but EDCR has a lot less of a distance to cover, which means with, the very low pearl situation that we have, it's going to help make that a lot faster. I mean, Infume's having to do a lot of very kind of tactical dropping down here to be able to get to the right kind of Y level to build his portal, because he just has absolutely no pearls to be able to throw.
Yeah, I want to point something out here too. I mean, EDCR has 8 explosives for 0. Obviously, only 14 pearls total. So if it's a 0 eye, not every 0 is possible at all. He has enough iron to go for ground 0. It's a very rare thing that we see in ranked playoffs because so many of these players can just hit 0. But an 8 explosive ground 0 would be possible. It's not the easiest thing in the world. And these runners are not going to be the most experienced with doing ground 0 because they're so used to zeroing. But I think it could be something we see here maybe. Infume is going to be building the portal soon, but EDCR is going to be in the stronghold first here. It's going to be different strongholds again. Does the nav be a little bit kinder to EDCR here? I mean, that looks like a pretty good spike for Infume. I'm not sure about EDCR, but it's Mineshaft for Infume, and there's the portal room for EDCR.
Yeah. Also, Infume did throw one of his pearls to be able to get to his coordinates because he wasn't going to be able to bridge out there fast enough, so he only has 12.
And he's grabbing Mineshaft wood.
Wow. But EDCR is able to go for the 0 here.
Very clean front 94, so 99 is going to be easy. This dragon should not fly. And after all of that, what a first 2 seeds. EDCR, barring disaster here, should have a pretty clean 0 and is going to get it done to tie this series up at 1-1 in our grand finals. What a crazy back and forth seed. I mean, EDCR with the 300 block blind, that's going to help for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And, with low pearls, low food, I mean, EDCR was able to get two absolutely incredible Hoglin drops as well to get more food there. But yeah, you can see he's very, very happy there as well. But
I love that both these players
seed.
like do a little like we've seen some like mouse shake, we've had some F5. I love that they're getting into it here in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you can see, they entered very, very quickly, but Infume was a little bit faster into the Bastion because Infume hesitated a little bit less. EDCR hesitated, wasn't quite certain in terms of the terrain to take and where the kind of the Bastion was. And then despite doing Glodar versus Infume kind of sending the quadrants and going in the wrong direction, two completely different fortresses, very low pearls, very low food, Infume having to hunger reset in the nether as well. And then the difference in the blind travel, 2,000 blocks for Infume with no pearls, 300 blocks for EDCR. Just completely different seeds there basically as soon as they left the Bastion.
I mean, what I'm laughing at here is when was the last time both runners had a 5-minute Bastion split in playoffs? Obviously, they weren't in the Bastion for that long, but on the screen, it looks pretty awesome. I mean, it's good that it's playoffs, or else they'd go against their stats, because I'm sure they wouldn't love. But I mean, crazy stuff from the two of them there. And I mean, we're tied up 1-1. This has been a pretty crazy best of 7 so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Infume picks for this next seed, because I mean, wow, what a playoffs it's been so far.
Yeah, I mean, two incredible games. So back and forth as well. As we predicted and as we hoped for, it's going to be, every game maybe is going to be like this. I don't know if I can handle if we go full 7 games with this kind of intensity. I feel like my heart might give out a little bit because it was quite stressful. But no, I'm really excited to see what Infume picks here as well, because we've had Desert Temple, we've had Ruin Portal. Infume can't pick Desert Temple because he's already won, and he can't pick Ruin Portal, so his options are basically Village or Ocean seeds. I'm feeling like a Village seed potentially from Infume here, but we will kind of wait and see, hopefully very soon, what seed we're going to be heading to next.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad we don't even have to worry about stalling, because the mods are just adding emotes. Oh, we don't even have to stall anyway because Infume picked Village. This is great. This is wonderful.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it's right. Okay.
Look at us. We're so good at this.
We're doing
it's like we've casted for 2 weeks.
Good. Yeah. I mean, I'm still hyped from you predicting a desert village next to a desert temple.
That was awesome.
That was so good.
The insider information allegations are not going to be loving that one, but you know what? Sometimes you just get lucky, and it was good.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think this is a smart pick from Infume. He won on Desert Temple. We know, I mean, both these players are very strong mechanically. They're very strong in terms of their game knowledge and their awareness. But I think if you're Infume, you are going to want to potentially think about that sort of, I guess, potential for more variance in your overworld. I mean, we saw on the very first seed, Infume was able to go kind of backtrack to get gravel, whereas EDCR was having to wait to woodlight, and then that kind of meant he had a much slower enter. So Infume might be kind of thinking about that in terms of this extra sort of flexibility that's needed with a village overworld. You're thinking kind of, where am I going to find my lava pool? Where am I finding my flint? Where am I going in terms of getting my wood, my beds, my food? How am I going to have to kill the golem or not? So I think, a smart choice from Infume here, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, makes some sense. It's a really fun seed type, especially at the high level, to just see how they route everything. It's honestly maybe my favorite overworld to watch, just because I always love the routing process of it, and we're gonna get to see it right now. Hopping into the 3rd seed, who's gonna pull ahead here in the best of 7? Could be huge for either runner. It's another desert village, lava pool right on the way, but the wood is a little bit far from the village, although it is close to the lava pool. Curious to see how they're gonna handle it. Probably just grab 2 logs each. Yep, that is gonna be the play. Grab some sticks on the way to the golem or the blacksmith, and then it should be off to the races from there.
Yeah, I think potentially you could see obviously both runners looking around in F5, but there is obviously a river sort of on both sides, but you're probably more likely to go back to the lava pool that you saw kind of when you spawned in because there was a river nearby and that's where the trees are, but a little bit frustrating potentially with a bit of kind of backtracking needed. But both runners have found the blacksmith. They are going to have to kill the golem. Both have made a stone sword as well, just to kind of kill the golem a little bit faster. Pretty much at the same point.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I really like the stone sword play also because it allows them to like just have that pre-crafted for the blaze fight as well, which is really nice. Infume spotting the gravel a little bit quicker than EDCR, but both pretty much playing this nearly identically. I mean, it's a pretty linear overworld, so there's not really much variance here. It's a very small village. Everything is right in a line. I mean, even going back to the wood here is going to be pretty straightforward, and crafting all the same stuff makes sense. So see who enters first. It's probably going to be Infume by a couple seconds, but maybe one runner decides to get a little bit more blocks than the other or something like that.
Yeah, very, very interestingly, just pretty much neck and neck. They both get the exact same amount of wood as well, but Infume going to be slightly ahead on the enter here, but pretty much neck and neck.
Maybe a 5-second lead or so for Infume here. If that, this nether looks not amazing again for these runners. Maybe it opens just slightly here. Wow, look at this little opening that Infume finds through this. EDCR going higher immediately, but not finding the same little outlet that Infume did. And that's going to be really punishing here as Infume now on the way to the Bastion and EDCR struggling to figure out where to go. I don't know if this is the exact right way because he's got a loop, right? He's got to go left, I think.
Yeah, I think he has to go back on himself, basically. I think he does now see the Bastion and the fortress is right there, but definitely cost him a lot more time with his terrain decisions there, as opposed to Infume, who's just well underway with his treasure route.
Yeah, Infume looks like in a really strong position here, but anything can happen. This lava on the treasure is going to be a little bit awkward. I'm also paying attention to EDCR's block count. Not incredible to have that little blocks for treasure. I really like that flint and steel play, though, with that piglin. Really smart heads-up play from EDCR, but gets hit off.
Oh, my
Does
goodness.
live, just barely there. And while all that's happening, Infume, not a care in the world, just doing a normal treasure bastion route, solidly in the lead.
Yeah, I think EDCR might just... Okay, no, it's going back to re-aggro the pigs on the bridge. Was wondering if he was just going to go straight up and kind of leave them, but costing him more time now. So whereas before they were kind of maybe about 5 seconds apart from each other, I think Infume has significantly more of a lead here, just because of EDCR's experience with the terrain and kind of falling off there. But luckily, he didn't die, at least. Was able to save it. We got so excited by him doing the damage cancel with the flint and steel. He then did get knocked off afterwards.
It was still a really cool play. Unfortunately, cool plays do not save you time all the time. Infume pre-crafting another bed to get the double blaze bed off. Has a bunch of stuff ready to go. Iron axe ready as well. Should be pretty much good to leave here any second. 30 obsidian, 18 pearls. I mean, what else could he want? Is going to be heading out the back here. We saw the fortress on EDCR side. Infume, of course, saw it as well. Is at the fortress. Pretty fast time as well, and it's going to be tough for EDCR to get back in this third game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Infume is straight onto the spawner. They've got good amount of obsidian, 36 obsidian for Infume, plenty of pearls, 10 explosives. It's going to be difficult, but not impossible for EDCR to make up the time here. Infume, interestingly, playing both spawners as well, maximizing the amount of blaze spawn cycles he gets, and waiting until he gets to that second spawner to allow it to activate before he then clears it with a double blaze bed.
Yeah, I mean, EDCR definitely less materials overall, but I think is still going to be fine here. Tried to leave a little bit earlier on the trades. It's going to be maybe an awkward 0. It's going to be like 3-bed, 3-anchor, which can sometimes be awkward on certain setups. But other than that, should be potentially okay here. Also didn't have time to craft the iron axe that Infume did. So having to use the gold axe here still for the first couple blazes is going to be a little bit weird. Is going to be fine. Going to try and get a blaze bed off maybe. I mean, I love these head hitters we're seeing as well, Rose. To go move about this fortress, try and make up back as much time as possible, really trying to push the pace here. But Infume not making any mistakes, staying in the lead. And wow, I mean, I guess also, Rose, I mean, I'm looking at the Blazes killed versus the rod count. Infume must have missed a rod somewhere.
Yeah, I think so. He must have, unless it's counting because he's crafted them. That's the only thing that I'm not
I
sure.
mean, it only counts 2. No, it's only counting the
Okay,
2.
no.
So he lost the
Okay.
rod somewhere, which could matter a little bit in the end game. Has more Blazes killed, so that is going to be concerning. I mean, that's EDCR's line back in if that ends up really mattering to get that 7th rod, if it takes so much more time. Infume just kind of waiting here, has everything else done. EDCR doing all the pre-crafts for himself now. I mean, wow, this actually is more even than maybe we thought.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I'm curious to know what happened with Infume missing the rod there. Now he's having to wait a little bit longer. It's throwing a pearl hang, but it's almost, I think EDCR needs 3 more, Infume needs 2 more, but well, now no, they both need the same amount.
Yeah.
So actually,
I mean, that's just crazy. Like, it's just crazy that like lost rod for Infume somewhere could matter. I mean, he's 3 Blazes ahead, going to be even more so now. So Infume is maybe give or take 45 seconds ahead realistically on the spawner count, but that might not matter at all if Infume just cannot get this last rod for a little bit and is trying to maybe play a stray or something, lower the render with the pearl hang. Heard the spawner pop again. If these Blazes don't drop, that's where the trouble really sets in for Infume. And they do. Oh my god, I thought that last one didn't drop for a second.
Yeah.
But he is going to be able to leave. So EDCR needs one more cycle still. Infume is out, and it's a very, very close stronghold, only about 600 blocks away in the overworld. So obviously much less than that in the nether. And EDCR still just waiting on this last rod. Does see some Blazes up here. Maybe can get it. Does get the rod, is going to be able to leave, but while all that's happening, Infume has built the portal. We'll see what the stronghold nav looks like.
yeah, and Infume able to get to those chords so quickly because he had about 4 or 5 golden pickaxes just kind of ready to go. So he was just able to shred through the netherrack. I mean, ECR's also got plenty of gold pickaxes, but Infume's not super happy with the spike here though on his nav.
I have not seen a single spike from Infume that I would like if I was him. So that could be something that also happens on the side of EDCR. There are, of course, going to the same stronghold, but any lead that Infume had is now fully gone. He is clearing a lot of this stronghold, though. That could be the big deciding factor here. There's not really that many directions to go. Double library now for Infume. I mean, maybe it's down the staircase for EDCR. Infume was just here a little bit ago. EDCR pushing farther down this direction. Now Infume's going the same way that EDCR is right now. And EDCR might be getting a spike that he actually likes. Still pushing this direction. Is it down this staircase here? No. Heading back. Still nothing from either side. But now there it is for Infume.
Infume's what's
Way
it?
down this way.
Wow. So for a second, it looked like EDCR was going to be able to make the time back up there because of that. But a little bit of a tricky kind of escape for Infume there, but it is going to be front small boy, so not too difficult, hopefully.
No, I mean, you're going to be able to pretty easily get to 95 here, especially with the alternating soul sand. Is going to make it. Has enough explosives for this to be pretty comfortable, barring any disasters. Really nice height on this double bed here, and it's just going to be one more anchor for Infume to take this 2-1 lead in this best of 7. And wow, that was a pretty interesting see just because of the back and forth with the rod count for Infume. And doesn't end up mattering that the stronghold is bad for Infume because it just ends up being worse for EDCR.
Yeah, and EDCR still looking for the portal room as well at this point, which got to be very, very frustrating. You can see him immediately trying to search for it in Spectator as soon as
that is in that bottom section.
Wow.
Really unfortunate, but I mean, both had the same stronghold. Infume just committed a little bit farther down, and that ends up being the difference there. I mean, pretty crazy game. I thought EDCR had actually made up more time entering the fort. Only ended up being 12 seconds going to the stronghold there. But Infume, I mean, Bros, we're 3 seeds into this grand finals and we've yet to see a sub 10. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, it's just allowing us to see more excellent plays from these two, but also I think it's a really good reflection. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about seeds that we've had in these playoffs. You know, we're playing with the kind of exact same essentially experiences that these players would have had on the ladder. So that means we're not pre-checking seeds, we're just purely relying on the filter, and that means we do get these seeds that potentially add a little bit more kind of not so much difficulty, but I think add a little bit more kind of excitement because they're not as linear as you would expect. You don't have that level of kind of metagaming of, okay, I know that this is going to be fairly easy in terms of terrain. It's allowing for a little bit more flexibility. It's allowing us to kind of see more kind of choices and differences in terms of variance over your terrain and the decisions that you make. And we've seen that already just in these past 3 seeds. And it's been really good, I think, for us to be actually able to see both of these runners kind of being tested in that way.
I completely agree. I think it's really cool to see this type of stuff. I think it honestly also really, I think, aligns to both of these players' play styles. Maybe Infume a little bit more. Infume is known as a very like, I don't know the right word, just a very think on the fly type of player. EDCR, so methodical, so smart. I mean, both these players are just geniuses. That's why they're in the grand finals. But I think specifically, maybe it gives a slight edge to Infume, but EDCR has looked really good on these seeds too. I mean, really, it could be either way throughout this so far, but it is 2-1 Infume right now. We'll see what EDCR decides to go to on this seed pick, which I'm a little bit curious about. I would imagine we're going to go Ocean. I don't know exactly what we're going to go Ocean on, but I'd imagine if I had to pick, I'd probably say like Shipwreck. I think that's probably what we're going to see here. I think it makes sense for EDCR to do something like that. We'll see in a second here, but I mean, pretty good final so far. Definitely can't complain.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been excellent seeds so far. As you say, I'm really curious to see what ECL picks here. You said Shipwreck. I feel like he might go for BT, so I'm curious to see which one of us is going to be right.
Oh,
okay,
and
we're both wrong.
Well then. So we're
That's fine.
4 seasons into this grand finals road, and we haven't gone Ocean yet. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, no, I like it though. I think it's, you know, we're seeing a little bit more, I guess, flexibility in our overworlds here, and it's very interesting because obviously EDCR didn't win on the first seed for the Desert Temple. That was our one where we had the kind of very different terrain choice, which allowed EDCR to get extra golden carrots, extra gold blocks, but then it kind of didn't really end up making much of a difference in the end. So maybe he's just hoping for that extra kind of, I guess, option for that extra variance as we go back to Desert Temple. Potentially also could be for TNT in the Bastion, depending on which Bastion we get as well.
I think that's where I would kind of lean for it. I don't remember what the Bastion was on the first Desert Temple seed already. I think it was like Bridge or something. I don't know. But like I just love seeing the TNT and the Bastions. I feel like we saw it so much on day one, and then it kind of fell off like a little bit. We've seen like here and there. I remember Mungie did TNT yesterday, I think. But I really want to see that from these two runners. EDCR is going to know exactly what to do with it in the best possible way. And watching Infume play Temple Overworlds is always a joy as well. So I'm just happy we get another temple, even if it's not Ocean. I'm sure we'll go there at some point. But for now, they're taking us back to the desert. We'll see what this looks like. It's pretty normal this time. We're not at like Y 100,000. And the lava pool also there for EDCR and a river in view.
Yeah, so pretty ordinary Desert Temple, especially compared to last time as well. Pretty much identical points almost dropping down into the temple here. Be interesting now to see, are we going to have golden apples? Last time we had 4 golden apples. So are we going to have, are we going to have similar this time? No, I don't think we have any. No.
I don't think we have any either. 13 flesh, no golden apples is rough. I would be shocked if either of these players don't get food here.
Beautiful head hitters coming out of the temple there as well from EDCR. So nice to see. It's just so clean when he does it. Potentially, is it worth them looking around for food? I think EDCR is maybe looking. Infume going for, managed to grab his gravel as well. Got his logs, just maybe a little bit ahead of EDCR here, but it's pretty close. I mean, plenty of iron, at least. They can make iron pickaxe, iron axe. And Infume is going to be the first one to enter. Yeah.
No food for either runner. 13 flesh. It's been done. It's not that uncommon at a high level, especially because there just was no food for them to grab. I'm sure if there was a pig on this portal or something, like they would absolutely go for it. Infu might even go for this Hoglin that I see down here. Wouldn't shock me. Deciding not to. I mean, Infume, I feel like more than almost any other runner, like notorious for just playing on really, really low food. It's going to be Manhunt Housing for Infume here. Really nice job to mitigate any damage so far right now. Only has gotten hit once. Going to toggle the hard mode, get more piglins aggravated at him. Nicely played here so far. EDCR, though, checking these auto chests before starting the route.
Wow.
It's a 5 obby chest. That could be valuable. Infume, though, still trying to get set up on this housing. And notably, I also just saw the normal block that runners would break to stop a potential lava housing was a gilded blackstone. So Infume did not break that on the way on this route because he didn't want to aggro the piglins too early. See if EDCR does it. No, he's going to go for the goose variation, which is going to just stop lava housing in general. And this is what we're talking about, Rose. What we're seeing from EDCR is this new tech, high-level stuff that we're seeing that could be the difference here for EDCR.
Yeah,
But also
he's on
I just died,
very,
sorry.
very low health. Yeah, he took extra damage coming into the bastion because he missed his block clutch, and then he got shot by a piglin with a crossbow as he was building up to get the three gold blocks. So, not the kind of best when we know we've got a very low food seed. But it'd be interesting to keep an eye on the obsidian, potentially EDCR learning from past mistakes. I mean, he's had 2 housing bastions where the obsidian's been in the outer blocks, and that has kind of caused a little bit of difficulty for him, I think, against Beef Salad and against Feinberg. So potentially grabbing that early, especially with both players doing manhunt and not necessarily checking the top chests, could arguably save him time depending on how these obsidian trades go.
No, that's 39 crying. I mean, EDCR has enough obby. Infume gets 20 now. Had to wait for like 1 extra trade cycle, though, than EDCR, at least timing-wise. Really surprising to see, I guess, like, again, in this bastion, in housing, like, it's so hard to find time to, like, overlap a hunger reset on the trades. It's just so difficult to. So not really something that EDCR can do on the trades. Is so low on health, so low on food as well. EDCR with multiple flesh more than EDCR. And both trying to find this fortress. No sign of it yet. I think now, now it's on Infume's screen. And, I mean, EDCR has done a good job managing the food so far. But
Infume's on very low health now. He's on a heart and a half. So one hit from a blaze here. It's not going to be an excellent situation for Infume. Only 4 rotten flesh to try and heal up. Blaze rates are very, very good as well. I think that was pretty much 3 for 3. And Infume's going to play this Stray on the way as well.
Another aggressive pro from EDCR too. Both playing both spawners. 4 rods for EDCR. 4 now for Infume. 5 now for Infume. And it's going to come down to how fast these runners can really set the pre-crafts up. Everything that they need for this endgame. And I love this portal variation that EDCR is doing on the outside. Going to be able to place blocks for this blaze spawner while in the portal animation, but also going to overlap all the pre-crafting he needs to do as well. And the blaze lights the portal for him, because why not?
So kind. Both runners have plenty of explosives as well. It's something like 14, I think it says, for Infume. So gonna have plenty of explosives. I think, good amount of pearls still as well. Very different from kind of previous seeds. EDCR, interestingly, going for the hunger reset here. The new, not too new, but portal setup for hunger resetting on your blind portal there when it's above an ocean. I got shown that the other day. But Infume kind of choosing not to hunger reset there is on very,
I think this is
deceptively
deceptively close. I mean, the hunger reset play from Infume not deciding to go for that is pretty risky. I don't know exactly how close he is in the courts. 220, 132. He's about 40 blocks away right now. But Infume, I mean, look at this. They're at basically the same exact spot right now. EDCR, they're both diagonal soul speed bridging, literally placed the obsidian at the exact same time. And EDCR is maybe going to enter the stronghold a second faster, if that. But what's the nav? That's really been the story of these matchups. EDCR getting some type of spike he likes top right. Same with Infume. But Infume immediately turning back while EDCR finds the portal room. I don't know why Infume immediately turned back. EDCR just finds it down here and is going to set up for the 0, and it's just in the end. Wow, that was so fast.
Yeah.
I blinked and he's in the end.
Yeah. Much cleaner, faster nav. Infume just backtracking, and that was
Hard
that was
0
where he made a
though.
mistake.
This is universal side setup back 95. We do have a bajillion explosives for EDCR, but this is not a free 0 no matter who you are as a runner. One weird arrow, one mistime bed can get really awkward really quickly, but EDCR is making this look easy. One more double bed will do it. And we have a tied series going into the 5th game. It's going to be 2-2.
Wow.
Half a heart from EDCR after the pearl down. Gotta be feeling pretty good. I mean, wow, what a time as well. It's going to be like 7:15 or so entering this portal for EDCR. Really nicely done. And he's going to tie himself up here in the series.
Yeah, really, really well played by EDCR there. And, Infume only just finding the portal room at the very, very end there. So, you can see they were so close the whole seed. Slightly ahead on the enter for Infume, but they were pretty much we saw when they were building their second portal, they were placing blocks at the exact same time. But it just came down to the nav again, kind of becoming the story so far.
And literally not a single split until the end there, where it's more than a 5-second difference between these two runners. Absolutely crazy. Also, a couple people that I trust in the chat saying that EDCR was actually on hard mode since the Bastion, which is crazy because one stray hit from a Blaze on that seed is absolutely absurd. I fully missed that. Just assume, you just don't, at this level, of course you see them toggle to hard, but it's like, oh yeah, of course EDCR is going to remember to toggle off hard mode. I'm the person who's not going to remember to toggle off hard mode. I'm the silly one who's not going to remember to do that. EDCR not doing that and still just playing so well to, literally he gets hit by a Blaze once. It's over. Immediately. He was never on enough health to ever get out of that situation. Really well played from him and ties up the series going into game 5. I mean, these games, I've absolutely loved them. This has been a crazy set so far.
Yeah, this has been such a good final so far. I mean, it's just been back and forth consistently. They've been so close. We've had just some crazy things happen. I'm so excited to see what we've still got in store. We've got, a minimum 2 more games of this. I can't wait.
A minimum of 2 more games, which is super hype. It's also just been back and forth and back and forth. So now it's Infume seed pick again. Curious what he's going to go to here. I mean, are we finally going to go Ocean? I don't know if we're actually forced to it. We actually might be forced to at this point to go Ocean. I'm not even sure what is left. Because there's the new seed stuff. I'm pretty good with how the seed format works. Yeah, he might be able to play Village. You're right. Because I'm pretty good with how it works in the best of 5 format. But now, this is the first time we're doing this new seed format in a best of 7. I'm a little bit cooked on it. I think you're right because EDCR won the Village seed. So Infume can pick it, and then it's the 2 Ocean seeds. So that's what's on the table for Infume. I feel like he's probably going to pick Village. Just keep the... you haven't picked an Ocean seed yet. Why would he do it now? He's probably going to pick Village, but we were wrong last time. We'll see what it is once we see the seed selection screen, which should be any second now. So curious to see what that's going to be. But I mean, wow, what a privilege so far to watch this set. Here's the seed selection. And it's going to be Shipwreck. We are going to finally go Ocean on seed 5.
We're just wrong. We're wrong once again.
And
but
we
no,
are.
I think mixing it up a little bit potentially. He couldn't have picked Village anyway because he won the Village seed. I thought Village was second when he's now won. He could have picked Ruin Portal. Okay, no, Shipwreck makes sense. I think, we're just wrong. It's okay. We're all getting to grips with it. We're not used to the new seed system just yet, but no, I think it makes sense from Infume mix it up a little bit. I mean, you've had not so much similar overworlds, but you've had kind of fairly simple non-ocean seeds. So let's go for something a little bit different. You've got a little bit more kind of flexibility in terms of what your food is going to be like with a shipwreck. You can either have a chest with 30 wheat in it, or you can have like 5 rotten flesh. So it'll be interesting to see what we get in terms of food, as well as potentially where is our magma ravine going to be. But no, I'm excited to see what else this finals has in store for us.
Yeah, I mean, we have been really given a treat so far. We had no sub 10s, and then EDCR drops a 715. Absolutely crazy. And you're absolutely right with the food on a shipwreck seed. I mean, we saw in that second Desert Temple seed how low food impacts these runners. I would love to see another low food seed here. Just give us basically rotten flesh and like 2 bread. Like, that's what I want to see here. I don't want to see golden carrots for these runners. They're too good for it. They're just too good. So make them suffer a little bit here, go through the motions, and we'll see what the shipwreck has for them.
Oh well, unfortunately, they were too nice. I mean, EDCR did already get 12 golden carrots on the first seed, so still not quite that amount, but good amount of iron as well, 15 iron, 2 suspicious stew, so not too bad for these runners here as well.
No, not at all. Gonna be hopping up to these trees, kind of a little awkward. This island is very vertical. Not going to be the easiest to get these materials here. Looks like they're both in just the slightest different position, deciding to go for the birch tree first for Infume, which I don't really think is going to matter too much. Both being able to shear this top level of trees, also get a little bit more sight line on trying to figure out where you're going to go for the kelp, the ravine. Didn't see it for either runner, but usually when in doubt, you're going to head back to your iron source. That's exactly what Infume's doing here. And it does look like there's a pretty nice ravine on the other side of this boat, and EDCR is going to be heading the same direction.
Yeah, you're guaranteed to have your enter. I can't remember exactly how many chunks it is within your iron source on your shipwreck. So, as you say, if in doubt, it's always worth going back to your ship there. Infume is going to be building his portal first, but EDCR is once again just right behind.
Immediately right behind. And I love, again, as we're getting hit by a drowned, which messes up the portal with a Nautilus shell, by the way, because why not? Infume, again, just frolicking through the nether. Not a care in the world for whatever craziness EDCR has to go through. And what was this bastion? I missed it. I want to say it looked like a treasure for a second, but I don't think it was. No, it's not at all. It's a bridge. Okay, I don't know what part of the bastion I saw, but Infume is going to be easily able to get to the chalice here. No TNT from the shipwreck. And EDCR significantly behind here. Going to have to make up time at some point in this bastion.
Yeah, and just so unfortunate for EDCR as well. Literally nothing that was his fault. He just happened to have the drowned on him to ruin the portal. But gotta be frustrating. Could have killed it and got the Nautilus shell. Could have started the progress towards the conduit. But still, yep. Keeping his eye on the prize though, heading straight to the chalice. But I would have maybe been tempted to grab the shell. But maybe that's just because I like AA. So.
I mean, we're lucky Feinberg's not in the finals. We got rid of him already. Yeah. That would have been that. We would have had to worry about that for sure. Infume starting
he would have
here. Going to allow the other piglins up. Has the triple on this side. And it's going to be a pretty simple Soog here for Infume, especially with letting those pigs up really nice. Does not place the last block. And kind of awkward here. Getting this last bit to the auto funnel was low on blocks, but is not going to lose too much time to that. Meanwhile, EDCR actually committing to the other direction. Going to play the other rampart here. That is interesting.
Potentially could be useful in terms of if you've got your obsidian, if you're going to have to go back and check the other triple. And also, I guess, for direction to the fortress. I think both runners kind of, or at least Infume definitely is looking for the fortress at this point. So it might be that if the fortress is in the direction where EDCR is, he's going to potentially get a better pearl hang. So, could help him, minus the blindness from the suspicious stew, but could help him make up a little bit of time on Infume here.
For sure. Really going to be curious about the pig count. I mean, it looked like EDCR had so many. Fortress is going to be the next hurdle for these runners. I mean, both have 20 obby already. Having to pie chart for EDCR. And Infume is out. No sign of the fortress yet on the wide macro. Actually, maybe saw it there. Rolling pretty far. Do we see it? I don't see it. Rolling pretty
I
aggressively
don't
for
see
not
it.
seeing it.
Okay,
There
there
it
we go.
is. So has it there. Not that many pearls, but enough to play comfortably, especially compared to some of the earlier seeds that we saw. And EDCR, no golden carrots crafted at all.
Yeah.
So that is
Yep.
huge. Not grabbing a backup, not getting anything. That is a major variance between these two runners now.
Yeah, and Infume had the time to be able to do that. He had, obviously a
Apparently he has
little
both,
bit of
sorry.
a. Okay, yeah, but I think at least Infume had the time in the Bastion, but EDCR knew he was behind, so he had to just go. He didn't have the time to kind of sort his inventory as much as Infume did. EDCR going for a few strays here, but has to be careful because he's got, being the Basalt Delta, you've got your big magma cubes, he's got wither skeletons that he's dealing with as well. So a little bit scary. And obviously, the more of these carrots he eats now means the less golden carrots he has. Infume was able to turn all 8 of his
Exactly. Just
carrots into
doesn't have the
golden carrots.
burst healing.
Yeah. Oh, it's very low health for ECR as well. Yeah. Now turns
Is going to be able to get it off. Wow.
But does have slightly less. Although Infume only has 4, so Infume has eaten quite a lot of his golden carrots. So actually, kind of pretty similar food wise now. Now that EDCR has been able to craft those, and Infume has a skeleton drop down on his spawner, and he gets hit by a blaze, so has to eat another golden carrot. So actually, EDCR is in the better health situation.
Actually, crazy. I feel like both of these runners have just been having some wild mob moments in this fortress so far. EDCR still hasn't even gotten the blaze bed off, just getting it off now. Both runners have 3 rods. Infume's ahead on rod or blazes killed by 2, which is enough to potentially matter. It's going to come down to that last cycle for these runners, but both blinding at basically the same time. And like you said, that carrot advantage for EDCR is at least notable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, I don't know if it's going to really come into play, but Infume did misplace an obsidian while he was building his portal. He's lucky they had, I think, 22 to start with, but he's now only got 11, so he can't really afford another misplace. So he has to just maybe, take it a little bit more carefully. I mean, he's unlikely to make a mistake, but could potentially cause a little bit of difficulty. I mean, EDCR has still got 20 obsidian, whereas Infume's only got 11.
I'm also watching the explosive count here. I don't know if it's bugged, but Infume only has 4, which is not comfy, especially depending on the zeros. I mean, it would not surprise me at all if Infume goes for like a 2+2, but I don't know if that's like a we're missing wood situation or we literally just have that many explosives, but that is a little bit concerning for sure, given the fact that EDCR has 6. There's the portal room. It's a 2-eye. I mean, it looks like he has 4 beds only.
I think, or just 3 beds and 1 anchor, potentially. It's a little bit hard to see. He was very quick checking, but... Oh, no, 4 beds. But has
it's literally just 4 beds. So has to hit a 2+2, decides no, not going to go for it. And that opens the door completely up for EDCR in this game, who's now digging down on cords, has it open, and now the perch race. Everyone's favorite thing from this playoffs. If EDCR does not insta-nav this, Infume can easily get a perch here. Like, EDCR just has 2 more explosives.
Yeah. I mean, if EDCR finds his
it's
portal
right there
room
to the right. It's right there to the right for EDCR. So he's going to be able to enter with enough explosives. Infume needs a perch literally like in the next 15 seconds or else it's over.
Yeah.
But it could be going. It could be going. It could loop here. No, it goes back to Infume. So I think that is pretty much it. Unless it turns back again. No. So the ball is entirely in EDCR's hands. Going all the way on the 0. I think this is fine. It's not the freest 0, though.
Yeah.
Has a good setup now. Has to eat midway through. Has 1 more bed, I think, and then an anchor. No, 1 more bed on top of that. And will be able to kill the dragon very close there. Especially on that last explosive. But will get it done. And now EDCR takes game 5, wins the last 2 seeds, and is now 1 game away from winning grand finals.
Wow. I mean, yeah, just the difference of explosives there just meant that Infume didn't want to go for the 0, was stuck waiting for the perch, didn't get the perch, and EDCR was able to just about pull off the 0 there. But yeah, as you say, EDCR is going to be match point now heading into our next seed. But you can see there, Infume just creating a lot of time between kind of blinding and getting to the stronghold, but then because he doesn't have the explosives, just unable to kind of carry out the 0 and to get the win.
I mean, that's why we see zeros being so impactful at this high level. You're never out of it if you can go for a 0 and your opponent can't. Really nicely done from EDCR. And I'm really curious what happened with Infume's explosives. I could have swore he blaze betted. So maybe just lost track of his explosive count there. Really unfortunate for Infume. But, I mean, EDCR has played so good so far, is in this position now to win grand finals. And now it's Infume's seed pick again. Could go Ruin Portal. Could go another Ocean Seed. I mean, was ahead on the Ocean Enter, so it would not shock me at all if we see another Ocean Seed here.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Infume, maybe BT is the right play here, but I mean, it could be that he knows he was first into the end, so he could be thinking, okay, well, I'm faster, so maybe I do pick Ruin Portal here. Gonna be interesting to see, but then yeah, do you want to take that risk? EDCR is still going to be very, very fast on a Ruin Portal, one Ruin Portal the last time you played it, so going to be difficult decision potentially for Infume here.
Absolutely. I mean, I would not want to be in his shoes right now. Trying to think about what you're picking is a really stressful decision. And EDCR is starting to gain momentum. In the first couple seeds, it was back and forth, back and forth. Now EDCR's won 2 in a row. You don't want that to snowball because one more and it's over. You want to take this to a game 7 here if you're Infume. Get the momentum back in your favor. But, I mean, whatever happens here in this 6th game, what a series this has been. These two players clearly have shown they deserve to be here. And it is going to be buried treasure for Infume. Going back to the ocean. Last chance here to bring it to a game 7. We'll see what happens on this buried treasure seed.
Yeah, and it does mean that we get to see all the seed types being played, at least.
It's a world tour with 2 temples.
Yes, which sounds like a great world tour, especially if you are a fan of all advancements. But no, I think BT is good. If you get TNT in the BT here, you're gonna have good food. You always have pretty good source of iron. So I think this is the right move from Infume. I think we've just seen them be so back and forth and so close together through all of these seeds that I think this is kind of his best chance to be able to bring it back here, to make it 3-all. But yeah, as we head in, match point to EDCR.
Here it is. No immediate spike for EDCR, but knows exactly where to go. Obviously familiar with the rank filter. Both players looking for this spike. Finding something here. Not the easiest buried treasure. But EDCR looks like he's going to dig on it first. And Diamond Sword going to be able to come out here. 5 fish in total. Little bit of an edge to EDCR. Going to be curious. I'm assuming we're going to see a Gold Axe Diamond Sword craft here for these runners. And probably Iron Doors as well. No! EDCR, interestingly, going to full do the Iron Tools. I wonder if that's just because it's just quicker to just make everything with iron. I find that a little bit surprising. Maybe you just like having the distraction gold, especially because you can make shear, so gold axe is way less valuable. That would probably be my guess. But ECR are going to be going to the ravine first here. Has everything ready to go, and Infume not too far behind.
Yeah, and Infume also going for... I'm losing my voice from just the excitement. But Infume also going for the Iron Tools there as well. So it's just, I think, yeah, maybe just faster for getting blocks. And
but this ravine isn't real for EDCR.
It's not real.
That's real, but that's so awkward with the gravel. Infume's going to run into the same thing here. Realize that this isn't real. And now look at this portal completion that EDCR is going to have to do. Infume smartly deciding to dig out this gravel first. So we'll be able to take a look here. But, I mean, this is something that neither runner is really going to be super comfortable with. I think I like the way that EDCR is handling it better. But I don't know, looks a little bit confused right now, getting a little bit more
Yeah.
sorted. Still needs 2 more lava, and I think Infume might actually complete this first. It
Yes,
is.
he
It's gonna
does.
be in the nether first. Wow.
Wow. I mean, EDCL does now, but doesn't have his flint either, so just loses a little bit more time just because of a very, very awkward ravine.
Yeah, I mean,
Infume
that
just
is
so fast on the terrain here.
also seeing the fortress on the wide macro for Infume. I mean, pick the buried treasure seed, wanted to go to Ocean, was very comfortable in that really awkward mag ravine, pays off big time for him. Every second you can get on EDCR is going to be helpful. This looks like a housing. It is a housing. Starting the route here at the top for Infume, and EDCR a little behind still. I mean, getting pretty good here, but it's lava housing. I totally missed that it was lava housing.
Oh.
Wow. Lava housing in grand finals. Holy smokes.
Incredible. So you're just gonna have significantly less
And he
picks
started
now.
seeing
So
it
you've
is
got to...
now in lava.
Oh
He didn't see it was
no!
lava housing.
And he has to reset.
Crazy punish. I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
has to fully reset.
Yeah.
Didn't pay attention close enough. And now Infume is in a full driver's seat. I mean, barring an absolute catastrophe, Infume is going to know the advancements. That is absolutely wild. That lava housing in the
Yeah.
grand finals causes that.
That's, I mean, it's got to be so frustrating if you're EDCR, but you know, it's, as we've seen in many seeds, anything can happen. You know, it happened in the earlier game in his semi-final where he died and then Feinberg died. So it's, you know, it's very possible Infume could still make a mistake here. EDCR could make that time back up, but you know, it's definitely not going to be easy, and he's going to be very much relying on Infume to make a mistake here. But Infume is looking very strong here.
I mean, I love lava housing. I don't know if I'm in the minority on that with chat. I think lava housing's great, probably because I've played it almost certainly more than anyone in the history of ever. But I think it's so fun to have to get creative on a bastion. It's almost like the 5th bastion type. It's literally an entirely new route. I think it's awesome. And I think there's a lot of tech that isn't fully mapped out with lava housing still. There's so many variations depending on what the other rampart is. Infume is going to be leaving, though, notably 15 pearls, 16 obsidian, maybe just trying to get a crazy pearl hang here, actually. That's what it looks like, because his piglins were so, like, he had like maybe 4 or 5 piglins here on this trading cycle, so makes sense to get a crazy pearl hang. EDCR finally getting to a ravine, but also smartly maybe from EDCR, I think this is an entirely different ravine because he just didn't want to deal with what he had to deal with on the last one.
Yeah, has gone to a completely new ravine. Doesn't have to worry about any kind of mental mathematics that he had to do as he was trying to build his previous portal, able to enter a lot faster. But Infume, I think, is just waiting for his last few trades. Yeah, and he's happy, and he is out. So EDCR kind of a whole split behind.
But look at this. Look
So
at this
has a
from
lot to do.
EDCR. EDCR lowering the render before going. Knows it's lava housing, of course. So is going to try and make up time here by being able to play a normal housing route by lowering render to not load the lava. And now can
Lava
see
flow.
it.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to fully drain it here, or at least do something. I don't know. What is he going to go for? I'm curious where he's draining it from. Looks like he wants to pick there. I'd be curious why not just pick a slightly better spot where it doesn't flow entirely through. I feel like you could have maybe got more piglins. I'm just curious what he's doing. Like I say when I commentate, I never assume that a runner is making a mistake. I assume that I'm stupid. So I think that this kind of makes sense for EDCR here. But I mean, while all this is happening, I mean, Infume having the time of his life, measuring eyes at this point in the fortress, no problems. But no explosives.
He did blind early.
So that could be something.
Yeah. He did blind early. He did blind with only 2 rods. So, but is looking around, I think, for sheep, because he knows he's not really got any explosives. Because didn't have very many pigs in the housing because of the lava. Yeah, so he's thrown a pearl hang here, and he is running to look for sheep.
And this is
anything.
A lot of time loss here. Like a huge amount of time loss. Yeah, you can go to the plains. I don't know if he saw anything, though. Does have sheep
does find
here.
sheep.
And he's going to be able to...
And
Oh, no,
grabbing...
he's going to die them. I love this.
Oh,
because
that's
there's a
smart.
gray sheep and it's eating. So he gets the double eat on the
Wow.
gray sheep, rewarded for going for the wool color play. This guy's
he
a
gets
genius.
4
And now
beds
has...
worth of wool.
I don't know how we're up to 9 explosives. I don't know how that happened. We went from 1 to 9. But I mean,
Okay.
hey, if that works, that works.
It works. No, that's so smart from Infume. I thought he was grabbing dandelions to make suspicious stew, and then I was like, no, that's not right. But no, really, really, really smart thinking. I mean, it means he's maximizing the amount of wool that he can get. And now
Yeah, exactly.
he's just slowly clearing out the blaze spawner, not going to use any explosives there. He's just having a look now how many explosives is he going to have. So he's got 4 beds, 1 anchor. So still not a huge amount of explosives.
Yeah, I think that the way that the tracker is working right now is a little bit buggy. I think it thinks 1 yellow wool can make another bed with the string, which I don't think is possible. So I think Infume has 5 explosives. EDCR is still waiting. I mean, grab backup, still only 21 string after doing a normal housing route. So is going to be in the same spot as Infume, basically. No reward for playing more. I mean, has 3 anchors. So we can do 4 bed, 1 anchor, but Infume has 4 strays. It also doesn't matter though because he got all his rods. I forgot that Infume is so far ahead. I mean, heading to Cords now.
Yeah.
EDCR's at the fort, but I mean, Infume fully in the driver's seat to still take this seat to a game 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we have seen it come down to the nav before. So if the stronghold, if the nav is particularly difficult for Infume, but obviously EDCR, still low explosives. So, and I doubt if you're EDCR in this position, you're not going to go for the same play that Infume did. You're not going to push to try and find sheep. Infume was able to do that because he knew how much of a lead he had, and he's going to be entering the stronghold well ahead of EDCR.
Well ahead indeed. No amazing spike, though. That's a library spike that Infume's getting, but doesn't really have anything else. Maybe just got something there at the last second. Yeah, that looks like a pretty good spike that he's getting at this point. Heading down, committing to this double staircase, heading down this way, still is committing down this. It's pretty deep at this point, but really likes the spike. And there's the portal room. So he's going to be able to go for a hunger reset here. Trying to utilize the silverfish because he does not want to use his pearls, given the fact that I don't know how many eyes it is. It's a 1 eye. So only going to be able to, I mean, he's going to have 4 pearls, which is actually like, there's basically no 0 that you're not going to be able to do with 4 pearls entering the end after a hunger reset. So is totally fine there. EDCR just measuring now, but I mean, Infume fully in his control here. Is this 0-able? It's a little bit hard, but should be okay here with the cage. A bit tall of a tower. No, only 85. So should be able to get to 95 comfortably and still win the seed.
Yeah. Obviously low explosives, but good first bet
Low
there.
dragon. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
It's going to be okay. Sorry. Wow, that was scary for a second.
Yep. No, should be able to do it with this last anchor. Yep. So, Infume now taking us to a game 7.
Wow.
I mean, this has been such a back and forth series. I mean, it has been, incredible. I mean, obviously, unfortunate for EDCR taking the death to the lava in the housing there, but also just from Infume, just kept it so cool and calm. And I loved the sheep play. It's so clever.
It's great.
And just, full yellow bed 0 cycle as well. Love it.
That's my favorite part. The yellow beds is just so awesome to me. I think that's so cool. And we get to go to a game 7. How lucky are we? That is so much fun. I mean, anything can happen. It's like you said, it's been so back and forth. It's down to this. Every single matchup, every single seed that's happened in this playoffs has led to this last seed pick by EDCR, which also, I was thinking about this on the last seed pick screen, Rose, when we get to it. I actually don't think EDCR has a choice because the 1 seed pick he hasn't won is Buried Treasure, but you can't do a back-to-back seed. And his only other option is Village. So he has to go to a Village here, I think. We'll see what that ends up looking like. But if I understand the seed pick correctly, which it's maybe taken me a full season to do, I think he's forced to go Village here.
I think so. I feel like my brain has immediately forgotten every single thing that's happened previously.
No,
But
I
I
know. It's
think
okay. It's totally okay.
I think you might be right.
I
I'm
think
just gonna
that's
say you're right.
I'm imagining that's the reason that this is happening because yeah, I mean, I actually like that it's going to be a village, assuming that's the case on this last seed, because it's a seed type where there is usually very little RNG on like the enter stuff, unless it's like a woodlight, which is pretty rare most of the time in village. I'm hoping for a no RNG overworld here. Let's save it. Let's end this season, Rose, with a perch race. What do you think? Let's end it. They
Yes,
enter the end.
absolutely.
Same time. No one shoot any crystals. Just do east west as well, and just whoever fate decides it. I think that's what we should do.
Yep. I think we should just roll the dice and see what happens. You know, it's the last time in the playoffs that we're going to see it because of the perch standardization that we're going to have from season 11 onwards. But I think we should just, I think what better way to end it, as you say, than with a perch race, definitely.
I think you listen, anything's possible. I do understand the seed pick and ban format.
Yes.
We are going to
did
go
it
to a
on the
village.
final seed.
I mean, this is wonderful. I am so excited to see what's going to come out of this. And regardless of what happens, EDCR and Infume and everyone in playoffs has put on such a show to get to this point. Huge props to all the runners, but especially these two, really making this final day special. And also, if you're watching, because I'm sure 1,000 people are going to drop off immediately once this last game ends, go to the pinned message in wherever you're watching and check out the feedback form. We want to hear your feedback. Give us feedback. If there's something that you did not enjoy about this playoffs, tell us. Tell us about the feedback. We're literally going to go through it. Oliver, myself, I'm sure a bunch of other people are going to go through the feedback personally. So please give us feedback. It's your time to tell us what we can do differently and everything. And you know, tell us what you'd like to see. But enough of that yapping. We're ready to go, Rose. It's the final game, the seed 7. It all comes down to this, and it's a desert village.
Desert village.
My goodness.
Incredible. Trees are close, at least. I think I saw a blacksmith. No toolsmith, sadly. Yeah, I see the blacksmith in the background, but
that would have been awesome.
Maybe nice.
I didn't even think that was a possibility when we loaded in, but that would have been incredible.
It's always there in the back of your mind. I love EDCR grabbing the dead bush out of the pots there to place down to break to get the sticks. That's so smart. That is so clever. Doesn't matter too much because Infume's got plenty of sticks, but just those little like micro decisions that he makes is just so wonderful to see.
Absolutely. Really, I would say like the king of micro in this like current meta of MCSR, just so smart on every little decision-making process that he does. Sees the lava pool, but where are we getting flint? We talked about maybe some little RNG stuff here. Both runners are probably going to have to woodlight here.
Yep, Infume
and that
just
could
not
be a
hesitating.
huge factor. Where Infume is doing this is very interesting as well.
He's got leaves as well.
Yeah.
And
that is
EDCR's
true.
got wood, so
EDCR.
I think Infume just maybe made the decision to make shears faster because he made a stone axe. Whereas EDCR made gold tools, so he made gold axe and shovel. So, you know, leaves do catch and fire spread faster than wood. So potentially,
I mean, Infume's not even at his portal though. It hasn't lit though.
Yeah,
and EDCR is going to be first.
Woodlight. Yeah. So
and no woodlight for
matter.
Infume yet. This is, I mean, he has 2 fire right there. It still isn't lighting, and this is what I don't love about a leaf woodlight, as Infume finally gets it sometimes, is sometimes the leaves can just burn too quickly without lighting the portal. It can be a little bit scary. It's a bridge bastion here. The blocks for both runners are going to come in huge. EDCR did get a ton of wood here and should be fine for this route. Infume might be going. Are we gonna do Jimbo James here? Are we breaking the chest and going to the chalice? No, we're just checking the chest first, I think. I don't think we're breaking the chest. But oh my god,
we are?
Oh my god, we're going. And Infume's off. He's off to the races.
Okay.
This is a huge gamble for Infume here. 2 Hoglins immediately gonna take him his health down. Oh my god, I can't even speak. This is crazy decision making from Infume, taking a
my
lot
goodness.
of damage. I'm not sure he has that many pigs. Has some down to 3 hearts, toggles to hard, no skeleton here. This is a huge variation, Rose, and I think it's worked out okay for Infume, but EDCR is going to have a lot of piglins as well. It's double, triple on both sides. If this was a single, it would have been a lot more punishing for EDCR, but I actually, it's so hard to tell pace when something like this happens.
Yeah, I mean, great play from Infume, I think, to risk it. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've seen the fortress. So
Oh,
depending
he's
on the
pie charting now,
direction that
both?
it's in, yeah.
And it's the direction
work
of
out.
the chalice. It's the direction of the chalice. So,
Wow.
I mean, that doesn't really matter. It's
Amazing.
like 1 pearl for these runners. But the play. Wait a minute. Did it? I think it's fully diagonal. I could have just sworn it went a different direction from Infume. Infume sees it. I don't think it's diagonal enough for it to matter for EDCR. I swear this fortress was diagonal, though. I swear it went a different direction when Infume or EDCR did that, which is actually crazy. But I don't think it's going to matter because it's only like 10 chunks away. Infume, yeah, it's going to... That is crazy. It's a diagonal fortress on seed 7. And Infume needs the only downside for Infume is he's only on 15 obsidian. EDCR gets 21st and is going to be out. Infume's still on 18 and doesn't get it from the trades. So has to go to this triple. And what was such an incredible play is potentially going to be punished, but is now going to be able to raise the pearl hang and neither see the fortress, Rose. But Infume is going to have a better reading because of the diagonal.
Piglin as well. Yeah, EDCR did hit a zombie piglin. It doesn't matter too much, but he does have quite a horde following him at the moment.
Maybe it does matter.
So, yeah, maybe actually it does matter. And he's having to go back in the other direction. So the diagonal, he wasn't actually sure where the fortress was. And he's having to kind of make decisions a lot faster because he had all of these zombie pigs chasing after him.
Wow. I mean, what an insane seed. Infume is gonna find the fortress first. The directional pie chart. This game came down to where these runners are pie charting from in the bridge bastion right now, but Infume hasn't found the spawner yet. It's a buried fortress. As I say that, there it is. Infume, or EDCR, I should say, purling to the good part of the fort now, has to find the spawner. Infume, you can see the nerfs for both these runners coming into play here. Very scary, but they're going to have a ton of explosives for the 0. This is also, because let's add some more RNG into this, Rose, a different spawner for EDCR.
Yeah, so potentially, depending what the spawn is going to be like, could be different strongholds as well. Just watching EDCR moving through the fortress as well, he was placing gravel down to get the head hitters to travel faster, and he did not miss a single block. Like, he was going so fast. So both runners just absolutely pushing it to the limits in this final seed.
I mean, given everything, Infume is roughly 20 seconds ahead. I would say this cycle that EDCR just spawned is the cycle that Infume just killed. So is ahead on the blaze cycle by about 15 to 20 seconds or so. And we can see every little thing matters. Like Infume critting, hitting the blazes while in the portal animation, going through to the overworld here. What's the measurement? It's 749 for Infume. Even if it's not one of the offset, or even if it's just one of the offsets there, it's actually the farthest one. So it's now it's 1700. It just went from 700 to 1700, the farthest possible offset for Infume. That opens the door. I mean, the chords, pay attention, 22,252 for Infume here. This could be an entirely different stronghold for EDCR, or it could be way closer. It is the same stronghold. It's the same distance. So maybe they actually were playing the same stronghold or same spawner and we just missed it. But I could have swore it was different spawners. But Infume's out. The rates really pick up.
Yeah.
And now Infume's leaving.
Yep. And EDCR's got his lovely gravel trail there to travel.
When did EDCR get 6 rods? I'm sorry. The rates are so good.
Yeah. And but taking slightly different terrain, Infume finding these lovely kind of little gaps to be able to pearl through here. Can't really throw too many more pearls.
I mean, this is the difference right here, though. EDCR, Pearls in the lava, Infume on the ledge, both building up. They're going to be building their portal, Rose, at nearly the exact same time. EDCR is on the cords. Infume is going to be there in 2 seconds. The Obsidian is going to come out for both runners.
Oh my
and
goodness.
EDCR is ahead by maybe a second here as they're both entering the stronghold at the exact same time. 7:30. The spike is going to be huge. EDCR spike is going to be very hard to read for us. Infume is going to be much more normal, but I'm not seeing anything that I love on the side of Infume. A library on the side of EDCR, nothing down there. Infume going the same direction. There's nothing for these runners
Zombie
yet, unless
spawner.
it's down the staircase for EDCR, and it's not.
Yep, and there's a zombie spawner you can see from the mossy cobblestone on EDCR's screen. We haven't removed zombie spawners because, again, as we said, we're playing Season 10 version. So potentially that's messing with the spikes as well. Yep, Infume hears it, and he's going to find it first, I think.
He's going to find it. I mean, no silverfish spikes. I'm not sure what silverfish is in the language that EDCR is playing, but no sign of it. But this dig for Infume is taking a while. Still hasn't found it. I could have sworn he was digging a silverfish. How are we not at the portal room? Were we not digging a silverfish?
Yeah, he had silverfish hisses on his subtitles, but obviously wasn't. Maybe if I'm not sure. Maybe there was a stray. Well, no, Infume does find it. Does find it.
For EDCR. It's going to come down to the nerves here on the 0. Infume has the chance to win playoffs. A finalist last season. The season before that didn't even make it out of the round of 16. This, I think, is it for EDCR, but it's a hard 0. And Infume has no pearls, Rose.
He has no pearls.
So it actually, after everything we've said, might come down to a perch race if EDCR cannot hit the 0. It's back and it's tall and it was caged. This is not an easy 0. It's going to be a 95 offset, I think, for EDCR here. Going to be getting there in time. Has the explosives. Has so many explosives, the dragon doesn't fly. And even though the first bet did literally no damage, I think we're going to be okay here. Infume needs a perch like now, but the dragon is so low for EDCR. He has no arrows, has to only do this off beds, and the last one will do it. Rose, EDCR is our season 10 champion. Unbelievable to hit that 0 and is just soaking it in at the top of the tower. Oh my gosh.
Incredible from EDCR. I mean, he kept his cool there. He was a little bit shaky with the explosives, but no, absolutely incredible. Congratulations to EDCR. He is going to be our Season 10 playoffs champion, taking us to a full 7 seeds there, but truly incredible performance from EDCR.
Absolutely unbelievable. I'm at an absolute loss for words. What an incredible game from these 2 runners. What an incredible series of matches. And for it to all come down to the end fight there, Infume just not having the last pearl to go for the 0, and EDCR hitting that is absolutely unbelievable. We'll win $3,000. Infume will win $1,500, taking home 2nd place. And Aquacord, our 3rd place winner from before, is going to win $500. Absolutely unbelievable playoffs, Rose. I mean, what? That is probably the best grand finals that we've ever had. That was insanity.
Yeah, that was just... Every single seed was just down to the wire. It was so back and forth. And I mean, huge congratulations to EDCR, but also so well played from Infume as well. Every seed, both of these runners just pushing it to the absolute limit. And I think being tested significantly on so many things, on their micro, on their decision making, and, you know, just such a wonderful playoffs run for EDCR as well. You know, just has been so dominant, so commanding on the leaderboard, and now able to kind of get that exact same kind of experience now in a playoffs, able to take his first playoffs win, the first British playoffs winner since I think I have it written down, since season 3. Which was Priffy. So the first time in a long time that we've had a British winner as well. So I'm pretty happy about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, before we celebrate EDCRs, we're going to have an interview with him, and we'll check out the bracket in a second as well. Just a huge shout out to Infume. What a run to get to this point. Had a really dominant showing throughout all of the playoffs this season, and really bounced back as well from I know in his mind was a disappointing land performance to come back from that and play so well in this playoffs, give EDCR a real run for his money, and really still enter the end first on that last seed, just not having the pearls to go for 0. An unbelievable match, and Infume, I really hope can take a lot out of this. I mean, just played so incredibly well. We're honored to have both these people in the community. Incredible job. And we are gonna take it immediately now to an interview with the winner, EDCR. What an incredible job. And yeah, let's hop in with an interview with EDCR. Holy smokes. Oliver is taking 1 second here. There we go. EDCR, congratulations on the win. I honestly, I don't know what could even be going through your head. So I just want to give you the floor. How are you feeling after that victory?
I just don't even know what to say. Once I saw him enter the end in that last seed, I just thought it was completely over. But somehow I won. I'm actually shaking. Like I did not expect to win. Oh my god. That was such a good, insane match. Like that was so back and forth. Like I won one, he won one, I won one. It was just such an insane match.
It really was. It was honestly a joy and a privilege to watch that between the two of you. You guys really are like two of the best we have to offer, and you are a very deserving playoff champion. I mean, talk about this for a second. First playoffs you're in, you lose in the round of 16. Second playoffs you're in, you lose in the round of 16. This season, you win the entire thing. Talk about mental, talk about dedication. You've always been top of the leaderboard throughout all of that, and you really got to prove yourself here. I mean, has to feel just unbelievable to get that monkey off your back, not just winning out of the round of 16, but now just winning the entire thing, and especially in such an amazing set against Infume.
Yeah, I've just been working so hard. I remember after losing in round of 16 in the previous season, I it really demotivated me for a bit, but then I feel like I came back stronger than ever. I was like more motivated than ever to keep improving and make sure I'm in top form for this playoffs. And I mean, here we are.
Yeah, really. I mean, Rose, what do you got?
I mean, again, huge congratulations. I mean, you played phenomenally. It was such a good, a great match, as you say. One thing I kind of wanted to ask you about, because it was such a back and forth series. I mean, we went all the way to 7 seeds, and there was so many things that happened. I don't even know where to start in terms of what was happening. But in these cases, what is going through your head when you kind of go from, you had in what seed was it? In the previous seed to the final seed, you obviously died with the lava housing. You had other seeds where you were so back and forth between each other. You had so many things in terms of like mobs and terrain and everything else. How do you just keep yourself calm enough to be able to just keep going and to keep pushing through, especially in like such a long series of seeds?
It's a great question. I would say I use all the available time. So like in that seed where there was lava housing where I died, immediately after I died, I just kind of told myself, this seed is over. Just focus on keeping your spirits up for the next match. I also had my friend Bat. He was DMing me, like keeping my spirits high, throughout the match, throughout the set. I mean, and it really helped.
Oh no, that's great to hear. It's so nice if you've got, people cheering you on there. One thing I wanted to ask about, I'm trying to check back with. I took so many notes throughout the seed because so many amazing things happened. But if I take you back all the way to the very, very first seed, you went for you obviously entered slightly, if you could even remember, but you entered behind Infume because you were waiting for the wood light, whereas Infume was able to grab gravel, and you took the kind of more loopy route to get to the bastion. And on the way, you found a room portal that had like 12 golden carrots in it. And in those situations, like, what you obviously saw, like you were entering behind and you saw that Infume was kind of taking a long time. He decided to like dig through the netherrack. But what's kind of going through your mind in terms of why do you choose to maybe take the other terrain? Is it influenced by the fact that you saw that it was taking Infume a long time to get there, or yeah, I guess it's just a little bit of your kind of thought process.
I think my playstyle is just I really hate digging in the nether, so I try to avoid it as much as possible. So if there's any chance that the terrain opens up, I like to at least check and see if it opens up. And I mean it did. So
Yeah. And it was really interesting, particularly like a lot of the nether enters you had kind of far bastions for a majority of the seeds. And there was like a little bit of kind of points where you were a little bit kind of hesitant with kind of picking a direction. Is that more kind of down to just either not having a clear spike or more you're trying to like maximize the best route possible?
sorry, do you have an exact seed in mind?
I can't remember which seed it was now. It was a crimson and it was a treasure bastion as well, but I can't remember if it was
Oh,
seed.
yeah. I
Yeah.
remember that seed. Um, well, I think if I remember the seed correctly, I was trying to use my C counter to look for terrain as much as possible. And once I rule out a path, I just move on to the next one until I found terrain. I think Infume actually beat me to the bastion on that seed, but
Yeah, I think he did slightly. Um, but I mean the whole series was incredible. I mean, you played so remarkably well. Yeah, just huge congratulations. Corey, I don't know if you've got any more questions at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal the nerdy question because he's not here. I mean, you won playoffs. I'm sure this was something that you really wanted to do. I mean, is there any other? You've basically always just been like the rank guy. You had no RSGPB. You basically have only played ranked. Is there other things that you kind of want to go for and achieve in the speedrunning community as a whole? Are you really gonna stick to ranked? I know it's kind of a little maybe early. You literally just won, but curious if that's ever a thought that's crossed your mind, or if you just absolutely love ranked and don't plan on changing anything.
yeah, I do have a set of goals that I'd like to complete at some point. Winning playoffs was one that I just completed, and I'm really happy about that, obviously. But I also want RSG world record at some point. I'd like to work towards that. I also want ELO world record back. Infume took it from
Oh,
me last
Okay.
season. Hoping to get
holy
it back this season
smokes.
if I can.
I mean, that is an exciting tease for whatever you plan on doing next, whether you decide for ELO world record next or RSG world record. I mean, you deserve to just do whatever the hell you want, man. That was an incredible performance. Last thing I'll say to get us out of here, I know you won't be attending the Ludwig LAN. I was curious if you had any thoughts on that in the sense of who you think is going to maybe do really good, anyone you're going to be watching out for there. Would love to see you co-stream or watch party that as well yourself, but would love to know what your thoughts are of that since we're not going to be able to see you there.
I really hope Infume does well. He really played this match so well, and he really deserves a lot of respect for how he played this seed. So yeah, I'm really going to be rooting for him at the LAN.
Amazing. W Sportsmanship, we're lucky to have you and all the other incredible runners in this community put up a really good face and have a bunch of great sportsmanship. EDCR, congratulations on winning season 10 of ranked playoffs. We hope to see you back very soon in season 11 and enjoy it, dude. Soak it in. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Alrighty. Swapping back over here almost seamlessly. I think we did that like near flawlessly on the production angle. W Oliver, W Us Rose. I mean, what a phenomenal playoffs overall. EDCR, I mean, honestly, maybe my favorite player to interview. You can just tell in his voice how much he cares about this game. He always gives great answers. Really happy that he was able to win this. And it sounds like, I mean, RSG world record, Rose, that would be crazy if he goes for that
Yeah.
next.
I would love to see EDCL go for RSG world record. That would be so exciting. I mean, Aquacord said he was gonna potentially go for it as well, so it would be nice
Yeah.
to see like multiple people kind of trying to go for the record. I think it's been almost a year or just about a year since Loki got the world record, so it would be really cool to see people kind of going back to running RSG. I think there's quite a few people who it would be great to see get a world record, and I want to see how far we can kind of push speedrunning with Minecraft. Definitely.
Absolutely. I mean, well, it's that time of the show, everyone, where we're pretty much wrapping it up here. let's take a look at the credits who really make this entire. Oh, sorry. Let's do bracket first. Let's remember the players of how we got here. Because I skipped a step because the bracket was supposed to be before EDCR, but then EDCR was actually ready quickly. So WEDCR on that. EDCR, I mean, like, honestly, I know we're biased. We're recency biased here, Rose, but like, that was an unbelievable finals. It really was. And the storylines to get here, I mean, the double reverse sweeps from Aquacord, the purchase from Feinberg, just the dominant performances from EDCR and Feinberg, or from EDCR and Infume. I mean, what are you going to remember from season 10 playoffs here?
I think I think the fact that we had a new playoffs winner and that we finally got to see EDCR almost at like full power. And we had so many upsets in the round of 16, but I think it kind of the fact that we had that and so much kind of reverse sweeps and game fives and kind of chaos, the fact that it still came down to EDCR Infume and we had a full 7 seeds and just the most back and forth kind of exciting finals, I think just kind of ties it all off in a perfect bow for season 10.
Absolutely. I couldn't say it better myself. I mean, I'm just gonna remember this playoffs as a real wild ride, a real display of Minecraft speedrunning as a whole. And somehow, even in the end, we still get to the 2 best players, at least seeding wise and phase points wise and leaderboard wise. And getting there, it was a phenomenal finals to watch. And now we can take a look at the credits for all the people that truly make this possible, because it is absolutely crazy that we're able to run this production. Shout out. Let's just shout out everyone, the organizers, Oliver, me, Nerdy, Fulham. I mean, not possible. The fact that, honestly, quite frankly, that myself, Nerdy, or Fulham even get to be on the same tab as Oliver is just absolutely absurd. The guy does so much for this game, so much for the community. This guy's been up at 3 a.m. basically like every day for playoffs. Just absolutely ridiculous. Obviously, has produced a phenomenal show for us all. And Red Lime, just the genius that he is with allowing all this to happen, creating the mod and everything. The Fulham analysis, I mean, if you haven't already submitted your feedback form, do it. We've been looking at it in between games. I looked at it when I wasn't commentating the middle 2 games. The Fulham analysis is overwhelmingly everyone's favorite content thing that isn't the main match gameplay. So I know you guys love Fulham. Shout out to us, Rose. We're commentating. Shout out to our duo, or our other duo, Nerdy and Parker, for holding down the fort, because commentating 4 games in a row. I mean, we did 3 yesterday and we were dying. So I could not imagine doing 4. So shout out to them as well. Shout out all the refs for really making this possible as well. Really an underappreciated thing that we all need to give more love to. The refs that really make this happen take so much of a load off ourselves to have to worry about all the in-game stuff. They all do a phenomenal job. And shout out the artists. I'm not gonna lie, I should really not be on this. I'm definitely on Fraud Watch. I've just done a lot of the creative direction. All the grunt work this season was really done by Budgie and Cressa. Just phenomenal stuff. I'm just kind of the guy in the background that's like, yep, that looks good. Thank you. Good job. That won't be the case going forward, because I won't be beating Minecraft 10,000 times forever. And shout out the video editors, really making this possible. All Wannabe, Beetle, Sonia, Biggest B, and Kira, with the tightest deadlines possible. I mean, we're sending them footage on like Thursday and they're getting it back to us. Sonia especially doing a last minute edit for Mungie and Blazemind on the day that Feinberg and Loki couldn't play, within like 4 hours of playing. Just everyone putting in so much work behind the scenes to make this possible. It's just, you cannot even believe. And I know the season was not perfect, but we will always strive to do what we can to make it better going forward. I know I speak for everyone on the team when I say that we absolutely love this game. We love this community. We love you guys watching. I remember the days before ranked, and the fact that we're here is just absolutely mind-numbingly insane. I mean, Rose, anyone in particular here you want to shout out, talk about? I mean, this was your first season on the team. We were so happy to add you to the core of this, and we really hope that you had a phenomenal time commentating.
Yeah, I mean, I've just had the most incredible time, and I want to give a big shout out to obviously everyone watching. I think it's really difficult coming in as a new commentator into something that's been established and in place for a really long time. And I know I am not Feinberg. I do not have his skills at the game, but I am.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. It's a work in progress, but I am. I adore this game and this community, and I think what makes Minecraft speedrunning and ranked so special is the people within it, and everyone has just been so lovely and so kind and so welcoming. I have the absolute biggest amount of love to all of my kind of like fellow people on the ranked team. I mean, yourself, Oliver, Nerdy, Parker, Fulham have all been so supportive and so patient with me, asking a million questions all the time, and taking that time to kind of welcome me in and make it feel so kind of so easy. I think just you put so much work in, all of you, and you make it so easy for the rest of us to enjoy. And I'm so excited for kind of where we're going with the next steps, and I'm so excited to be a part of it. And we've just had such an incredible playoffs, and it has been incredible to be part of.
Well, thank you so much. It's been incredible to have you. Reminder before everyone leaves, closes the tab, the Ludwig event, along with the feedback form. Go check out the Ludwig event, mcsr.ludwig.gg. Rose, I don't know if you saw the message that that Oliver sent from the Ludwig team. If you mentioned the Ludwig event, apparently we have 1,000 RSVPs and 200 more people on a wait list. You guys are absolutely out of control. And we are so lucky to have a community like that. Like, I was like low-key trying not to tear up at the thought of that. It's just absolutely unbelievable. I'm checking the to-do list that Oliver gave here. I mean, of course, lastly, shout out to MCSR Ranked. This is only possible, quite frankly, because so many of you play the mod, support the mod. Everyone who has a diamond pickaxe, a stone pickaxe, an iron pickaxe. I don't even know how many pickaxes there are. Get a pickaxe if you can afford it. It helps the ranked team. It helps Oliver and Redlime so much. We're so grateful for the community that we have. Follow Ranked, follow everything. Go to the Discord. Go to mcsrrank.com. Go to mcsrrank.com/Discord. Go to, like, I don't know what the Twitter account is, but it's probably mcsr_ranked, I think. Go check out everything you possibly can about Ranked. We are really passionate. We love being able to do this. And I'm not leaking anything, but the future is bright, and it's only going to get brighter. And I am so excited for all of you to see what very few of us know, and it's going to be beautiful. Appreciate all of you so much for watching. Thank you so much for making another season of playoffs unforgettable. And Rose, I mean, you got anything else? I mean, what a season. What a season.
Yeah, I mean, we've got more ranked coming very, very soon, though, because next weekend is our LCQ double header. Yes, for the final spots for the Ludwig LAN. So, we've got more Minecraft to see from our top players as they kind of fight for those last few spots. So, obviously more information for that to follow very, very soon, but hopefully we'll be seeing everyone again very soon.
Absolutely. I have not heard a single word from Oliver in 5 minutes, which means I did not forget anything. Wait, you just said something. What did I forget? Oh, I didn't forget anything. Bang! We did a good job. Phenomenal stuff. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you all next week for the Ludwig LAN qualifiers. Don't go anywhere. There's going to be so many talented people probably playing in that. I mean, off the top of my head, I don't know if these people would actually go, but I mean, think about the people from this playoffs. I mean, Silver, HDMI, NHB maybe. Like, there's just so many people. Like, I have no idea. It's crazy. Skycrab's probably going to play. Like, it's nuts. So you don't want to go anywhere. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be here next week, and we'll see you all very soon. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.